A young man looks on in horror, completely confused on what was going on. As he leaves his high school with his completion certificate, he gets hit by someone throwing a crumpled piece of paper at his head. Back then, he thought his high school life was finally over. But somehow, right now, he found himself in the middle of an entrance ceremony. To top it all off, the scene feels awfully familiar. It was the opening scene of the game he was just about to start playing. He's dumbfounded as he looks up at the stage with a large banner saying Cherry Blossom Academy Entrance Ceremony. Students of all kinds surround him with seemingly different looks and personalities. The young man glances around him, still questioning the absurd scene around him. No matter how he looked at it, the scene around him was the opening scene of a super popular VR or virtual reality game he had plans to play. However, he hadn't had the opportunity to start the part-time job to pay for it yet. But he did see the scene in the strategy guide he bought beforehand. Kinda crazy to buy the strategy guide first before buying the game itself, but go off, I guess. A rather harsh-looking man passionately greets the students by calling them youngsters who should risk their lives in service to their country. The young man watches the scene play out, his face blank. He remembers that in the game, dungeons suddenly showed up around the 30s. Dungeons were gateways to other worlds. Their ancestors built that military academy, Cherry Blossom Academy, right on top of one of the dungeons. Since then, the Imperial Army withdrew from the academy and it got turned into a school for explorers instead. That was the setting of the original game. Magic stones and items produced by the monsters found in dungeons are so powerful that they can change the entire power structure of the nation. There's fierce competition for the resources from the dungeons all over the world, which turned the Cherry Blossom Academy into a brutal battlefield for influence and power. That's quite the backstory for a school called Cherry Blossom. Explorers are the ones who obtain said items and are treated fairly well by the country. Furthermore, the power someone obtains by defeating monsters can be displayed as a level. High-level explorers can have all the riches and fame they desire, but when the principal says the students risk their lives, that was no exaggeration. It was common knowledge that some people die fighting monsters. The guidebook he bought made that clear. Suddenly, the young man notices someone in the front row of seats. It was an excited-looking girl wearing a long ponytail. The man's eyes widened. She was one of the love interests of the game, Shinguji Ayano. The academy has classes separated into ability from A to C. A to C are like regular classes. They've already gone into the dungeons and gained experience and levels. Right from the time he was enrolled, he was placed in Class D. Seat order was based on rank and his seat was at the very back. He mourns the current state of things. Poor guy is screwed on all fronts, I see. His hands find themselves rummaging under the desk, and to his surprise, he pulls out a thick book. He exclaims in disbelief. It was the original game's strategy guide he bought. Suddenly, an older man in front calls out his name. The young man named Takasugi panics as he answers back to the teacher. His classmates had turned to look at him, but they quickly turned back to the teacher. The boy in front of Takasugi comments that he was a weirdo staring at a blank book. Takasugi pauses. He opens the book to check for his character role. His name was Takasugi Takashi. He was an unlucky student with the worst grades. He'll eventually cross paths with the protagonist, which ends badly for him, eventually making him leave the school. During the original game, the player can hear rumors of his death. Takasugi has very low stats and poses no threat as an enemy. Ends up quite a sympathetic character considering his role in the story. The Takasugi in the present is more than horrified and pissed. After all, his character dies and all there was to say was he was sympathetic. That's the equivalent of someone dying going, "Aw, that's too bad," and moving on in the same sentence, "Mao." Takasugi complains that if he was going to be reincarnated into a game world, he should have been made the main character. Mourning, he asks why he was made the worst character at the school who leaves the plot right away. He pulls at his hair at the idea that he even ends up fighting the protagonist and dying. Knowing that, he was already planning on staying as far away from the protagonist as possible. Suddenly, he gets a stroke of genius and comes up with the idea that maybe this was the chance for him to change his life. Staring down at the book in his hands, he wonders if he can become the strongest in the world with the strategy guide. Not only that, but the school was swarming with beautiful love interests. The guide details how to go down their routes. Takasugi pauses, thinking over his chances. Back in class, the teacher raises a small, almost clear tablet. Each student was going to be given one. In one of the tables, a student is being crowded by others for having amazing stats. The boy being surrounded smiles with the others. Takasugi is left alone at his own table, nervously sure that the boy might be the protagonist of the original game. He turns to the tablet on his own table and turns it on. On the tablet, it details his current stats. He was at level 1 overall and a level 1 apprentice. 10 health points, 5 mana points, 9 in strength, 12 in magic, 7 in agility, 13 in endurance, and finally 8 in will. He raises an eyebrow at apprentice, unsure what it meant. He had no idea how things worked, but as soon as he learned the values, he could bring them up in his mind. Her suddenly knew about skills, equipment, and class change as well. It looked like he did it all in his mind. He snapped out of his thoughts when someone yells at him. A terrifying and burly student looks down at him smugly. Takasugi stays quiet, unsure what to say. The student leans over his table and looks at his table, cruelly saying that it was a miracle he got into the academy with stats like that. Before Takasugi could react, the student leaves his own tablet on the table and takes Takasugi's tablet. He holds it up beyond reach. He mocks Takasugi, asking him if he was just cursed and saying that he's never seen anyone have stats with only a single digit. He continues to laugh at him. Meanwhile, Takasugi glances at the student's tablet. His name was Furuta Masao. His stats were all double digits, making Takasugi cringe. He wasn't the hero, so he guessed that Furuta's stats were just normal stats and were already in the double digits. Furuta suddenly goes further away from his table and shares Takasugi's tablet to the others in the classroom, still laughing at him. Takasugi grits his teeth in silence before he sighs in resignation, trying to calm himself. He brings the guidebook out again. He brings himself down for thinking he was going to be the strongest. He sinks into his seat. Soon he was going to be dead trash. He flips through the guidebook and stops at a certain page. In large letters it said, "The absolute best, undeniable, fastest way to beat the game." He blinks at the page, reading about the fastest way again. It said that the strongest build was available and there was no need to reset the stats. Following the guide would help any character become powerful, giving them the ability to deal max damage and solo the final boss. For starters, Twin Lapicus magic swords and reverse counter technique is the strangest ability combination in the game. It was possible to go down the magic route as well, and if someone wanted to just finish the game, there were faster ways. Takasugi gets a diabolical grin on his face as he keeps reading. Devilishly, he reassures himself that by using the guidebook, he'll become the strongest. His thinking is cut off when a figure wearing a beaded bracelet comes towards him. They hand him a tablet. It was a lovely girl with long dark hair. She was handing him his tablet. Takasugi's eyes widened, recognizing the girl. The girl was Hanagasaki Reika. Takasugi has seen her in a TV ad for the game. She was the most popular love interest according to the popularity poll. Takasugi is mesmerized by her. However, she takes one glance at his tablet and her expression changes. Takasugi internally screams as she sees his stats, finding it completely embarrassing. Reika tells him not to lose the tablet again given how important it was. She walks away. Takasugi couldn't believe he just had a conversation with Reika. According to the guidebook, Hanagasaki Reika was the young lady of the Hanagasaki conglomerate. Everyone has heard of her. In the original game, her starting equipment is excellent and she will progress to become a magic specialist in the future. Additionally, she's cute when she blushes, but until that happens, she's a true ice queen. If the player is going for a magic party, she's a must-have for the team. Takasugi reads Reika's info on the school's rooftop. He comments that she was so popular that even someone like him, who hasn't played the main game yet, knows her. He exclaims in delight that just being in the same class as her makes him feel like anything goes. However, he suddenly turns serious because the original game had a permadeath system, short for permanent death. In a game, you'll have to start from the very beginning again if you die, losing all progress. It just showed how harsh the world was. There was even a possibility of the protagonist's own party dying, not to mention him. With conviction, Takasugi was determined to use the guidebook to become strong no matter what. Later on, in a place called the Champion Crest Hall, beds are lined up and a man is getting a tattoo. Another man sits in front of Takasugi. He asks him where he wants the tattoo, and nervously, Takasugi replies that he wants it in the normal place. He lies down in bed, bare back facing the man. Darkly, the man tells him that he already had a contract with a high-rank guild, so Takasugi should be honored to be tattooed by him. Champion crests were something like a magic mark that makes someone able to use magic. This system also allows someone to learn special spells by getting the tattoo, makes you wonder how anyone just seems to be able to get one. Since he was super weak and now he's getting one, Takasugi stands before a full-body mirror, looking in amazement at his new tattoo. Walking down the school hallways, he suddenly wonders if it was okay to have the man from earlier to give him the tattoo. Kind of horrible to ask that after you already let the guy stick a needle in you. The strategy guide didn't say who the player should be tattooed by. Takasugi brushes the question away. The only thing important was that he got the tattoo for lightning, and surely everything would go well. Back in class, Reika is showing off her abilities to other classmates, the protagonist is studying with friends, and Ayano is having an arm wrestling match. While Takasugi was reading the guide, Furuta comes up from behind him and whispers that it was finally time for the after-class dungeon dive. Grinning maliciously, he tells Takasugi that he didn't think anybody would team up with him, so he shouldn't expect anything. As Furuta leaves him alone with a mocking laugh, Takasugi picks up the guidebook and decides to follow it. Later on, in a locker room, Takasugi opens the door and peeks in. He unlocks a locker by the end of the room, and in the very back of the locker he finds a 50 yen bill. Takasugi exclaims in excitement. It may not sound like a lot, but yen in the game world was worth about 100 times the yen in the real world. Takasugi suddenly stops, his expression complicated. He knows he's in an RPG, a role-playing game, but stealing other people's stuff still really doesn't sit well with him. In gaming terms, we call that looting, and I say it's all fair game. He brushes the thought aside, deciding that he didn't have a choice for now since he had to follow the strategy guide. Going around the school, Takasugi continues to find magic scrolls, more money, and even potions. Finally, he had quite the haul of magical items. He puts them all in a pack, and with a wooden stick, he is finally ready to enter the dungeon. The dungeon entrance is located underground, past a small staircase and large wooden doors. Takasugi enters and immediately checks his strategy guide. The guidebook tells him that to start with, he should hit himself with as many bolts as he can. Oh, he's screwed. According to the guide, to become a good swordsman-type class, he needed to hit himself with magic attacks to raise the hidden magic resistance stat. He had to do it before leveling up because he can no longer pass magic dodge checks, and thus can't increase the hidden stat. Takasugi had to do it in the dungeon because the dense ether in the air gives him a bonus to health points and mana points recovery. No matter what build, there was no avoiding this part. Bolt was the spell he got from the champion crest. It was a lighting type magic Y skill. He waits for monsters to appear near the entrance, but none come close. Raising his hand, Takasugi readies his attack spell. He fires at the wall and bolts of lightning shoot from this hand. When the light clears, scorch marks are left on the wall. He's amazed that it worked. Takasugi decides to start grinding his secret stat right away. Hesitantly, he puts his hand up to his chest, which sounds like a horrible mistake because you're shooting lightning straight to your chest. He summons a bolt of lightning. The attack is instantaneous. It fries him, almost making him lose consciousness. He falls to the ground, breathing heavily and in complete shock, pun intended. He crumples into a ball. He screams in his head, rather sure that his heart had nearly stopped and killed him for a moment there. According to the guidebook, Bolt inflicts a paralysis condition, and you point it at your chest, to boot. He struggles to get up on his knees, complaining that he had to endure that much pain more than a few more times. He leans back on a wall. Deciding he was prepared for another hit, he summons the spell once more, now pointing at his legs. He cringes in pain. The hit hurts, but nowhere nearly as badly as the first one. Yes, because for one, it's not aimed straight for your heart. His flesh was burning and giving smoke, so it was no simple injury either. After enduring the pain for about 5 minutes, Takasugi recovered. He lifted his pant leg to find his burn completely gone. He comes to the conclusion that it was the increased recovery buff applied by the ether. He shoots a bolt of lightning through him again, on his chest again. He falls flat on his back. It still hurts. If he kept things up, he was going to go crazy. He crawls back up to his knees and consults the strategy guide. According to the book, the world was supposed to have defensive items known as rings. Equipping these rings apparently reduces damage taken. Back in a tool storage, which I'm assuming is a small shop for artifacts, the lady at the counter hands Takasugi a paper bag with the image of a slime in a ring. Like the name suggests, it was a slime ring. While in the dungeon, Takasugi slips it on. He keeps walking down the corridors until he notices something. As he turned a corner, a party of adventurers were looking over a map of the dungeon. It was the protagonist, along with Reika and Ayano. Suddenly, Reika turns around and notices him. Her eyes brighten at the sight of him, much to Takasugi's confusion. Eventually, the protagonist's party moves on ahead. Takasugi is suddenly concerned about how he looks in front of the popular kids, but he sets down his backpack and takes out his strategy guide. It couldn't be helped if he drew attention. After all, he was quite in a blessed situation. Why do I get the feeling that you just jinxed it? Doesn't help that we haven't seen the bully in a while. Takasugi continued to train himself by using Bolt on himself. Sparks of lightning shoots out from his hand and make the slime ring glow. It should be better called a bracelet, but we'll keep on calling it a ring. Takasugi prepares himself for the pain to take over him, but when nothing comes, he looks down at himself and exclaims. His body still smoked from the attack, but he never felt the damage. It was much better than before. Now he thought he would be able to pull things off. Making sure to remember his health points, Takasugi proceeds to cast Bolt again and again on his legs as much as he could. While at first a perfect dodge never triggered at all. Now, after 2 hours, he raises his pant leg and finds it free of wounds. But suddenly he hears a strange sound. He turns around to see a slime floating a few feet away from him. He exclaims as it comes rushing towards him. It hits him square in the stomach. It bounces back as he stumbles. Takasugi is able to swallow down the bile rising in his throat. He coughs as he takes out his stats tablet and sees that he only had 1 health point left. That's way too close for comfort. He pops open a health potion and drinks it all in one go. Sparkles surround him as he fully recovers. Internally, he thanks someone called Master Tony for giving advice to bring a potion to the dungeons. I think Master Tony is supposed to be someone from the guidebook, but don't quote me on that. The slime stayed a few feet away from him. And so while dodging the odd slime that came to attack him again and again, Takasugi kept mindlessly working to raise his magic resistance. As to why he didn't just kill the thing and be done with it, I have no idea. Back at the student dorms and late into the night, students from his class loiter around the dining hall. Takasugi enters the room, looking absolutely beaten all over. On the screen of the dining hall television was a girl with twin tails holding a lance. She plunges her lance into the side of a large monster. The students in the dining hall watch on in amazement. They comment that Ikujin Kyuko's guild was incredible. Apparently the girl with the lance was in the night class, shrugging off attacks as if they were nothing. Takasugi watches from the back as they continue to watch the battle in awe. Later on in bed, Takasugi is staring at his ceiling. He wonders out loud if he'll end up somewhat similar to the guild from earlier. He felt like people were avoiding him, maybe because his stats were too low. He cringes, thinking that at the rate he was going, he might be expelled for being too weak. He tries to convince himself that surely he won't be, but he has no answer for himself. The next day, the class is gathered around the dungeon entrance. Today was the day of their long-awaited dungeon dive, which is funny because Takasugi has been on his own dungeon dives for a while now, I think. Takasugi grins, thinking that it was no problem since he already had the strategy guide and thus he was fully prepared. But he loses his smile immediately. It was bothering him that regarding the date of the entrance ceremony, the strategy guide was one day off. It would have been fine if it was just a misprint, but he wondered if something happened in that world that's not part of the game. He whispers in panic to the book to not let him down since it was all he got. Finally, it was time to enter the dungeon. They needed to go to the second floor and come back. According to the strategy guide, as long as he sticks to the other students, he'll be able to make it back safely without the need to fight. So, Takasugi's plan was to just stick close to everyone. According to the tablet that morning, almost all students are at least level 3 by then. If you killed the dang slime from before, you would have raised a level or two. Currently, the highest levels in the class were the protagonist's party, which was at level 4, Ayano, who was at level 5, and finally Reika was at level 6. Takasugi's thoughts are suddenly disturbed when Furuta slings an arm over his shoulders, mocking him for still being in level 1. Takasugi starts to break into a sweat. He keeps laughing at Takasugi, attracting the attention of other students. Furuta laughs at him for not being able to defeat a single slime, and Takasugi tries to defend himself by saying that he hasn't fought one yet. Their conversation is cut short when one of their classmates offers to help Takasugi level up. Takasugi is speechless. It was Ichiju Kazuma, the protagonist of the original game. He had everything. Good looks, high stats, and he was even able to use special magic. Takasugi, thinking he was nothing compared to Kazuma's skills, nervously turns down his offer. Kazuma nonetheless smiles, telling him to look for him if ever he needs help. Kazuma walked away. Another classmate tells Takasugi that it was in everyone's best interest to make the weakest member in the class be stronger for the class competition exam. The other classmate's name was Kazama Yuji from the protagonist's party. Yuji calls out to Takasugi as he leaves and tells him to come to them if he needs any help, and then he follows after Kazuma. Furuta suddenly leans closer and tells Takasugi to take Kazuma up on their offer. Internally, Takasugi is pissed that his bully was suddenly acting all nice when the protagonist arrives. He thinks that Kazuma's concern is unneeded and just hopes he would leave him alone. He couldn't raise his level yet. All he could do was follow the strategy guide, had to double check, and finally understood that it meant not leaving level 1 at all. My bad. Sorry, Takasugi. Later on, the school bell rings and Takasugi races down the hallways, excitedly thinking of grinding his hidden skills. He heads back to the dungeons and immediately uses Bolt on his legs. Shockwaves run through him, but when the dust clears, Takasugi exclaims as he took no damage. Even his clothes didn't take damage. Nice. He pulled off another perfect dodge. As he was celebrating his rising skill level, something was creeping closer to him. The same slime suddenly rushes into him. Takasugi dodges just in time, much to the slime's surprise. Takasugi happily exclaims that he ended up raising his physical dodge skill while he was practicing. The slime is pissed at the turn of events. Suddenly, a sharp piece of ice flies through the air. It hits the slime with precision, killing it in one go. Rather mad at the killer, Takasugi turns around sharply but stops short. It was a beautiful girl holding a magic staff. Takasugi looks on in disbelief. It was Reika. She hesitantly asks if he was okay. He awkwardly thanks her for saving him. Internally, Takasugi wonders to himself why he was trembling and saying weird stuff. If he kept acting like that, weird rumors were going to start, like how he showed concern for a slime or how he even needed saving from a slime. Reika asks if he needs help. Takasugi hesitates before he comes to his senses. He shouldn't be attracting more attention to himself. If anything, the people he should stay the furthest away from were the main cast of the game. He imagines monsters running around the whole world, eating the characters, and comes to the conclusion that if he interfered with the protagonist, he might end up leading the world to ruin. He bluntly tells Reika that he didn't need any help and asks her what she wanted, kinda rude considering that she did pretty much save your ass. Reika answers that she came to check the place because she heard someone speak, but she saw now that things were okay. Takasugi turns around and tells her that if she didn't need anything, then she could leave him alone. There's a pause between them as he moves to leave first, but Reika asks him if he's leveled up yet. Takasugi nervously replies that he hasn't. Concerned, Reika suggests that if he was having a hard time, he could just have someone help him level up enough to beat one by himself. Frowning, Takasugi replies that he wasn't having a hard time and that he could beat one himself just fine. Internally, he feels like he seemed less unsociable and just more stubborn at that point. But if that was the case, he thinks he should just cut the conversation as short as possible. Turning around, Reika finally says that was fine and leaves him alone. Takasugi wonders why she was down in the dungeons all alone too. Focusing back to his task, Takasugi recalls that in the strategy guide, the fighting style it was guiding him towards is full-on offense. He can't try to dodge or resist any attacks, taking all damage and then just using potions to recover fully and keep on fighting. Can't help but think that one wrong move or forgetting his potion and he's dead. Master Tony also added not to buy any armor, because not only is it heavy, but it offers no resistance to magical attacks. All his money was to be spent on potions and weapons. Frowning, Takasugi was a bit reluctant to get hurt too much. Although this was a game world, if his stomach was hit, he could still puke. If his head gets struck, he might get a concussion, and worst of all, a game over means instant death. With a small excited smile, he decided it was time to buy equipment. And thus, he walked into the school store. The shop is filled with items meant for magic, from jackets to bottoms and even masks and glasses. Takasugi marveled as the shop had all sorts of stuff. He turns to the side and something catches his eyes. It was an awesome set of equipment. Whoa, now that does look cool. Complete with a leather jacket, cargo pants, and fingerless gloves, Takasugi's eyes shine at the sight of it. He checks its stats to find that it had high defense and fire resistance. Making up his mind, he decided he needed the whole set. Leaving the store with shopping bags in hand, he sighs at the idea that he was flat broke again. But since he was going back to the dungeons, it was for the sake of getting better gear. Although he said he had no other choice, he excitedly takes his first steps in his new equipment. Now he's looking the part of an adventurer. He readies his stance, placing a hand over his leg and casts Bolt on himself. When the dust cleared, he and his clothes remained intact. Thanks to his more than 15 hours spent on grinding, he was starting to get the hang of the complete evasion skill. Apparently, once the skill reaches 100, its magic resistance will hit 100% too, and after that, each additional skill point will reduce damage by another 1%. Back in school, the teacher is looking over his tablet. He suddenly exclaims to see that Takasugi was still at level 1. As his classmates turn to him in disbelief, all Takasugi can do is smile awkwardly in response. His teacher tells him that he needs to get to level 3 as soon as possible or he'll be in danger since students can even die in class. Takasugi tells him that it was none of his business. Takasugi, are you for real? He's your teacher. Of course it's his business. The teacher says that he couldn't let that slide since he was responsible for their lives. Sometimes it can't be helped. What the hell do you mean by it can't be helped? But if someone dies below level 5, it becomes the teacher's responsibility. Takasugi can't muster a reply to that anymore. He looks back to his tablet, searching for the student with the highest level. Currently, it was Reika. She's surprised to hear her name being called out. The teacher makes her responsible for getting Takasugi to level 3, ordering it be done by Monday. Without hesitating, she agrees. The whole class exclaims in disbelief. Furuta angrily clicks his tongue, asking why a guy like Takasugi was going to be spending time with Reika. Internally, Takasugi was the one pissed at the idea that they were forcing him to level up with someone else when he was grinding by using his secret grinding method. After classes at the dungeon, Takasugi receives a message from Reika to wait for her in the classroom after class. Takasugi lets out a heavy sigh. He had ignored her completely and came straight to the dungeon. He was starting to find it a real pain. Just as he mumbles it aloud, Reika comes up behind him, demanding to know why he was running away. Her sudden presence scares Takasugi. She asks him if he was saying that he had a problem with her. Takasugi tries to say that he just wanted to do things at his own pace. Reika pauses for a moment before admitting that she knew what he's been doing there in secret, so there was no need to hide it from her. Takasugi exclaims in shock. Takasugi stands frozen. He couldn't believe that he was being watched. The hidden stats he was raising were supposed to be values that the people of that world can't even perceive. He suddenly comes to the conclusion that Reika had only seen the situation but had not exactly understood the reason why. Reika tells him that he can keep casting Bolt on himself all he wants, but if he came with her, she can at least help him with the bare minimum of leveling up. Takasugi looks away and tells her that he couldn't level up just yet. Reika stares at him seriously and asks him if it was really in his best interests. Takasugi tells her that it was necessary, but he also admits that he couldn't prove it. Reika pauses before asking Takasugi what was the point of doing all that. With determination, Takasugi answered that it was to become the strongest. Reika repeats his answer, and when he confirms that he meant it, Reika stays quiet before she seems to think something. Internally, Takasugi thinks darkly of how being laughed at right then would kind of sting. Reika then tells him that it was a wonderful goal, but it wouldn't be easy since it wasn't a game. Takasugi seriously replies that it was, much to Reika's confusion. "You can't just be dropping lore bombs, Takasugi." She's not impressed and thinks he's just joking. If he keeps being stubborn, her reputation will suffer too. A silence falls between them. Finally, she supposed that he'd just run away even if she tried to force him, so she instead settles on lending him a necklace. Takasugi is confused until Reika tells him that it was a necklace that restores mana points. More after that, she would heal him whenever he lost health points. That way, they would be able to save more time. She says that it shouldn't be such a bad deal for him. Takasugi agrees that it wasn't that bad an offer, but internally, he wanted to jump at the chance since waiting for his health to recover naturally had been pure agony. She says that he can continue until his self-harming habit is satisfied. "I just realized that to other people who don't know the real reason, what he's doing is more than concerning." But she makes him promise that once he's had his fill, he'd better let her level him up properly. Takasugi finally agrees. He tells himself that it was a huge help for him, but internally wonders what was in it for Reika. In a panic, he wonders if she knew about the guidebook. "Brother, I think you're just paranoid about everyone to a concerning degree." He decides that there was no point in thinking about all that for the moment. If all things went well, he'll be free from the whole ordeal, and Reika's reputation would be kept safe. He borrows the necklace from her. Later on, he casts Bolt on himself once more. Lightning crackles all over and leaves him slightly hurt, but Reika steps in and heals him. In an instant, any possible wounds are gone. Takasugi stares in amazement as warm light enveloped him while he recovered. His health points were restored by Reika's magic, and his mana points were rapidly refilled by the power of the necklace's ether crystal. Even though Reika's class is supposed to be a mage, it seemed that she also had a crest of healing. Calling for Reika's attention, he straightforwardly asks if she could show him her crest of healing. Reika is caught speechless, her face completely red. Looking away in embarrassment, she says that his request was the kind of thing someone should ask their girlfriend to do or something alike. "I just remembered that the tattoos can be in intimate areas." Whoops. She relents nonetheless, pulling her cape back. Much to Takasugi's embarrassment, Reika lifts her top to show the crest of healing on her lower back. At the sight of it, Takasugi observes that it was a complex third-generation crest. He makes the comment that it was as expected of a noble. Tucking her clothes back in place, Reika is surprised that he knew so much about it. After all, it was a secret art of a certain noble family until recently. She asks him if he asked just to show off his knowledge or if he had ulterior motives. Takasugi tells her to interpret it however she liked. Bro has a way of responding with poorly made answers. Internally, he thinks how pretty confident Reika was with herself. She asks him what kind of crest he, the great Takasugi as she calls him, who aims to be the strongest plan on getting dot. She adds that she was asking for reference. He responds that he planned on getting a 4th-generation healing crest and one more, but his words are cut short when Reika reminds him that there were only 3 generations of healing crests. See? Poorly made answers. In his thoughts, Takasugi realizes he slipped up and remembers that by the world's standards, she was right at the moment, but he really did plan on getting it. Brushing her question off, he turns around and cuts the conversation right there, telling her that the rest was a secret. Reika's mouth twitches at his words. She quietly says that she understood that it was a secret from her. No, she doesn't, and that they should go back to casting Bolt. She raises her hand, a dark look in her eyes. She offers to help him cast Bolt. She looks like she's going to fry you alive. Terrified, Takasugi refuses. He switches topics and comments that she had quite a lot of time on her hands when she could have spent it on leveling herself up. Reika smiles, telling him that there was no need to worry about her. Her level was already so high that she couldn't find anyone to party with anymore. "I thought she was a part of the protagonist's party." Takasugi is rendered speechless. Takasugi thinks of how Reika seemed to be unapproachable at first, but now he found her surprisingly easy to talk to. And so for the next 3 days, they continued to grind his hidden skills late into the night. His magic resistance skill, which had barely improved over the first 2 days, began to rise sharply on his 3rd day. Reika probably had no idea what was happening. The look on her face tells me she knows at least a bit though. From Takasugi's perspective, successful evasions led to skill gains, and those skill gains led to more successful evasions. It was the ideal feedback loop. He got greedy and decided he wanted to raise his physical resistance in addition to magic, so they took off to explore the first floor of the dungeon in search of slimes. The moment they arrive, multiple slimes sprout from the ground and bounce towards him. A particularly aggressive slime leaps into the air and tackles the side of his body head-on. Takasugi panics as his health starts to go down, but Reika just sighs and takes out her staff. Raising it above her, magic shoots out of it, hitting each slime precisely and successfully, killing all of them. Takasugi is awestruck. Reika sighs in relief, but it's short-lived. Something sneaks up behind Takasugi. Reika exclaims at the sight of it. Takasugi turns around. Before he could react, Reika runs in and shields Takasugi from a large attack. It sends both of them flying nonetheless. They lay down on the ground, Reika more hurt. They stare nervously at the slime that stood before them. It was much larger than them, wearing other slimes on its body and a sinister grin on its face. The slime stands before them menacingly. Reika slowly starts to get up. She tells Takasugi that since he was trying to avoid leveling up, he should stay back. Takasugi is speechless as Reika stands up and prepares herself for battle. With a swing of her staff, a hail of ice shards is summoned and heads straight for their enemy. The large slime takes multiple hits from the ice shards, one of them piercing it right between its eyes. With a successful hit, the slime starts to melt back into the dungeon grounds. All that's left is a slight snowfall caused by Reika's magic and the two of them. That ended way too quickly. I thought there'd be a lot more to the slime. They head deeper into the dungeons. Takasugi summons Bolt again and is covered in lightning. When the smoke clears, his face is ecstatic. He was hit, but he barely felt any pain. He exclaims that his skill had improved. Reika, bewildered, asks what he means. Takasugi is too lost in his happiness to see anything wrong in admitting to Reika that he's been raising his hidden magic resistance stat, and that was why he doesn't take damage from magic. What an absolute dumbass OMG. However, he adds that someone can only do it when their magic power is low, but he was completely negating it. The full force of his words hits Reika and she takes a step back. With a shaky voice, she tells him that his exploit was the level of a state secret. Realizing his mistake, Takasugi tries to control the damage done and pretends to be bashful as he says that it was just something that he happened to figure out by himself and asks her not to tell anyone about it. Reika panics even more, angrily telling him that he should be the one watching his mouth because if anyone finds out that he had that kind of knowledge, they'll be after his life. Completely valid response from her. Takasugi finally realizes how careless he was, seeing how he really scared her. He reminds himself to be more careful about leaking information from then on. He tells her that at least now she understood what he was doing. Reika eventually calms down, realizing that for her it was already too late to learn the exploit. With a grin, he tells her that wasn't true. He explains that because she was in a magic-based class, her spirit stat would go up anyway, so she didn't need to do the same thing. For magic jobs, she could raise her physical resistance and evasion skills against slimes. He encourages her to train those skills. Reika is confused and speechless. Night falls and Reika and Takasugi are on their way home. They're a little scruffed up, Takasugi a lot more than Reika. He bids her goodbye, saying he would see her tomorrow. Before she could leave, Takasugi apologizes for making her worry, assuming that that was why she was keeping an eye on him. Her face goes red. Look at that blush, whoa! She scoffs at the idea, saying it was impossible for her to ever worry about him. She turns around, saying with a shaky voice that he had soured her mood, hearing him get a little full of himself. With that, she leaves him. He just smiles as he watches her go. Internally, Takasugi was thankful for her worrying about him because he ended up Magaying to hit level 3, also learning the common skill appraisal for the first time. At first, Takasugi thought Reika was trying to uncover his secrets, but she most likely just saw his initial stats, and that was her way of worrying about a bottom feeder like him. He focuses back to his next goal to hit level 5 and achieve a class change. Health points, mana points, strength, and durability were easy to raise, so he was going to change his class to Bishop, back at school. That day's class was field training with a quota of obtaining magic stones in the dungeon, or so he was told. Takasugi was completely left out of the 3-person parties. That's rough, buddy. Suddenly, he hears a voice behind him, playfully teasing him. It was Reika and a familiar ponytail-haired girl. Reika invites him to join their party. Takasugi stares. The other girl was Shinguji Ayano. Reika turns to Ayano, asking if it was fine with her. Ayano joyfully agrees, admitting that she found being alone with just Reika rather scary. Reika, caught off guard, asks what was so scary about her. Takasugi doesn't hold back and calls her the Ice Queen, someone who looked like she would kill anyone without flinching. Reika is rather pissed at his words, but Ayano laughs at his bravery. Eventually, Ayano mediates between them and tells them to calm down because for now, they are going to call themselves a party. And so with that, for some reason, Takasugi ended up in a party with Reika and Ayano. For his current stats, he had 30 health points and 15 mana points. His magic power and durability were at 15, strength at 14, spirit at 11, and finally, agility at 10. They've barely grown, but at the very least they were outside of the single-digit range. He was genuinely happy that his strength and agility went up. They entered the dungeon right away and made it to the second floor. Reika suddenly stops and senses a presence. She takes a fighting stance, shielding both Ayano and Takasugi. Since Takasugi was weak, she ordered him to stay back. In front of them was a goblin. Ayano laughs at Takasugi before taking a stand next to Reika and saying that putting him in the back might be the right call. Takasugi's eyes twitched, thinking their words were rather harsh. But in reality, he actually had a new weapon he received from the store. A sword materializes behind him, and he unsheathes a ninja blade that deals an additional damage of 30 points. Takasugi passes by Ayano and Reika, telling him that he'll take the front line, much to the surprise of both girls. Ayano comments that his weapon looks fine, but it would be useless if he couldn't use it properly. Takasugi replies that he would master it in no time. Ayano summons a spear in hand. She masterfully twists it around in her hands before jabbing it at the goblin. It hits right between its eyes, killing it instantly, much to Reika and Takasugi's shock. Ayano smiles in triumph. According to the strategy guide, the Shinguji family ran a spearmanship dojo that was popular with militant guilds. Takasugi nervously looks at her, realizing that it was the reason why she was so strong. In the original game, militant guilds are basically outlaws, who sometimes attack or capture other guilds. It meant that Ayano, who had ties to such outlaws, might actually be more dangerous than the average noble. He's snapped out of his thoughts when Ayano playfully grins, saying that the goblins weren't a big deal, so he wasn't going to have a turn. Suddenly, Reika yells for Takasugi to look out. He turns around to see a goblin leaping up to attack him. He dodges its claws in time. He fixes his hold on his sword as the goblin lands on its legs and readies to attack again. Takasugi takes a battle stance, focusing on attacking. The goblin lunges again and Takasugi swings his sword, slicing at the goblin's chest. Takasugi grits his teeth, pissed that it wasn't enough to deal a killing blow. Suddenly, the goblin fiercely lunges and ends up dealing a scrape to the side of his arm. It's enough to draw blood, but the goblin is close enough. He pushes through the pain and raises his sword high in the air. With all his strength, Takasugi cleaves at the goblin. It slices clean across it from above, tearing it in half. Reika and Ayano gape at him, speechless. Takasugi breathes heavily, exhausted. Ayano advises him not to push himself too hard since he is still too weak. Takasugi looks at his sword. Damage accumulates with the number of attacks, and a full power strike powers a serious punch. He came to the conclusion that he was starting to understand how to fight in a way that was unique to their world. Ayano suddenly notices something. They look up to see them surrounded by a horde of goblins. How the hell did none of you notice them? Takasugi starts to panic at the sight of them. Their party and the goblins are at a standstill. Takasugi is slowly losing his mind at the fact that they were surrounded, breaking into a sweat at the idea that he was going to die right then and there. Before he can continue to spiral, a staff is tapped on the floor. Reika closes her eyes and starts to chant a spell, a magic circle appearing behind her. Large snowflakes of sharp ice surround her before shooting at high speeds towards the goblins. The ice hit the goblins with precision, instantly killing most of them. Ayano rushes in. She leaps into the air and drops into the middle of a group of goblins, her spear twisting around her. She swings her weapon and cuts the goblins surrounding her in half. In just a few short moments, the horde of goblins around them have been taken care of. With a short sigh of relief, Ayano comments that it was rather a big group, and since there was no one who comes to that part of the dungeon as much, they could really gather up some experience points. Takasugi pauses. He dejectedly tells Reika and Ayano that if they kill everything, he won't be able to get any practice. Reika counters that she found him so stubborn for someone so weak. You're not even catching strays, you're throwing yourself right into enemy fire, Takasugi. He turns his back to them and brushes off Reika's words, telling them that pretty soon he'll be the strongest. Ayano laughs wildly at his words as he walks away. Takasugi doesn't look back or doesn't respond, not that he got anything good to retort. After all that, he was finally able to reach level 5 and he was able to learn the common skill from his item box. As they exit through the dungeon entrance once more, they hear yelling. A blast of magic hits a young man. The young man is pushed back a few feet, falling on his back in front of a group. A fierce-looking party looks down at him. The woman that seems to be leading the group, seemingly the one who attacked the young man. Takasugi and the rest watch the fight between the two parties. Even though it was more one-sided than anything. Ayano comments on the nastiness of the situation while Reika notices that they were the A-class students. She turns on her heel and starts to leave in the other direction, stating that they should stay away from them given how arrogant they were being. Ayano follows close behind while Takasugi sticks around for a few more minutes. He continues to watch, thinking about how as someone who was always getting hassled by delinquents, a part of him found the scene of watching the other party get beat up satisfying. But the nobles of that world would never tolerate such rude attitude from commoners. Takasugi turns to leave. Later on, after school, Takasugi goes to a spot just past the river and not far from the academy and to a waterfall basin. Takasugi takes out a manju bun he bought from the store, which is a Japanese pastry, basically a dense bun with a sweet filling. He throws the manju bun right into the waterfall basin and it sinks right in the middle. After that, he goes on one knee and offers a prayer asking a deity to lend him their strength. It's quiet in the waterfall before it's lit up with light. Suddenly, a large being appears before him, balanced over the water. Takasugi is surprised at its sudden appearance. The being agrees to lend him its abilities. Takasugi is enveloped with the being's power as it gives him their blessing. According to the guidebook, the bishop class grants an additional 100 more health points and 80 more for strength, magic, and endurance each. Among the classes unlockable at level 5, bishop was the strongest. It had stat bonuses and high growth values. It's highly compatible with both frontline and rearline roles. To unlock it, the player must receive the blessings of the Japanese deities tied to water and protection, Ryujin and Seiwatsuhime. It was set to have the hardest difficulty for someone who's trying to be the strongest. Putting yourself immediately in hard mode sounds like not a good option. After successfully completing his class change, Takasugi then came to the research institute attached to the academy. Takasugi is suddenly on alert as a man nears the lab where he was waiting. A peculiar-looking man with mismatched eyes and tattoos all over suddenly realizes he's there. He stares at Takasugi for a while with interest. Pointing to him, the man says that he had perfect timing because he just finished a prototype for a new crest. He asks if Takasugi would like to be his test subject and if he still had enough space on his body for another tattoo. Takasugi immediately thinks of the term mad scientist, but he nods and goes with the man into the lab anyway. You're just as crazy for going with a man who just said that he had something new cooking up and wanting to test it on you immediately. Inside the lab, Takasugi is lying face down on a medical bed with his wrists tied and an oxygen mask on. On his back is a brand new tattoo that takes over most of his skin. He opens his eyes and, seeing the scientist, asks him if he could also add Fortitude 1, Swiftness 5, Exorcism 4, and Summoning 2 to the tattoo. The scientist is surprised at his request. Looking rather annoyed, he tells him that he was demanding too much just for lending some space on his back. But then he stops and thinks his request through and comes to the conclusion that the idea wasn't such a bad build. After that exchange, Takasugi lost consciousness. When he woke up later on, the chains on his wrists and the oxygen mask were gone. He gets up from the bed and walks over to a full-length mirror. He turns around to see the new set of tattoos that decorate his skin. He exclaims in amazement at the sight of the large markings, almost like a snowflake across his back. It appeared like the scientist had given him all the crests after all. He managed to get crests that someone normally couldn't obtain without meeting special conditions, all for free. Suddenly, he hears someone behind him. It was the scientist. Just like the guide said, the man really was the inventor of the Cure-N pattern. Suddenly, the scientist asks who exactly Takasugi was with. Takasugi suddenly starts to panic, realizing he should have read the guide more carefully since he was suddenly coming up blank right then and there. Gotta love that this idiot went to the mad scientist's lab without any clear direction on how to proceed. Pretending to be innocent, he lies and says that he just got separated during a tour and was just looking for the exit. The scientist suddenly grabs him by the shoulders and makes him promise him that he won't tell a soul about what happened. Takasugi nervously promises that he won't tell anyone, especially since the scientist gave him so many crests. The scientist yells that he didn't care who he showed the ones he asked for, but he shouldn't dare to show anyone that crest he asked to carve on Takasugi. Takasugi makes sure to promise again. Finally reassured, the scientist changes the topic and asks him where he based the crest build on. Takasugi starts to panic again, coming up with the excuse that it was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. The scientist raises an eyebrow, saying that he figured that most amateurs would want flashier magic. Meanwhile, Takasugi's seems plain at first glance. However, the combination of crests he chose was as if from the millions of possible combinations, they seemed to be selected with terrifying precision to handle any and all situations. With a mad look in his eyes, the scientist felt like it was a build devised by someone who knows even more crests than he did. Takasugi stays quiet. Suddenly, the scientist turns around, all tension gone, as he comes to the conclusion that the idea was impossible. He leaves the lab, muttering to himself that maybe he needed to start researching combinations from then on. Takasugi is left behind, speechless. Later on that night, Takasugi walks down the school corridors towards the dorms. It was completely dark then. He happily thinks how since he was now a bishop, he could use heal. He had the Fortitude crest to boost his strength, Swiftness for agility, Exorcism to remove debuffs, and finally Summoning to let him use summoning magic. He grins at the idea that he got all the crests needed in one go. As he passes by another corridor, he suddenly notices something and his face darkens in fear. He stared at the entrance to the dungeon. I wasn't aware the dungeon was right in the school's backyard, that's crazy. Slowly rising from the stairs was a terrifying human-like monster with horns and multiple eyes and mouths. Takasugi looks on, horrified. Takasugi watches in horror as the monster proceeds to walk into the dark. It starts to walk down the corridors like it was completely normal while Takasugi hides behind a tree. He fearfully peeks behind his hiding spot to make sure he was seeing right. His legs are shaking. He was sure of it. It was a shape-shifting monster that devours students at the academy and takes their place. However, Takasugi was sure it wasn't supposed to appear until much later into the story. Horrified, he considers the idea that the game becoming real caused an anomaly to happen, and now NPCs were moving around as they pleased. The monster was unstoppable. Even the protagonist, Kazuma, shouldn't have the power to defeat it at that point. Takasugi wasn't sure who it was going to replace, but someone at the school was definitely going to die. At his current level, all he could do was stand by and watch, and if by some chance its cover gets blown while it's disguised as a student, the thought alone terrified Takasugi. Later on, back in the dungeon, a bloody Takasugi shouts as he swings his blade wildly, slicing at the side of a slime. The slime, having taken enough damage, starts to burst with light before completely exploding into pieces. Takasugi gets a notification that he has leveled up. He celebrates as he finally reaches level 6. Currently, he was Bishop level 3, all his stats more than 21, his highest being magic power, which was at 31. He had holy magic equipped for his skills. He wipes at his brow with an exhale. Behind him, a voice informs him that the boss was dangerous and orders him to fall back. He turns to find Reika. With a frown, Takasugi tells her not to worry because he had taken the monster down plenty of times. Reika is obviously confused with his words, unable to believe him. Takasugi's face is blank, but he's internally offended at the idea that she still thought he was still weak. Understandable. He had spent the last 10 days grinding and hunting 1,150 slime bosses. Now that's a crazy grinding session, OMG. And finally, after all that grinding, a certain loot item finally dropped. It was an ancient ring that granted additional 300 points to health, 30 points to magic power, and 8 to damage reduction. According to the guidebook, of all the rings someone can find in the game early on, the ancient ring provides the biggest health boost. If the player is the type of person who absolutely hates getting a game over, it might be worth grinding to obtain the item. The description was a little vague on its value, but for Takasugi, it was a must-have item right then. In any case, he had finally managed to reach level 6. Time passes and their class is back in the dungeons. Takasugi is unamused to find that he's once again stuck with Ayano and Reika for his 3-person party. Ayano is immediately offended at his reaction, pointing her spear angrily at him. According to her, everyone was avoiding her and Reika because their levels were so far ahead already, so they did the favor of picking Takasugi up since he was left in the dust. She tops it all off to say that he should be thanking them. She adds that she heard that he was still grinding on the first floor and accused him of never improving. With a dark grin, Takasugi challenges her words. Deeper in the dungeons, a wolf-like monster appears before them. It lunges at Takasugi immediately. It goes for his shoulder and bites, but Takasugi buries his sword deep into its body. The wolf freezes as the sword goes completely through it. The monster explodes into nothingness, and Ayano is speechless. Takasugi staggers to get back up, slightly pained but still lightly smiling. Ayano asks Takasugi as he gets up if that was the same sword he used before and if he got it resharpened. Takasugi scoffs, accusing Ayano that she only thought he was able to catch up because of his weapon. A vein pops up on Ayano's forehead and her smile is stiff at the idea that Takasugi had apparently caught up to her. Reika, meanwhile, stares at Takasugi in amazement. She observed that he hadn't taken any damage, he's gotten much tougher, and his attack power was on par with Ayano. To top it all off, she asks how his magic was just as powerful as hers. Takasugi reasons that with his current durability, the monsters in their current area couldn't even put a dent on his health points. Internally, he starts to panic that Reika had noticed that something was off. However, he was sure that she probably won't press him on what class he chose. Ayano cuts in on the conversation, telling Reika not to lump her in with a scrub who had never broken a sweat in a proper dojo. She gets a dark look in her eyes as she says that their leveling has stalled, so she suggests that they try the 3rd floor. She sarcastically ponders if that floor was still too much for Takasugi. Internally, Takasugi thinks of how Ayano just wanted to prove she was still stronger than him against the monsters on the 3rd floor. Reika thinks about the idea and remembers that the monsters on the 3rd floor used magic. She's concerned if they might be rushing things. Realizing what she was trying to say, Takasugi asks them if they had never been to the 3rd floor. Ayano's smile is rather shaky as she states that it was also Takasugi's first time on the 3rd floor. She says that just going to a new floor significantly increases the risk of dying, and again she asks sarcastically if it was still too soon for Takasugi. Takasugi stays quiet to her taunts. They end up proceeding to the 3rd floor. Immediately, they're greeted by shaman-like monsters holding wooden staves. Their party gets into position for a fight. With a wild swing of its staff, one of the monsters blasts a powerful blow towards them. Just as Takasugi seems to hesitate, Ayano is focused. She masterfully dodges the magical attacks and leaps into the air above the monsters. The monsters are dumbfounded as Ayano swings her spear down. She cuts the monsters in half, killing them instantly, and they explode as she makes her landing. The victory is short-lived as Takasugi and Reika see one of the monster's attacks had shot through her shoulder. Takasugi softly exhales. Holding out a hand towards her shoulder, Ayano's wound starts to glow. Beneath his gear, the crest on Takasugi's back is activated as he uses magic. Slowly but surely, the shrapnel that impaled Ayano disappears and her wound completely closes. As Takasugi turns back around, he states that she was weak, and with a teasing grin, he tells her not to push herself. This is the kind of petty behavior that I approve of. Make sure they're okay enough to handle more pettiness to keep them humble. Ayano's face completely flushes red at his words. Their banter is cut short when someone calls for their attention. A rough-looking three-person party tells them that they were in C-class students' hunting ground. They order Takasugi's group, which was built on D-class students, to get out. The C-class crew were the type who've been dungeon diving since middle school. They were most likely 5 levels higher than Takasugi and the rest of the party. The other group continues to stare them down until Takasugi is forced to retreat. As they leave, Ayano angrily states that they were being blatantly harassed and acting like tyrants. Reika tells her to calm down since they were currently no match for them. And so, during their dungeon diving classes, harassment from C-class students became rampant. Within their class, resentment towards them was starting to boil over. In the midst of all that, a joint swordsmanship class for the entire grade was announced. A harsh-looking instructor calls for the next student and Takasugi stands up. A young man clicks his tongue. The man exclaims at the realization that his opponent was apparently some bottom feeder from D class. Kind of makes me wonder, when was the last time that anyone checked Takasugi's stats for him to still be known as a bottom feeder in his class? You'd think everyone knows that he's one of the highest ones now. The rest of the students sneer and laugh at him. Takasugi understood that his opponent planned on taking out all the frustration he gets from the upper classes on him. He figured they probably spent all their time bowing and scraping before the A and B classes. Takasugi was sure all the frustration was bubbling up by then. A jagged weapon catches the light. With a terrifying aura and a dark grin, the student says that although their blades were blunted for training, he was still going to make it work. Takasugi readies his own weapon as the other students jeer at him. Takasugi's opponent looked disappointed, but he thought that it was the perfect chance to see what the C-class was made of. With a terrifying aura of his own, Takasugi is fired up to test his own strength. Takasugi and his opponent stare each other down, ready to fight as they take in their battle stances. With a shout, their instructor orders them to begin. Almost instantly, his opponent lunges, and with a terrifying yell, he swings his blade down at Takasugi. Takasugi stumbles away just in time. His opponent is caught off guard that he missed, and in that short moment, Takasugi holds out a hand and casts Bolt. "Brother, I could be wrong, but I don't think you're supposed to use magic in a dojo." His opponent is sent back flying as he's struck by lightning. The student takes the damage at full force, but he's able to stay standing up. He yells angrily at Takasugi for using magic in a sword fighting class. My thoughts exactly. A group of strong men sneered at him, one of them saying that he didn't care how they fought as long as they continued. Both Takasugi and his opponent turn to the man in shock, his opponent suddenly nervous. "Takasugi, this is your fault. Why are you so surprised?" His instructor remains quiet. Giving orders like that and completely ignoring the teacher, Takasugi was sure the group of strong men were definitely from the A class. He guessed that it was their idea of a ranking ritual. Recovering from his shock, Takasugi's opponent casts Flame Burst. He summons fire from his hand and throws it right at Takasugi. The flames envelop him. It burns for a while, but when it eventually clears, Takasugi remains standing, although sustaining some injuries. His opponent is pissed. He lunges and makes a swing at Takasugi, who's able to counter it with his own sword. Swinging his blade wildly, his opponent delivers multiple attacks at Takasugi. Takasugi is able to block most of them, although struggling. His opponent slices at him one more time. It sends Takasugi sliding back, but he's still able to maintain standing up. The man from the A class loudly comments that he found it pathetic that someone was losing to someone who was only from D class, to be fair. C class bro didn't know he was going against a complete leveling up maniac with a cheat sheet. Takasugi's opponent takes the words to heart, anger rising even more. He starts muttering an ancient language to himself. When he raises his blade, it's engulfed by magic. He grins madly as his blade roars with flames. Takasugi stares in shock at his opponent's use of a blaze skill that could imbue his sword with magic. His opponent smirks and in a flash disappears from in front of Takasugi. Before Takasugi could react, the other student was right in front of him. The C-class student delivers a powerful swing. It hits Takasugi point blank and sends him flying. He crashes into the dojo walls by the other spectators. When the dust clears, Takasugi finds himself wounded enough to bleed from his mouth and somewhere on his head. The other students are terrified at the sight of him. Takasugi exhales slowly before holding a hand up to himself and casting heal. Lights takes over his face and slowly closes his wounds. His opponent is lunging for him again. He appears right beside Takasugi. Takasugi has a split second to react and raises his sword just in time to block. The opponent's blade still sends him flying, but Takasugi protects himself. As he gets enough distance from the C-class student, he holds out a hand and casts a spell. His opponent is once again hit by lightning, seemingly stronger voltage this time. The C-class student is fried stiff, standing up from the aftermath of the shock and rendering him paralyzed. Takasugi stays vigilant, waiting for his opponent to make another move. "You paralyzed him, bro. I think you can relax for a few seconds." The A-class student from before officially declares the match over. Takasugi's opponent, finally able to move again, tries to reason that the fight isn't over yet. But the same A-class student stands his ground and tells him that he lost the moment he failed to counter Takasugi's magic. Takasugi lightly smiles at his victory, despite the glare of his opponent. Meanwhile, the A-class student calls for the next fight, pointing at Furuta and ordering anyone to take care of him. One of the A-class students rises, much to Furuta's fear. Long story short, Furuta got beaten into a pulp, much worse than Takasugi or his opponent. As the day ends, Takasugi makes his way back to his classroom. After that brutal class, he found the atmosphere as gloomy as a funeral. Apparently D-class getting utterly crushed like that was an annual tradition, and it seemed like the teachers just turned a blind eye to the discrimination clearly made against them. A voice calls out to Takasugi. Behind him was Reika, and beside her was a girl with a looping hairstyle. She greets Takasugi excitedly, saying they haven't met in a while. Takasugi stares quietly at the girl until Reika rhetorically asks that surely he remembered the girl being Amatsuka Yuko. Yuko grins at him, but Takasugi awkwardly smiles, saying that it was his first time hearing her name. Yuko is in shock that he couldn't remember her given that they went to middle school together. Takasugi tries to rack his brain for any memories. He internally wishes that the game would stop adding hidden backstories since it was making his heart race. Yuko reasons that she was out sick until recently, asking bashfully if he really did forget about her. Takasugi nervously tries to answer, but Yuko cuts him off, rather pissed, realizing that he really did forget about her. Takasugi plainly states that he didn't need a lecture on common sense from someone with pink hair. Pretty sure Reika has blue hair though, so isn't it normal to have abnormal colored hair? Reika explains that since Yuko had a low level because she was absent, Reika was helping her out. However, she wanted Takasugi to help Yuko out too, as repayment for his debt to Reika. I'm assuming she's referring to helping him train? If you're feeling confused, so am I. Internally, Takasugi thinks of how Reika's meddlesome personality was acting up again. He thinks of Yuko as another stray Reika had picked up. Amatsuka Yuko was a fairly popular heroine. She was a magic specialist who focuses on healing. Though optimistic and easygoing, she also has a gentle side and is always full of energy. At the start of the original story, she's been absent from school for about a month due to poor health. That's wild considering she's a healer. Back in the classroom, a discussion about the discrimination against D-class was about to begin, so Takasugi slipped out alone and headed for the dungeon. All he wanted to do right then was raise his level, so he headed straight for the 7th floor of the dungeon. When he arrived at the 7th floor, it looked to be like a wasteland, with fallen rubble and broken swords struck to the ground. Down there, in addition to monsters called ghosts that can only be defeated with magic, zombies and skeletons also appeared. The enemies use powerful magic, so normally it was a floor that everyone just skipped. But the truth was that if someone had the bishop class, the enemies could be taken out with a single high heal. Takasugi raises a hand and delivers a powerful burst of light at the monsters coming for him. They sizzle out in an instant, leaving nothing behind. Takasugi lets out a sigh of relief. Ever since he had information about that efficient grinding spot, he couldn't help but think to let the others have their stupid turf wars. Night falls as he continues to train. The next day in school, one of Takasugi's male classmates points a finger at him and says that he was going to be the one who drags all of them down the most. Apparently, during their meeting on their loss to C-class, Takasugi's long-haired male classmate, amazing that he doesn't know his name, wanted to pin all the blame on Takasugi. Takasugi frowns at the words, asking what he meant by dragging the class down. He asks if they planned on starting a war with the upper classes. Takasugi knew that according to the guidebook, if they just let the story play out, a conflict was bound to happen eventually, but the A-class leader was a real pain. He was an opponent with mystic eyes. Takasugi wasn't even sure he could win against the A-class leader at level 20. So instead of wasting resources on pointless conflicts, Takasugi really just wanted to focus on leveling up. The long-haired classmate yells at his face that they were trying not to be looked down on by the upper classes, and Takasugi was the one holding them back. Completely calmly, almost terrifyingly so, Takasugi replies that his classmate should just focus on raising his own level because he was in no position to be worrying about anything else. much to his classmates' anger. Finally, someone cuts in. Kazuma says that fighting amongst themselves wasn't going to solve anything. However, Yuji Kazuma's friend argues that if they don't fight against them at least once, then the harassment from C-class would never stop. Kazuma is quiet and so is the rest of the class. The gap between Takasugi's D-class and C-class, who've been diving into dungeons for 2 years, wouldn't be easy to close. Takasugi figured that he could probably close it, but he couldn't let anyone know about the strategy guide. Ayano suddenly adds on to the conversation, saying that they've already seen that just talking about it got them nowhere, so she preferred everyone just try to keep a low profile for the moment. With glittering eyes, she says that she wanted to aim for the top, and so she had no intention of losing to that kind of harassment. Takasugi figured that Ayano was just trying to tell them to just shut up and level up, and he agreed that was probably the best solution. While the rest of his class was arguing about starting a fight, Takasugi ignored them and went to level up on the 7th floor. And in just 1 month, Takasugi had already reached level 20. Back in the dungeons, Takasugi, Yuko, and Reika stand in their battle gear. This time, Takasugi wields a large greatsword. He yells as he rushes in with the greatsword before slashing it down on an enemy with amazing strength, cutting it into 2. Meanwhile, Yuko turns to Reika and apologizes that they had to enter the dungeons for her sake. Reika reassures her that she didn't have to worry about it since Takasugi seemed to be having fun anyway. She tells Yuko that they could just take it easy, watching Takasugi swing at another monster. After grinding on the 7th floor the other day, Takasugi's once low stats have risen to about average, and he was even able to change his job into Gladiator. Gladiators had an increase in health points by 200, strength by 150 points, and agility by 50. Gladiator's health points and strength increased easily, and while it was primarily an attacker class, it also got a decent boost to agility. True to the history of real-life gladiators, who fought unarmored and couldn't rely on miracles, the class had 0 growth in endurance and magic stats. The lack of magical stat development was a double-edged sword. While magic points barely increased, physical attack power was easier to raise, making it a strong class for physical offense. Takasugi wouldn't level up much on the floor they were at, so there wasn't much he could do except play around. Wow, way to flex, Mr. Hotshot. Even with a rental weapon, he was able to slice through enemies with ease. Suddenly behind him, Reika says that he wasn't doing too bad, seeing that he could handle a greatsword with the way he was using it. She noticed that he'd gotten much better at fighting, the speed of his growth never ceasing to amaze her. Takasugi frowns at her, asking why she always had to make everything sound so condescending. Adding that a lot could change in a few days, I could be wrong, but I didn't think that was condescending. Odd. Yuko asks if Reika meant that she thought that he was better than average, which Yuko found unexpected. Reika argues that she thought he was just so awful at the start that the fact he could fight normally was a huge deal. Takasugi is quiet for a second. Finally, Takasugi argues for Reika not to make it sound like he had no talent in the first place. He reasons that he just struggled because his starting stats were low. Finally, Reika tells him that people said his starting stats were his talent. But right then, Reika was only trying to compliment him. Takasugi guesses that although it could indeed be called a talent, it was still a hard pill for him to swallow. Yuko had hit level 5 in just half a day, and for a first-timer, that was an almost impossibly good result. Takasugi turns to Reika and lets her know that since it was getting harder to level up where they were, it was best to head for the 4th floor. Reika agrees with him, but she hopes that they don't run into any trouble. Takasugi says that if C-Class tried to get in their way, they could just beat them. Besides, Takasugi adds that he believes that Kazuma had already taken care of them. Reika frowns at his words, asking where he got all his confidence from. Yuko also looks confused, asking if Takasugi had always acted that way. Takasugi stays quiet, unsure how to respond. Takasugi, Reika, and Yuko arrive at the 4th floor. Just then, they notice a group of people gathered in front of them. Watching them, it seemed that D-Class and C-Class were already getting into a fight. One of the D-Class students held a C-Class student by their lapels, screaming and glaring at one another. With a leap, Takasugi jumps over onto a ledge. He tells Reika and Yuko that the view was better from there. Reika and Yuko look up at him, confused how he was even able to get there in the first place. Meanwhile, one of the C-Class students sneers at the D-Class group, ordering them to leave because the area was supposedly far too advanced for them. Suddenly, another male from D-Class comes in front of the group, determinedly saying that they were getting through there, even if they had to use force. Takasugi's eyes widen to see that it was Kazuma. The group of C-Class students grin darkly, and the leader raises a finger at the D-Class group, taking them up on their challenge. Kazuma and the rest of his group don't back down. Watching the fight, Takasugi realizes that the leader of the C-Class group was someone named Kiriyama. According to the strategy guide, his level at the time was level 12. That meant that compared to Kazuma, there was a level difference of about 4. Compared to Kazuma's group and their weak equipment, the enemy C-class students were decked in expensive gear. Still, Takasugi reasoned that since Kazuma was the protagonist of the story, then somehow he'd be able to make up for the difference. How does plot armor work in this world, I wonder? Does it just leave Kazuma alive enough not to die? Takasugi braces himself for the incoming fight, wondering who was going to win. With Kazuma leading the group, the rest of D-class rush in. They close in on the C-class students. Kazuma reaches the enemies first and he pulls back his sword arm, ready to strike. Once within distance, he jabs his weapon right at one of the students' faces. Hitting them straight to the face is crazy work, Kazuma. When the dust clears, it was clear that Kazuma's attack had hit, but Kiriyama just grins at him, mocking Kazuma. Although he was hit, there was no damage on his face. Kazuma's frown deepens. Takasugi, Reika, and Yuko look on in shock. Takasugi starts to worry. With the current rarity of Kazuma's weapon, he wouldn't be able to break through Kiriyama's defenses. Suddenly, Kiriyama turns to the other D-class students and orders them that if anyone helped Kazuma, they would get beat up too, so they should just stand there quietly and watch the fight. Takasugi realizes that he was right. Kiriyama would definitely get annoyed if a heal spell came in from the sidelines, but if he manages to intimidate the D-class students like he was already doing, Kazuma had no chance of winning. Summoning power in his right hand, Takasugi lifts his arm and shoots magic towards the group's direction. Kazuma's body starts to glow from Takasugi's magic. His stats momentarily rose by hundreds. Kazuma is surprised at the sudden boost in strength and speed, but Kiriyama doesn't fail to notice his buffs either. He looks around in a frenzy, asking who cast magic on Kazuma. Reika and Yuko turn to Takasugi questioningly, but Takasugi makes a point to ignore their stares and looks away, trying to act casual. Kazuma calls out to no one in particular since he didn't know where the spell came from, but he thanks them all the same. He readies his weapon again. Beside him, Yuji and another D-class student pull back their weapons before delivering fierce flames and slashes of air at Kiriyama. Kiriyama uses his arms to shield himself, but he takes the attack. When the elements clears away, Kazuma leaps up high, sword ready to slash at Kiriyama. But Kazuma is struck surprised when Kiriyama smirks at him, his and the others' attacks having no effect. With a terrifying roar, Kiriyama summons a large ball of flame in his free hand and sends it towards the D-class group. Some of the students are caught in the blast and go flying, but the more unlucky ones scream in pain and terror as the flames stick to their bodies. One of them lies on the floor, burnt and unconscious. Takasugi's group watches, completely speechless. Kazuma and Yuji are burnt, but they struggle to their feet. Kiriyama waits for their next move and Kazuma rushes in once more. He dashes for Kiriyama, but before he can get too close, he steps to the side and makes a run for his blind spot. Kiriyama realizes what he was doing and turns around just as Kazuma slides to a stop behind him. Kazuma rushes in for him again, but Kiriyama mocks him for being a fool. He summons another flare burst as Kazuma dashes towards him, but at the last second, Yuji appears in between them, ready. Oh hell yeah, we're winning using the power of friendship with this one. Kiriyama is caught by surprise as Yuji summons a magic circle that shields them from the fire. Kazuma runs around the magic circle towards Kazuma. With a fierce slash, he cuts a wound clean over Kiriyama's chest. Kiriyama takes the full damage. Takasugi is in awe over the fight. Kiriyama goes flying, a large gash on his chest. As Kazuma makes a clean landing, Kiriyama falls to the ground. Kazuma's party yells in triumph as they win, Takasugi and his group watching in amazement at the conclusion of the fight. Kazuma breathes out a sigh of relief. Kiriyama's party members curse as they sit him up. Together, they carry him away from the D-class group. Takasugi smiles and calls out to Reika and Yuko, urging them to head deeper into the floor. Reika's eyes are bright, still impressed that a D-class group was able to defeat a C-class party. Just as Takasugi's party passes by their wounded classmates, one of them calls out to them. It was the classmate that said Takasugi was the one bringing them all down. Held up by another classmate, he yells at Takasugi, demanding to know why he thought he could just walk through the 4th floor after doing nothing. If only bro knew Takasugi was a huge part why they won. Reika stays quiet, but Takasugi stares his classmate down, saying that he talked as if he actually did something. Oh damn, get his ass. Takasugi frowns, internally admitting that in reality, if they guy had been more mobile, the fight would have been much easier. His classmate yells again, telling Takasugi not to screw with him since they were the ones who put their bodies on the line. Takasugi coldly states that his classmate was the one that said they needed to raise the whole class's level, so it would be a problem if he didn't level up. He asks sarcastically if the boy had had a change of heart. The boy yells at him, but Takasugi glares at him. He jabs a thumb at Kiriyama's group, saying that if he wanted to pull the same stunt as the C-class did, then he was free to take Takasugi on. I genuinely want to see Takasugi humble a classmate. I bet it would be so fun. His classmate tries to lunge for him, calling him a bastard, but Furuta holds him back and tells him to stop. With a dark look on his face, he tells his classmate that Takasugi had gotten a lot stronger. Reika looks at Takasugi, but he stays quiet. Takasugi's group goes deeper into the 4th floor. Yuko looks around in wonder, asking the other two if it was really okay for the 3 of them to be there. Without turning around, Takasugi says that it was fine because he was there. Yuko pointedly ignores him and turns to Reika, asking that surely it was impossible for them. Takasugi frowns that he was brushed off. Reika reassures her that if Takasugi says it was fine, then it must be fine. We thank Reika for the short vote of confidence for that one. She adds that she was there too, so Yuko didn't have to worry. Yuko is finally put to ease with her words. Takasugi turns around, saying that Yuko wouldn't believe his words, but she would believe whatever the poker-faced girl says. Bro, chill. To be fair, she's known to be the strongest in class at the moment. Reika's face immediately darkens, almost like a demon, as she repeats what Takasugi called her. Yuko suddenly cuts in, saying that Takasugi's reputation wasn't exactly great since everyone said that he was so useless he couldn't even defeat a slime. Takasugi retorts that he had never failed to beat a slime. Reika counters that she seemed to recall protecting him when he was attacked by a slime. Takasugi grits his teeth, thinking how it was a slime boss, and it was back when he was still at level 1. Yuko points to him, accusing him of being a failure. Takasugi defends himself that it was only in the past. Eventually, their group seems to arrive at an area with a lot of people. Banners were hung from the walls, stalls set up shop. Takasugi and the rest looked around in awe. There was an inn, a rest stop, and a shop. It was like they'd wandered into a town. Yuko is amazed to see that they even had vending machines. Sometimes I forget that they're set in the modern day. I was wondering why a fantasy world suddenly had vending machines. Their current floor was popular with explorers since it was easy to level up, so safe zones had been developed to look like towns. But Takasugi's group passed by all of that and headed straight for the main area of the 4th floor. Their party is surrounded by monsters, and Reika stretches an arm out, casting an ice spell. The monsters stand paralyzed at the sudden attack. The spell hits them point blank, a huge wall of ice blasting around the hallway. The monsters scream. When most of the blast clears up, the monsters are frozen in place. Takasugi charges in through the fog left by the ice spell. He yells that his vision was blocked, so it was tough to fight with. Reika tells him to deal with it. Takasugi pulls back his sword. In a succession of fierce slashes, Takasugi cuts down all the monsters. The monsters are sliced in half. Takasugi makes a clean landing. He turns around to check if the monsters were defeated, in time to see their bodies fall. Instantaneously, Reika and Yuko level up from the battle. I can't believe neither of them notice that Takasugi is doing the killing, and yet he doesn't level up. Takasugi turns to them and suggests that they should probably head back to the inn soon. Reika says that since they were earning so much experience, she wanted to go a little longer. Takasugi asks what level she was currently at. Reika tells him that she just hit level 9 and she absolutely wanted to get to level 10 during their current session. Takasugi tells her that since it was still the first day, there was no need to rush. Reika frowns, asking him what level he was and why he wasn't saying anything. Pissed, Reika says that Takasugi made her tell him everything while he kept his own secrets. It was always like that. She says that it wasn't like she was interested anyway. Reika says that she hasn't seen him in the dungeon after class lately, and she bets that he's been hiding in the mountains, swinging his sword around. Takasugi knows for himself that it's obvious because he's been grinding on the 7th floor. He awkwardly turns away, saying that it was a secret. Internally, he thinks that if they tried to copy him and died, it would be a problem. Yuko cuts into their fight and says that it's only her first day, but she was already level 6, but she admits that it's also definitely getting harder to level up. Time passes as they explore the 4th floor more, and Takasugi notices something. It was a flight of stairs leading downwards. It was the entrance to the 5th floor. He asks if they should check it out. The stairs are deep, surrounded by large trees reaching the high ceilings and roots spreading downwards. They descend the long flight of stairs and find themselves surrounded by the large tree roots. As they start to head deeper in, Takasugi turns around at the sound of movement. The 3 of them stop as they all come face to face with whatever was coming towards them. Standing over them was a large lizard-like monster bigger than the tree roots, spikes on its back and multiple eyes. That is a very big monster. Takasugi's party stares up at it, horrified. Suddenly a chill runs down Reika's spine and she turns around. Behind them was another monster, lion-like beast with large fangs and almost just as big as the lizard monster. The lizard opens its mouth in a snarl and all 3 of Takasugi, Reika, and Yuko scream in unison. The lizard monster lunges, diving its mouth right at them. When the dust cleared and the lizard rears its head back, Takasugi and the rest were safe, the monster missing them by a few feet away. Takasugi holds his sword at the ready for the lizard's attack, but the lion behind them rushes in with a powerful roar. Takasugi orders the 2 girls to get down. Reika and Yuko do as they're told just in time. They duck as the lion opens its sharp-toothed mouth. Once it's near enough, Takasugi delivers a powerful slash. It sends that lion crashing past them, its mouth bloodied and its largest fangs cut in half. Reika and Yuko stare at him in shock. But not before long, Reika exclaims. The lizard monster lets out a breath of flames right at them. Takasugi shields both of them with his body, taking the brunt of the damage. Reika screams. When the flames stop, Takasugi remains standing before them. He turns around to face the lizard, his sword at the ready to protect Reika and Yuko. Internally, Takasugi strategizes. The lizard's magic attacks were nasty. He only managed thanks to his magic resistance. If he were alone, he could probably brute force his way through. But if it targets his other party members behind him, their lives would be in danger. Deciding on his next move, Takasugi suddenly makes a sharp turn, leading the lizard away from Reika and Yuko. The lizard follows him with its eyes, looking away from the other two. It hisses and delivers another burst of flames at Takasugi that completely cover him. However, Takasugi suddenly leaps out from the flames. He jumps high over the lizard, catching it off guard. He puts his whole weight into a stab and drops over the lizard's head, his blade pushing deep. He leaps away from the monster as the monster crashes to the ground, the wound on its head gushing with blood as it bleeds out. Reika and Yuko stare in shock and awe at Takasugi's victory. How the hell is he explaining that to them? Takasugi is completely burnt. He internally decides that the 5th floor was way too hard to handle for them at that moment. In the end, they returned to the 4th floor and leveled up for another 2 hours or so. You'd think with everything they saw and experienced they would have called it quits for the day, especially Takasugi. They decide to stay the night at the inn. Arriving at the lobby, the man at the counter informed them that they had a room available, however they only had one left. Oh, the classic one-room trope. Can't go wrong with that. Takasugi turns to his other companions who were looking at him with frowns. The 3 of them stay quiet for a moment as they wait for someone to speak up first. Finally, Takasugi tells him that he would just take a tent outside. Personally, I feel like after all the things he went through, he deserves to rest on a proper bed. Immediately, Reika and Yuko brighten and say that they'll take him up on his offer. Takasugi stays quiet, unamused by their excitement. Outside the inn, multiple tents are pitched up. In one of them, Takasugi sits cross-legged as he reads through the guidebook. His main problem right now was that even at level 20, his agility was so low that enemies could just run circles around him. He smiles. He's got more than enough attack power and endurance. He supposed he would have to level up more as a gladiator or go to town and get some items. He spreads out on his sleeping bag and thinks about how in the guidebook, Master Tony's guide seemed to insist that agility wasn't necessary. Takasugi turns to his side with a yawn. He couldn't figure out Master Tony's intentions at all. It was rather puzzling. Eventually, Takasugi falls asleep. The next day, Yuko stares curiously from behind Reika as she squints at Takasugi. She comments that he had a stain in the same spot as the day before. Takasugi stays quiet as she asks why he didn't do any laundry. Finally, Takasugi frowns, annoyed. He says that unfortunately, unlike nobles like her, his tent didn't even come with drinking water. Damn, drinking water is the bare minimum of what they could have offered to him for amenities. Reika humps before telling him to do his best again today. She tells him that she was counting on him. Considering he almost died protecting 2 of you, I think he should be expecting more. As Reika turns around, Takasugi comments that for someone who was desperate for experience, she sure liked picking up and helping a lot of weirdos. Internally, Yuko wonders if he also meant her when he said weirdos. I'm pretty sure he considers you under that category, sis. Takasugi asks if she really was serious about wanting to level up. He adds if she didn't need to do her noble duties. A dark look comes over Reika's eyes, saying that he was asking a difficult question. Whoops, you might have hit a nerve there. Reika says that her older brother was exceptionally talented, so they didn't really expect much from her. While they wanted him to inherit the family estate, she was nothing more than a pawn in a political marriage. Oh damn, now that's gotta suck. The only thing they expected of her was to graduate with good grades. If she doesn't inherit the estate, she would be cut off from those noble duties. Yuko comments how rough her situation was, while Takasugi stays quiet as Reika continues. For her brother's sake, her father had bought something from a wealthy American tycoon, the unlock conditions for a certain class. Reika tells them that fulfilling those conditions and changing her class was her current goal. The Hanagasaki family had acquired the information for the Arc Wizard class. If Takasugi remembered correctly, a person had to max out the Mage class, get the Thief class up to level 5, then change to Enchanter. And finally, they had to defeat a Dragonkin on their own to unlock it, bro. That's a whole-ass main quest on its own, and it's just the conditions in getting a character class OMG. Takasugi had learned in class that the highest floor reached in Japan was the 28th. Lesser dragons started appearing from the 20th floor onward. It was an extremely dangerous task for anyone but the ace-level members of top guilds. It seemed that reaching such high floors was necessary to maintain a noble's reputation. Their party goes back to dungeons. A kobold rushes in, sharp nails ready to attack. Takasugi steps away just in time, slashing at the kobold's torso and cutting it clean in half. Reika and Yuko blink in amazement. Takasugi sheathes his sword back to its place on his back. Reika frowns at him while Yuko stares in awe. Reika speaks up, saying that she's heard that swordsmen lack defense and warriors lack offense and that each class had its struggles. But Takasugi didn't seem to fit either of those. With a dark look in her eyes, she says that he didn't even have a shield, so what kind of cheat was he using? Oh boy, how are you getting out of this one? Yuko turns to Reika, agreeing with her observations and saying that she's been thinking something was weird for a while now. Weren't the both of you saying that he was weak, though? She noticed that Takasugi, the class failure, was perfectly fine in a place none of their other classmates could even reach. That just meant the rest of y'all are weak. Yuko adds that he was defeating almost everything by himself, so it was especially weird. Takasugi nervously says that kobolds were a struggle, really? That's the best you could do for an excuse? Yuko argues that that wasn't what she meant. He was able to defeat them in a single blow and he didn't even need to heal when he took damage. Spiraling the more she thought about it, Yuko couldn't understand how he could be good at both. Takasugi turns away from them, saying that he's already said that he was the man who was going to be the strongest. Reika watches him quietly go, but Yuko stares at him in awe. Takasugi had no way to bluff out of the conversation, so that was what he said. At that point, it was just the result of his level being so high that his stats were in a completely different league. Even if he wanted to hold back, he couldn't hold back any more than he already was. In the end, that day, Yuko reached level 7. Takasugi's gladiator class reached level 3, and even Reika was in a great mood after leveling up as well. But then, the next morning, Takasugi was confronted with an unbelievable sight. Someone comes towards him, greeting him good morning after he seemed to have slept well. Takasugi exclaims. He yells at Reika, asking what in the world she was wearing. In front of him, Reika was clad in nothing but a cloak and skimpy clothing. Can you tell I am trying to be as nice as possible? Reika is confused, placing a hand on her hip and asking what Takasugi was talking about. Takasugi takes a step back, his voice wavering as he throws the question back at her. His eyes wander, seeing how her barely concealing clothes accentuated her chest and backside. I am doing my best to be as respectful as possible, please bear with me. Reika's face goes completely red as she realizes what Takasugi was doing. She quickly tries to cover herself as much as she can. She yells at him, asking where he was looking and calling him a pervert. Takasugi looks away, trying to come up with a reasonable excuse. But all he could think about was how he had stared without thinking. Yuko suddenly appears, telling Reika that even she thought her clothes were a little too bold. Reika tries to defend herself, saying that she didn't think at all. She tells them that she was planning on trying out the thief class that day and her outfit was based on the leader of the Rangers. The Rangers were one of the mid-tier guilds, but for Takasugi, no matter who she was copying, awful was still awful, sis. I can barely tell you were copying the leader. She looks more covered than you do. Still looking away, Takasugi comments that Reika was really the type to get caught up in appearances. Reika immediately yells at him, asking what he meant by saying that. She indignantly says that if Takasugi wanted to get home quickly, then they should get on with it and start leveling, just like he wanted. Eventually, they find themselves walking down the streets of the town. Reika takes up front, Yuko in the middle, and Takasugi walks at the very back. Bro, you're not even being subtle in the slightest. Yuko looks around to find adventurers staring at Reika as they walk by. Takasugi remembers that in the guidebook, Reika was wearing a paid download-only content pack. We call that DLC, and while they can get rather expensive, if you love a character very much, you cough up the money anyway. Apparently, it was a product called Beachside Hanagasaki Reika. It was shocking that it cost 4,000 yen, but from an outsider's perspective, Reika just looked like she'd lost her mind. Normally, I would disagree, but not this time. Reika suddenly turns around to face them, asking why they were making her walk in front by herself. She tells Takasugi that even if she was the vanguard, he should be the one tanking. Takasugi mutters a soft no, while Yuko awkwardly adds that she was just pretending she didn't know Reika. I give her points for her honesty. Reika gets pissed at their words. Back in the dungeons, Takasugi watches as Reika rushes into the fight, battling another kobold. As she raises her staff, her cloak is blown back by her magic. Takasugi and Yuko freeze. She slashes her staff as she delivers a hail of snow at the enemy. The kobold is sliced by the blizzard. Reika celebrates her victory, her cloak settling back in place and her every movement accentuating her body. At this point, it's a challenge how long I can be polite. She suddenly turns around, noticing that Takasugi and Yuko were watching her from a distance. She asks them what was wrong, and with a shaky voice, Takasugi admits that her body was distracting him so much that he couldn't even concentrate. Beside him, Yuko smiles awkwardly, staying quiet. Embarrassed, Reika calls Takasugi a pervert. ordering him to just focus on the battle. With a dark expression on his face, Takasugi tells Reika to not be ridiculous, asking her how he wasn't supposed to be distracted when she looked like that. Reika screams at him again, saying that she was so disappointed in him, after making her trust him by acting so cool the other day. She couldn't believe that he was hiding such ulterior motives. Reika calls him despicable, making her think that he was different from the other boys and then he was pulling something like that. In his defense, all he said was that she was being distracting. She tries to cover herself up again, saying that he was quite good at hiding his wicked thoughts. One last time she calls him a pervert. Yuko laughs at Takasugi, saying that she was rather relieved that he was just a normal boy after all. Takasugi stays quiet. Going back to their dungeon exploring, the three of them slay another kobold together, Takasugi dealing the final blow. Takasugi turns around and calls out to Reika, telling her to let him know when her thief class hits level 5, then they would head back. Reika freezes. "Oh bro, you're so screwed." She tells him to wait a minute and to repeat what he just said. Takasugi pauses, his words slowly sinking in. Reika asks him to clarify how he knew it was class level 5. Takasugi smiles nervously. Reika slowly says that he knew far too much. Takasugi swears at him. The information about the Arc Wizard class was the kind of thing traded under magical non-disclosure agreements. "Oh, so you're very dead." Takasugi loses his cool and starts to panic, trying to come up with a good excuse. He tells her that he thought level 5 was an easy level to reach and it seemed like a nice round number. Gotta give him props, if he wasn't panicking so much it could have made a sound excuse. Reika stays quiet, the expression on her face cold. She says that she understands, adding that he seemed to know a lot. She observes that it was unnatural for him to be that nervous. Takasugi keep quiet. Yuko suddenly cuts in asking what happened and if Takasugi said something mean to her again. "Sis, you gotta learn to read the room." Reika is knocked out of her thoughts and tells Yuko that that was exactly what happened. Suddenly, Reika passes by Takasugi, a dark smirk on her lips as she tells him not to worry because she wasn't going to tell anyone. Takasugi's eyes widened, unable to come up with a possible response. Another day starts and Takasugi stretches as he heads out of his home. It's been a while since he's seen the sun. After what Reika had said while they were in the dungeons, he still felt a bit on edge. But he brushes away his thoughts for the moment, deciding to pull himself together and head into town. He first ends up in a ramen shop and eats a meal, then walks around town eating a popsicle. Suddenly he stops and looks up. The large sign above him welcomes him to the City of Dungeons, a street full of shops for dungeon adventurers. He enters and he turns to his side when he suddenly sees a building called Guild Noir. A rather mean-looking woman glares at him, clicking her tongue. Realizing he was staring, Takasugi quickly looks away and walks faster past the building. Guild Noir was the guild office of the famous Ijuin Kyuko. He tried to gather items around the city, but for some reason they weren't appearing in the locations listed in his guide. Takasugi wonders if the scenario had been rewritten because he interfered with Kazuma's confrontation event. With a dark look on his face, he even wonders if it was a side effect of that one enemy NPC starting to move around on its own. He brushes the thought away for the moment as he goes around checking the stalls. He kneels down to look at some of the wares. At the black market, an adventurer could buy a dagger, likely a keepsake from someone deceased, and a safe-like box. The dagger is actually the key to the box. It would be impossible to find it without the guide. They would then take out the necklace, then sell the box and the dagger. It was the Amulet of Power, something that granted an additional 20 points in an adventurer's strength. It was a rare item worth enough to live off of for the rest of a person's life if they sold it. In an appraiser's shop, the man at the counter checks the authenticity of the amulet Takasugi handed over. He asks whether he could have it traded for an amulet of agility. The appraiser looks up at him confused as he tells Takasugi that the Amulet of Power was worth way more. Takasugi offers him to throw in a scapegoat ring. The appraiser, still rather confused, informs him that the ring only prevents stun damage, but it was only effective for a one-time use. Finally giving in, the appraiser lets him know that if he really was sure with that trade, then he would even throw in a mana potion for him. That's rather considerate, actually. Takasugi smiles, thankful. And with that, a 50-coin dagger and a 200-coin safe box turned into items worth about 20,000 coins. Damn, now that's a steal. Next up was Takasugi's treasure hunt. He walks past the buildings and ends up in a Japanese garden with a torii gate. It was behind the Guild Noir building which Takasugi had scouted out earlier. On the garden grounds, which once belonged to another guild, there was a small shrine where the phantom katana could be found. The roof of the shrine should open up and the katana was supposed to be inside. As Takasugi neared the shrine, a voice suddenly spoke behind him. Reika stood behind him, asking to have a moment of his time. Takasugi's head whips around to face her, and Reika doesn't flinch as he exclaims, telling her not to sneak up on him like that. Panicked, he asks what she was doing there. Suddenly suspicious, Reika raises an eyebrow at him, Noticing that he was rather flustered, she suggests that he looked like he was about to do something he shouldn't. She warns him that trespassers on the guild's property don't leave alive. Takasugi shoves his hands into his hoodie pockets and defensively says that it was just a misunderstanding and he wasn't planning on going in. Despite Reika staring him down, Takasugi was more concerned that he had to hurry up before the members of Guild Noir got back from their expedition. Reika suddenly looks shy as she stumbles over her words and asks for a favor from him. She asks if they could go to a cafe, but Takasugi says that if she had something to ask, then she could just say it right then and there. Bro, can't you tell that she's embarrassed to ask the favor right there in the open? Reika thinks about her words. She asks if there was a shortcut to unlocking the Arc Wizard class that Takasugi knew about, and she wanted him to tell her how. Takasugi pauses as he thinks about her request. The truth was, the fastest way to get that class was to change to the Witch class and max out its level. It would end up with the adventurer having mana points of 200, magic with 80 points, and spirit with 50 points. However, the requirements to unlock the Witch class weren't something one just stumbles upon by accident. Snakes were considered servants of demons, so the class was unlocked by achieving a sexual union with the snake statue at the shrine. That is the most out-of-pocket way for someone to get a class. I mean, doing it with a snake is weird, but a statue is crazy. A witch was a woman who gains demonic power through sexual union with a demon. I can't get over the statue part. Of all the things. With a serious look in his eyes, Takasugi tells Reika to go to the shrine and straddle the snake statue. Wait, I just realized that the statue is on a shrine, as in public property. Sis, don't do it. Takasugi says that it was the only advice he could give her. Unable to believe him, Reika asks him if he was making fun of her. She adds that she was fully planning on compensating him. Takasugi tells her to humor him and just try it, sis, don't do it, please. Reika stares at him quietly for a moment before leaving him be. Takasugi sighs in relief as he watches her go. Arriving at the small shrine, Takasugi pulls out a secret drawer. Inside, a katana is neatly wrapped in cloth. He frees it from its cloth and Takasugi stares in awe as it emits a powerful aura. The blade was a kotetsu. A kotetsu was a legendary name in Japanese swordsmithing. It's often used in fiction to symbolize a powerful or famous katana. Normally, the only way to get the weapon was to join Guild Noir first. Takasugi suddenly freezes as he hears a swooshing noise coming from the entrance to the garden. He turns to the entrance in alarm. A person wearing some sort of gas mask peeks into the garden. He grips the kotetsu tighter as the person gets closer. He suddenly leaps up, kotetsu in hand. He lands on the wall fencing the garden in. The person in a mask is suddenly alarmed at his sudden movements, but Takasugi doesn't give him time to respond as he dashes away through the neighboring building's roof. The masked person is surprised by his speed, choosing to quietly stay behind, not giving chase to Takasugi. Eventually, in an alley in another part of town, Takasugi breathes heavily as he checks for anyone trying to pursue him. He peeks behind the wall he was hiding behind and surveys his surroundings. The one standing guard at the garden was a rogue with a presence detection skill. Takasugi breathes out in relief, drained. He didn't feel like exploring the city anymore. In the end, he decided to take a break and check up on Reika. Takasugi headed for the shrine. As he reached the top of the flight of stairs leading to the shrine, he suddenly stops, frozen in horror. Oh sis, no, please don't tell me you did it. As Takasugi had suggested, Reika sat straddling the snake statue, hugging it close. Well, I'll be damned. She done and did it. Takasugi is stunned silent as he watches Reika. Reika eventually notices his presence. He continues to stare at her, his expression nervous as Reika's face steadily goes red. She accuses him of tricking her. Honestly, I'd be more surprised if it was a trick. Takasugi stubbornly defends himself, telling Reika that instead of being so quick to doubt people, she would try being a little more trusting. I think that's a lot to ask for, considering she's straddling a snake statue at a shrine right now. Takasugi goes quiet for a moment before yanking on one of Reika's legs. Reika squeals at the sudden movement. Pissed, she orders Takasugi to stop what he was doing. She aggressively swings her leg up and down to make Takasugi move away. He tells her to stop struggling, but Reika yells at him more, telling him he was crazy and what he told her to do was dangerous. Takasugi lets out an exasperated sigh, realizing that it didn't look like what Reika was currently doing was enough to meet the conditions. He decided that he was going to give her a hand. He went around her until he was standing behind her in the statue. Using the sheathed kotetsu as a stick, he stretches it out until he can reach her. In an effort to try and get her to press closer to the statue, at least that was what I'm assuming he was trying to do, Takasugi pushes her backside with the sword. I don't know how he thought that was a good idea in his head. He miscalculated, however, because the sword ends up raising her skirt, exposing her underwear. Takasugi completely freezes. Reika immediately screams, pulling her clothes down. Takasugi looks away, flustered, apologizing that he caught a glimpse. Bro, I think it would have been better for the both of you if you didn't tell her that. Reika's face flushes an angry red. She leaps out of the snake statue without giving him a single glance. She tells Takasugi that she's had enough and she is leaving. Takasugi calls out to her, telling Reika not to give up after just one try. Once she unlocked the Witch class, Takasugi tells her to get it to level 10 and she would be able to unlock the Arc Wizard class. Reika whips her head around, a deadly look in her eyes. She angrily stomps over to Takasugi. She glares at him, staring him down even as her face is red, but Takasugi doesn't back down even as he breaks into nervous sweating. Eventually, Reika leaves again with a humph. Takasugi blinks, dumbfounded at what just happened between them. Yeah, I would be too. That was a whole roller coaster. Back in school, Takasugi sits at his usual seat at the very back of the class. He flinches as he hears someone call out his name. When he looks up, he finds Reika already looking down at him. Reika suddenly leans down to whisper in his ear, telling him that it worked. I know I should be happy for her, but knowing what that means, I am definitely not Almao. With a proud smile on her face, she tells him that the thing he told her about had really worked. Takasugi says that that was good. That's like the most plain answer you could have said. Reika suddenly leans closer again. She whispers that she wanted to thank him, asking if there was anything he wanted. Takasugi flinches back, surprised at the sudden thought of a thank you gift. With a content smile on her face, Reika holds out a hand. It starts to glow with magic before a staff is summoned into her hold. It was an angel staff with an A rarity. Takasugi is dumbfounded to know it looked like another pricey staff. She holds it up to him proudly. Her father had said she had potential, so he bought it for her. It had just arrived that morning. Reika offers it to Takasugi. However, Takasugi only congratulates her and tells her that he didn't need a gift. Reika humps before explaining that nobles like them had their honor to consider, so she had to give him something in return. Takasugi stays quiet as he thinks of a response. Finally, he casually leans back on his seat. In that case, Takasugi wanted a specter summoning contract or 22 specter coins. Reika looks incredulous as she takes in his words. She tells him that he was asking for something outrageous. Takasugi doesn't reply to her, but internally he thinks of how the coins drop on the 7th floor, but unfortunately none were for sale in town. He's already gathered 77 so far, so he just needed another 23. If he needs 23 more, why is he asking for only 22? Reika crosses her arms, staring at him and waiting for him to take back his words. But when he doesn't, she takes out her phone and taps on it a few times. She says that each coin was 100 yen per piece, but relents anyway because she owed him that much. Reika shows him her phone that indicated the transaction was complete. She had bought all the needed coins. Takasugi is shocked, asking Reika if she was sure. Although he asked, he didn't believe she would do it. It was a stroke of complete luck. He was wondering how he was going to get the rest. But he supposed it was expected of a noble. Reika says that it was fine, but she asks him what he needed them for. Frowning, Takasugi says that it was a secret. However, he doesn't tell her that there was also a way to get the Spectre contract by exchanging 100 coins for it. Later on, at the 7th floor, Takasugi stands before the ruins of an old altar. He steps forward and in a bowl, he unloads all 100 of the coins he kept in a container. After waiting for a while, the coins seem to melt into a plume of black smoke, and what remains is a single contract. Takasugi takes the paper and writes his name on it using a black feather pen. After doing that, he immediately decided to try to summon one right away. He holds out his hands and activates his summoning. Before him, a large cloaked skeleton appears before him. Takasugi smiles in awe at the specter skeleton. It stares at him for a moment. Before Takasugi could do anything, the specter sped away from him. He calls out to it in panic, asking where it was going. He watches it go. Specters were highly aggressive and difficult to control. Takasugi breaks into a sweat as it vanishes into the darkness, searching for an enemy. To whoever it finds, I guess we can only pray for them. Oof! Suddenly Takasugi seemed to hear something snap inside his head. He felt the connection to the summoned skeleton sever. Oh, never mind, I should have been praying for that skeleton. The specter must have challenged something and got defeated. Either that skeleton was just weak or it came into contact with something much stronger, but either way, that's scary. Takasugi holds out his hand again. The specter summoning actually had a 1 in 256 chance of summoning a ghost. He activates his summoning again, but instead of another specter, a monster with multiple eyes underneath its cloak-like body. Ghosts were immune to physical attacks, so on the 4th floor it was an invincible summon. Takasugi watches as a kobold's attack did nothing to the ghost before the ghost then took it to its hidden mouth. Takasugi walks away from his summoned ghost. In short, as long as his mana points held out, it would keep earning experience points for him automatically. Oh, now that's definitely quite the cheat. Back in the adventurer's shop, Takasugi sells off a wholesaler's amount of magic stones, but the total sum wasn't actually that much. The girl at the counter quietly gapes at Takasugi's hill of magic stones. After that, Takasugi returned to the dorms and had a little dinner before immediately falling asleep. Back in the swordsmanship dojo, Saitu, the C-class student that Takasugi had gone up against back then, was again his opponent. Saitu yells at Takasugi not to copy him, but Takasugi defends himself, saying that he had it from the start. It seemed that Saito had realized that his flame magic wouldn't work on Takasugi, so he got the same demon-breaking crest that he had. Saito continues to yell at him despite Takasugi no longer replying. Suddenly, Takasugi's eyes roam around the field of other fighters to find a female student helping heal the wounded. His eyes widen, realizing that he's seen the girl somewhere before. The girl notices him staring, much to Takasugi's surprise. He flinches as the girl suddenly crosses the field towards him. She asks Takasugi to forgive her for bluntly asking a question. She asks why he was paired up with Saito. The girl and Takasugi awkwardly glance at Saito as he angrily swings his sword around. The girl hesitantly clarifies that she didn't think that Saito was weak, but she thought it would be more appropriate for him to pair with students named Kondo or Serizawa. Takasugi suddenly exclaims, realizing that he knew her face because she was the one managing the counter at the adventurer's shop. The girl bows, apologizing for not introducing herself beforehand. She introduces herself as Sayonji Rin. Takasugi stares at her before turning his back to her. Rather angry, he tells her that he would appreciate it if she didn't leak information she got from working at the shop. Rin stumbles over her words as she quickly apologizes for overstepping. Takasugi glances behind him and notices the badge on her blazer. For someone who was wearing an A-class emblem, Takasugi thought she was surprisingly soft-spoken. Takasugi argues that she shouldn't have been able to tell how strong someone was just from what they sold at the shop. Rin says that his words were true, but she could tell which floor he's been grinding on. She adds that she noticed that Takasugi always placed the money he received straight into his wallet without even checking it. Rin says that it implied that he was working solo, so grinding on that floor all alone and considering his monster-slaying speed, adding both together, Rin could get a pretty good idea of Takasugi's strength. Takasugi grits his teeth in panic. Rin had known way too much. He was confused how she could tell the floor just by looking at the magic stones. He expected it from the guys at the lab, but he didn't think that a regular student could figure him out like that. Rin smiles serenely at him. Takasugi argues that they could have been magic stones he bought in town just to show off, and Rin agrees. However, she says that she didn't think he needed to show off for someone like her, who wouldn't even meet his eyes. Rin tells him that in the future she planned on taking over her father's business and run an item shop. She may not look like it, but she knew a lot about items, and since her father always told her to cultivate an eye for people, she admits that she couldn't help but feel that there was something more to him. Oh bro, you're so cooked. This girl is reading you like a book. Takasugi's eyes remain sharp, but he doesn't say anything else. Suddenly, one of the other A-class students calls out to her and she bids him farewell. Takasugi frowns, worried that Rin had somehow figured out every monster he's defeated just from the size of their magic stones. If she did know that much, then she could figure out anything at that point. If that was the case, Takasugi wonders how he was going to throw her off his scent. Somewhere in the school corridors, Takasugi is thrown against a wall, a hand caging him in. This is what we call a kabadon. Reika looks at him with a dark smirk. She asks him who the girl he was just talking to. Takasugi eyes her arm caging him in warily and asks her what was with the sudden question. Reika eventually lowers her arm and says that Rin and Takasugi seemed pretty close. Takasugi defends himself, saying that they weren't close and that it was their first time speaking to one another. With a sigh, he asks her if she was jealous. If she was, he advises her to say it with a little more charm and a little less bloodlust, bro. Sometimes you gotta keep your mouth shut. Reika's face blushed furiously, her smile strained as she tried to control her anger. Completely flustered, she stumbles over her words as she asks him why he would think that and what he was even saying. She threatens to kill him even though her face remains very embarrassed. Unable to understand, Takasugi asks why she even cared. Reika argues that if her future underling was about to be tricked by some weird girl, then it only made sense that she was going to say something. She accuses Takasugi of misunderstanding her intentions and for getting way ahead of himself. Takasugi is at a loss for what to say. Suddenly, a blonde woman appears, interrupting their conversation. She haughtily asks Reika if she was teaching the fool, referring to Takasugi about his place in society. Reika and Takasugi stare at her, surprised by her sudden intrusion. The blonde girl with the curly hair wasn't from a particularly great house, but she was a nasty piece of work with a superiority complex bigger than anyone's. Reika sighs lightly, agreeing and saying that it was quite a struggle. The blonde student says that if Reika had just said so, they could have taught him for her. She gets in between Reika and Takasugi, pointing a finger at his face. She orders Takasugi not to get so familiar with Reika because a bottom feeder like him had no right to speak to her. A dark look comes over Takasugi's face. Maybe it was because he grew up in a country without a class system, but the girl's whole attitude really struck a nerve. Takasugi takes out his kotetsu. His eyes deadly, he tells the blonde student to choose her next words very carefully because once he drew his blade, the girl's precious social status won't stop her from bleeding. Damn, that's bloody terrifying to hear from someone who's smiling at you like that. The girl is struck silent, her face horrified. Reika stays quiet behind her. Suddenly, a mocking voice comes from his side. It was the same classmate who always spoke down to him. He reaches out a hand to Takasugi, accusing him of causing trouble again. Having enough of them, Takasugi frowns as he turns to his classmate. With a single push, the boy goes flying a few steps back. Takasugi leaves the scene, his face dark. Reika is stunned speechless. Back in their classroom, Takasugi is at his seat at the back. Suddenly, someone calls out his name. When he turns around, he finds Kazuma, Yuji, and Ayano standing. Kazuma's expression is dark. He frowns as he asks to have a word with Takasugi. Takasugi is confused at their sudden arrival, but Kazuma talks before he can say anything. With a rather harsh glare, he says that Takasugi was going a little too far since he was starting to get complaints. Takasugi calmly asks if it was him retorting to the girl with the blonde girl or him shoving the long-haired guy. Gotta love that he still doesn't know the name of that one guy who keeps picking on him. From beside Kazuma, Yuji says that it was both of them. Takasugi calmly packs up his stuff, saying that the blonde girl had said too much, and that the long-haired guy and him had the kind of relationship where they shoved each other sometimes. Suddenly, another boy comes up behind their group, saying that he would say it for him then. Kazuma and Takasugi turn around to look at him. The boy very smugly says that Takasugi was just some bottom-feeding trash who only leveled up thanks to Reika. He tells Takasugi to stop acting so high and mighty because it was pathetic. I would just like to say I hate whoever the hell this guy is already. Takasugi stays quiet. The boy says that it was time for him to set Reika free since it was a waste to have someone as useful as her babysitting him. Useful, he says. So he just wants to use her? With a sneer, he calls Takasugi a parasite. Takasugi realized that that was the narrative people see from the outside. With a blank face, he just says that it was an interesting take. Yuji suddenly cuts in, saying that Takasugi had made Reika carry him pretty hard in the last dungeon dive. He says that there was no way a beginner could have leveled up that fast otherwise. Takasugi tries to piece together what he was talking about, coming to the conclusion that Reika had gotten so excited that she reached level 10 that she bragged about it to everyone. Meanwhile, Yuji was probably talking about Yuko as the beginner. Takasugi defends himself, saying that not once did he ask her to join him. He tells them to let Reika decide for herself. Suddenly, Yuji and Takasugi turn around to see Reika standing behind them. Her expression immediately looks guilty as she mutters that maybe she really was a burden, and that perhaps she was just depending on him too much. Takasugi pauses at her words, realizing that Kazuma and Yuji's words really got to Reika. He tries to tell her that that wasn't what he meant to say, but Ayano cuts in, telling Reika that they should party together with Yuko since she could be their healer. The smug boy from before tries to mock Takasugi by saying that he can go by himself. Takasugi's face is blank as he stands up, his bag in hand. He tells them that he would take them up on their offer. As he passes by Kazuma, Takasugi suddenly stops and asks how things were going. Kazuma is confused. Takasugi clarified that he was talking about Kazuma's guild offers since they must have been rolling in by then. He asks again if he had already picked one yet. Kazuma admits that he's put them on hold since he couldn't tell much from just their names. Takasugi tells him to go with the one his senior from the kendo club recommended since they don't sound like a hardcore combat guild. Kazuma watches him go, confused. As Takasugi walks down the school corridors, he realizes that it seemed like the main scenario hasn't progressed that far yet. When the guild-related story starts to move, a conflict was supposed to break out in the academy. At least that was what his strategy guide said. In any case, Takasugi probably needed to raise his level more. Time passes and two adventurers clad in armor excitedly greet Takasugi. They tell him that they were counting on him. Takasugi mutters a weak agreement. For today's dungeon dive, he had decided to join up with Ito and Sato. They formed a party and headed to the 4th floor. On that floor alone, he had summoned 10 ghosts. The problem was that the experience just kept rolling in on its own, but they hadn't noticed at all. Sato laughs merrily as he talks to Takasugi, asking whether he was the one who was in a party with Reika. Takasugi doesn't answer. Takasugi had leveled up to level 28. With his strength finally surpassing 260, he unlocked the samurai class. He also obtained Swallow Reversal, one of the cornerstones of his final build. An Orc Lord rushes up to him and he pulls his arm back. Swallow Reversal lands 2 attacks at once and the second attack has 2 times the damage multiplier. He uses his skill, cutting the monster in a cross. Takasugi's sword cuts deep. Ito and Sato are struck dumbfounded as they watch Takasugi land safely on his feet. The Orc Lord goes down. Ito and Sato stand slightly nervous behind Takasugi, but Takasugi smiles victoriously. The samurai class, which was required to learn the skill, was only possessed by a handful of the top-ranked players in Japan. Whoa, now that's a flex. As they dive deeper into the 4th floor, Ito suddenly says that a new floor always makes him tense. Meanwhile, Sato turns back to Takasugi, saying that he was so jealous that he was on such good terms with Reika. Bro, you gotta let go about Reika. It's not that deep. Sato asks what his secret was since he was always partying up with a beautiful woman. It's probably something like the protagonist's halo or something close. Takasugi says that it was just a coincidence. More importantly, he asks them to tell him their fighting styles. Ito says that he was a warrior, while Sato was a hybrid of priest and mage. Takasugi thinks about their current party. They had a healer but only a tank for the front line. It was too unbalanced and they were lacking in an attacker. Takasugi tells him that their party composition was severely lacking in firepower. Ito laughs, saying that their strategy was to become stronger over time. Takasugi thinks that the longer a fight drags on, the more mana points an adventurer would burn. It was a safe strategy for sure, but far too inefficient. Ito and Sato turn to each other, both excited and nervous. Sato says that even the third floor was tough and he was getting scared now that they were on the fourth floor. Ito says that the way of the warrior was to find a way to die. Takasugi just laughs quietly to himself watching them talk. Takasugi tells them that the fourth floor should be easier, since the enemies there didn't use magic. He tells them that he would handle the swift kobolds while the two of them would take on the Orc Lord. Ito and Sato agree. They head into battle. Ito stays his ground as the Orc Lord rushes in. He holds onto his shield tight, catching the blow. As they discussed, Takasugi passed by Ito and Sato as they took in the Orc Lord. Ito was a shield-bearing warrior that seemed to be holding up well. He uses his skill to slash at the kobold. Just as the Orc Lord goes down, Takasugi easily kills the kobold at the same time. All three of them glow as they gain experience points. Ito and Sato stare in awe at Takasugi. Finally, Ito speaks up. He calls out to Takasugi, saying that he was gravely mistaken. He had assumed that he was strong because of Reika's power, but it seemed like that wasn't the case at all. At this point where no one believes he was getting stronger, he needs a body cam with him at all times. Sato says that he was truly specialized in pure firepower. He realized that pumping strength and agility really was the secret to power leveling. They realized that that must have been what Reika recognized in him. Takasugi thinks about how everyone wrote his class off as bottom tier, but he thought they were finally starting to see there was more to it. Sato and Ito bow in unison, apologizing for completely mistaking him. Takasugi stays quiet. Eventually, his exploration with the two ended at 5 p.m. Now he needed to head down to the 9th floor and make his way to the Keeper boss. He walks through the deep and eerie trenches. His goal was to get the teleport ring, which allows instant travel to any floor up to the 10th floor. Between his enchanted weapon, swallow reversal, and X heal, he should have everything he needed to take the monster down. He's already memorized the entire strategy. He clawed his way up from nothing, from the absolute worst stats, and now he was standing before a boss created for one reason, to be a trial for the protagonist. If the game world was hard-coded so that only the protagonist could win, then that was as far as he'd go, bro. If you get past that boss, then you're most likely the official protagonist. He suddenly stops in place as something gets closer. When the fog clears, a big monster with a large eye and tendrils all over floated before him. Takasugi stares frozen at the monster before him called the Gazer. The monster stares at him for a moment before its eye starts to glow. A powerful laser beam fires right at Takasugi. Takasugi goes flying with the force of the explosion. The laser eventually fades as Takasugi bounces off the ground. He sits up, completely burnt. He breathes hard as he stares at the monster in shock. His health points had gone from 1110 to 444. With just one hit, he's nearly lost 60% of his health. He was horrified at the infamous instant kill beam. It was no wonder no one ever came down to that floor. The Gazer's eye starts to glow once more and Takasugi grits his teeth in alarm. The Gazer shoots another laser beam at him and Takasugi only flinches for a moment as the attack makes contact with the ground. Takasugi had dodged the attack, only a few feet away from where the laser collided. He holds out a glowing hand up to himself and chants a spell. Immediately his health points are restored. He charges back in head first at the Gazer, unsheathing his sword. He kept repeating the cycle of attacking and healing, but it seemed like he didn't even land a single scratch as he slashed at the Gazer's eye. Gritting his teeth, Takasugi was starting to get anxious, wondering if his mana points would run out the longer he kept things up. Just then, the Gazer started unleashing its Kamaitachi attack, signaling it had finally entered its last phase. Putting his all into a powerful slash, Takasugi cuts the Gazer's eye clean in half. The monster falls pathetically to the ground as Takasugi makes a soft landing. After waiting for a few moments, the monster disappears, signaling its complete defeat. Takasugi breathes hard as he calms down from the fight. The Gazer had dropped a teleport ring, magic crystals, and other items. It dropped loot all over the place. Meanwhile, Takasugi's hands were still trembling from the tension. After that, Takasugi followed the strategy guide and class changed to samurai. But since a samurai's magic power increases on level up, he could no longer use the summoner leveling trick he used on the 4th floor. Besides that, there was a rumor spreading that the 4th floor is now haunted, so it was probably time to move on anyway. After that, Takasugi just focused on hunting Morons. Before he knew it, he was already at level 30. He kinda felt like he was already getting too strong at that point. However, what Master Tony called a perfect playthrough wasn't just clearing the dungeon, nor was it just about defeating the boss on the final floor. It was about soloing a hidden otherworldly boss, a being that could be a god or a demon. It was a higher dimensional entity that would make the dungeon's final boss look like a newborn baby. Honestly, for Takasugi, his goal of defeating that boss seemed way out of reach at the moment. His thoughts are interrupted when he notices something on the other end of the dungeon corridor. He sees a party of dungeon adventurers talking amongst themselves. On the chest plate of one of the adventurers was a family crest. Takasugi recognizes it as a family crest, signifying that they were members of Guild Noir, led by Iju and Kyuko. In their world, status and power were everything. The guild's backer organization was huge, so he couldn't help but feel a little intimidated. Feeling rather anxious about his situation, Takasugi decides that he just needed to try and not make eye contact. However, just as he thinks so, the member of the party walking at the very back catches sight of him and scowls. Gotta love that he failed that mission almost immediately. Takasugi stands completely still as all the members turn to look at him. However, contrary to what he was expecting, the whole party's expressions are both nervous and unthreatening as they offer light greetings and nods. Takasugi blinks in confusion. With odd smiles, they quickly excuse themselves and hurry along down deeper into the dungeon. Takasugi is quiet for a moment as he's left alone before realization dawns on him. He understood that although they were in a party of 4, Takasugi was still on a higher level than them, even on his own. Damn, he's almost a walking boss on his own if he frightened a major guild's party like that. Inside the dungeon, an adventurer's level was the same as their status and power. The party's attitude must have been their way of showing they had no intention of starting a fight with Takasugi, someone who cleared the dungeon on his own. For someone like him who was treated like scum on the surface in his own classroom, the dungeon was actually a pretty comfortable place to be. Takasugi's expression brightens up at the thought. A few days passed without incident, and it was time for their dungeon dive class once again. Ito had class changed to light infantry and Sato to sorcerer. Another person had joined from class C, an assassin by the name of Inugami Tsukasa. Apparently they met in the manga research club and the three of them usually party up together. Although Takasugi referred to Tsukasa as a guy, if he was honest he still wasn't quite sure entirely what their gender was. Sato tells Takasugi that there was someone in class C with ties to Pandora, who was always acting so arrogantly. Sato adds that he couldn't stand people like that. Pandora was a guild known for being heavily combat-focused. They were gaining a lot of power lately and are on the fast track to becoming a major guild. Ito laughs sheepishly and says that he understood the feeling. They had people like that in Class D too, but at least the top-ranking students in Class D were decent people. Sato adds that aside from someone named Hazama, that was true. Ito and Sato were level 12, and Tsukasa was at level 13. With Takasugi around, they would be perfectly safe even on the 5th floor. It looked like Sato's magic resistance had developed a bit, so they weren't struggling too much. However, Ito seemed to be having a really tough time fighting the Saber Tigers. After one of their battles, Takasugi turns to his team and suggests that it would be good for Ito to learn a skill called Lunge that the Thief class had. Ito and Sato are both surprised to hear his proposal. It was one of the first builds the strategy guide recommended. Lunge was a charge skill, making it a great opener for skill combos. Plus, the agility boost from the Thief class wouldn't hurt either. Seeing as it was an advice from Takasugi, Ito class changed to Thief without a moment's hesitation. Sato smiles at their party's upgrade. Tsukasa suddenly says that if things worked out for Ito, then they would try changing to a swordsman class. Ito immediately says that the idea sounded great, but Sato admits that it was a shame since he thought the thief outfit was adorable on Tsukasa. Tsukasa blushes, asking if the others really thought they looked cute. Takasugi is unimpressed, asking why they were blushing over being called cute, asking what gender they were truly. Takasugi doesn't think twice before cupping his hand in between Tsukasa's legs. I'll be damned. Brother didn't even hesitate for a second. Takasugi's expression darkens and Tsukasa's face completely flushes red as Takasugi's hand lingers for a second. Immediately after, Tsukasa moves far away from Takasugi, yelling at him for suddenly touching him inappropriately. Takasugi is quiet for a moment before commenting that Tsukasa was a confusing guy as whatever he was looking for was definitely there. I hope I don't have to say what he was looking for. Ito and Sato can only stare in shock and amazement. Ito says that Takasugi making such bold moves made him jealous. Brother, I don't think that was something to be jealous of. Suddenly, a girl steps into their conversation and yells at them to keep it down. It was a pissed-off Ayano and she tells them that voices really echo in the dungeon so they should cut it out. She adds that Takasugi's group was embarrassing the rest of them. Takasugi is surprised to see her there. From behind Ayano, Yuko and Reika greet them. Takasugi awkwardly smiles at their sudden arrival, his group quiet. With a carefree wave of goodbye, Takasugi turns back around and tells them to try and not to slack off too much. Ayano gets annoyed by his words and laughs sarcastically, saying that it must be nice to be so carefree with a party of 4. She complains that it's been tough for them since people were always asking them for help. Ayano keeps going, saying that it must be nice for him to have it so easy and that she was actually getting jealous. Reika's team turns back around and Ayano bids him goodbye rather roughly. Takasugi watches them go quietly for a second before taking out his phone. Tsukasa looks over his shoulder as Takasugi sends a message to Reika. He casually says that leveling up looked like a real pain. Not long after, Reika replies that it only took 4 days for her magic resistance to hit 100. Takasugi is rather surprised to hear that information. He supposed a witch had an easier time raising their spirit stat. Takasugi continues to go through his phone. The offers to buy his kotetsu had started pouring in. They weren't just from Class A anymore, even the upperclassmen were messaging him now. He's been ignoring them all, but they were getting more aggressive by the day. He suddenly felt like showing it off during swordsmanship class was a bad idea. Though his worries were endless, there was one thing in particular that he couldn't get out of his head. Over on Reika's side, she blushes as she receives a message from Takasugi asking to meet him after their dungeon diving class. Ayano suddenly comes up to her asking if there was anything wrong. Reika is flustered by her appearance, almost dropping her tablet. She quickly tells her that it was nothing, her face still flushed. Back at school and on the rooftop, Reika turns around as Takasugi appears. Still rather flustered, she asks him what business he had with her. She tells him that he couldn't just summon her whenever he pleased. Very seriously, Takasugi tells Reika to listen to what he says next. Her heart is pumping quickly as she waits. Takasugi tells Reika that he had a favor to ask. When Reika doesn't say anything, Takasugi takes it as a sign to continue. He very seriously tells her that he needed her to win the auction for the Zenith Golem ring. Reika explodes in disbelief. Takasugi begs her to, but Reika's flustered expression was quickly replaced by anger. Rather pissed, she says that if he were to consider becoming her personal slave, then she might just consider it. I think he's way past being below anyone, not gonna lie. Takasugi continues, saying that of course he would be paying for it himself. If the money wasn't enough, she could buy a certain item off of him. He holds out a bracelet out to her, including a paper proving it was the real deal. Reading off of the certificate of authenticity, Reika is in awe. She asks where in the world he got his hands on a rare A-rank ring of the evil eye. Straightforwardly, Takasugi tells her that he of course got it from a monster. Reika stares at him for a moment in confusion and disbelief. Eventually, she sighs in resignation. She just tells him that she was officially done trying to be surprised by him. Honestly, I can't believe she hasn't given up after the whole witch class change fiasco. She honestly tells him that she didn't have that kind of money on hand, but if he could give her 5 days, she could try speaking with her father about it. Takasugi asks why she needed 5 days, and Reika explains that she was leaving for a cruise to Hachijo Island. Takasugi half-heartedly wishes her a good trip. He decides that while she was away, he would follow another piece of advice from Master Tony and get his item box evolved. To evolve an item box, an adventurer just had to sell enough items to make 100,000 yen. That money was the equivalent of 10 million in Takasugi's original world, but no one actually needed to turn a profit. They just needed to meet the condition. At the school item shop, Takasugi says that he needed to sell 30 mana potions. Rin gapes at him in shock, asking if he was serious. She realizes it was true that he really did take down a King Moran. In a frustrated panic, Takasugi starts laying down the bottles of potions on the counter, saying that he was trying to keep a low profile so he just needed the transaction finished. Rin stares down at his items in disbelief, but with that, Takasugi's item box was successfully expanded. He then bought a single elixir. It was an item that could instantly restore 800 health points, but it cost enough to live comfortably for months. Oh, now he's seriously rich. As he's walking down the school corridors, he suddenly stops short at the realization he was being followed. Not long after, he finds himself surrounded by 3 armored men. From behind Takasugi, a woman walks up to him and asks why he was ignoring her summons. The woman was Ryuzaki Shion, one of the people who had been harassing Takasugi to sell his kotetsu. Takasugi repeats himself, saying that the kotetsu wasn't for sale. Smirking darkly, Shion says that a blade like the kotetsu was wasted on him. She advises him that it would be wise to hand it over while he still had the chance. Takasugi thinks of his options. If he backed down now, he was just playing right into her hands. But on the other hand, Shion was one of the strongest students in the academy with a scout offer from Guild Noir. Not only that, but she was also the sole heir to a noble family. He knew that making an enemy of her was the last thing he needed. Takasugi says that her words sounded an awful lot like a threat, and Shion says that it was. With a serious expression, Takasugi says that meant they had a problem. Shion readies her blade and warns Takasugi not to say things he couldn't take back. From his back, his sword materializes and he unsheathes it. Pointing it at Shion, he tells her to save that line for herself. Tensions arise between them as the armored guards Shion brought with her also draw their own swords. Thinking of a strategy, Takasugi doubted she would actually kill him there. However, the more he thought about it, he also couldn't be completely sure. In my opinion, if you're not sure if they'll kill you, assume that they would. Just some words of wisdom. In their dog-eat-dog world, the moment anyone yielded to a threat, they were marked as prey for life. To survive, one would have to make their opponents bitterly regret the day they ever crossed them. Shion pulls back her sword arm with a sickening grin, but before she could do anything, someone interrupted them, advising against their battle. Both Shion and Takasugi stop to turn to the source of the voice. Takasugi exclaims to see who it was. It was Rin. She smiles at him, relaxed and soft, much to Takasugi's confusion. Shion demands to know who she was. With a bright smile, Rin introduces herself and her lineage to Shion. Hearing her family name, Shion asks if she was truly defending Takasugi. Rin says that that wasn't the case at all. She explains that her family was simply in Shion's grandfather's debt and she could not in good conscience turn a blind eye to their fight. Shion demands Rin to get to her point, wondering why she was even bringing up her grandfather. With a rather cold yet confident smile, Rin says that even if Shion was to fight Takasugi, she would not win. That was simply her advice. When the resident appraiser says that you don't screw around, Shion is immediately pissed off at her words. Takasugi remains quiet, unsure what to say, as Shion demands to know if Rin truly believed that she couldn't beat a first-year dropout. Calmly, Rin doubles down and says that although she didn't know if Takasugi really was a dropout, she believed it would be impossible for Shion to win. She even adds that she would swear on her family name of Saionji that she was telling the truth. Shion stares at her for a while before wordlessly turning around. Her guards are rather confused by her actions. All she says is that things had gone ridiculous, but for today she would withdraw out of respect for her grandfather's honor. Takasugi and Rin watch Shion and her people leave the corridor. When they're gone, Takasugi turns to Rin and thanks her for her help, saying that he owed her one. Grinning brightly, Rin tells him to think nothing of it, and that she simply hoped for his continued patronage in the future. Takasugi thinks that although Rin doesn't show it, she has nerves of steel. Takasugi asks her how she was so sure that he would win. Rin asks him to elaborate, and Takasugi says that she couldn't have known for a fact that he would be able to beat Shion. Rin patiently explains that although his words were true, if by some chance that Shion had lost or even been disgraced, she might have been disinherited. So in a way, Rin's words were for Shion's own benefit. Besides, even if Takasugi had not been her match today, Rin was sure that he would be able to surpass her within a month. She reasoned that making an enemy of someone with Takasugi's potential would be a grave mistake. Lastly, in her estimation, the odds of him losing were non-existent. Takasugi is stunned, speechless. He was sure that Rin would have known that he's already hit a wall in his leveling as of late. He's confused about what made her so sure of his victory. However, Takasugi guessed that he didn't have the time to complain about a lack of motivation. In their academy, trouble finds someone whether they wanted it to or not. Takasugi knew he needed more power. Days pass and Takasugi finds himself on the rooftop again. Reika holds out an item to him. Takasugi exclaims in awe. When Reika had returned from her vacation, he received the Zenith Golem Ring and a sword called Ishikiramaru. The Zenith Golem Ring provided an additional 120 points to endurance and damage reduction points of 24. Against physical attacks, the ring was on par with an S-rank rare item. While they were effective against certain enemies, it was useless out of specific floors. Meanwhile, the Ishikiramaru ignores 30% of the enemy's defense and deals an additional 150 damage. To Takasugi, it looked like Reika ended up equipping the Ring of the Evil Eye, however he wonders for a moment why she seemed awfully pale. With his equipment finally ready, he could now challenge the golem on the 14th floor. However, as he descends the staircase to the dungeons, he stops short. Glancing behind him, he felt like he was being followed. He had a bad feeling, so with a click, he uses the teleport ring on his finger and jumps straight to the 10th floor. Later on, Takasugi reaches the 14th floor with its bright skies and tall trees. He holds onto his hat as he takes in the towering view. Before him stood a golem, just peeking behind some of the trees. Just as it throws its arm back, Takasugi grips onto his kotetsu. The golem slams its fist into the ground, dealing a devastating blow. However, Takasugi had leapt into the air, sword in hand and ready to strike. The golem's attacks were incredibly powerful, but its movements were slow, making it easy to land hits. He slashes at the golem's face and it falls, crashing into a million pieces. Sheathing his blade back with a satisfied smile, he thinks that he would be able to handle the golem without much trouble. However, a chill suddenly crawls up his spine as a threatening aura pulses behind him. He anxiously turns around, seeing a figure clad in samurai armor. A far more serious situation had developed. The samurai seemed to be surrounded by such a threatening aura that Takasugi is struck frozen and speechless. He didn't know who that person was. Suddenly, the samurai speaks, asking if Takasugi was new there. Takasugi replies in a shaky voice that he wasn't, but also admits he didn't understand what the samurai meant. Takasugi couldn't figure out who the samurai was. His aura was so crushing Takasugi felt like he was going to vomit. He felt like his life was hanging on by a thread. The samurai says that he was referring to the 14th floor, calling it hunting grounds. In a nervous sweat, Takasugi is in disturbed awe that the samurai must have been entrenched in the 14th floor for ages for him to spot a newcomer that quickly. However, Takasugi wonders why someone at his level would still be lingering on that floor. With a terrifying expression, the samurai orders Takasugi to stay out of his way. Takasugi can only stare at the samurai, frozen in fear. He watches as the samurai passes by him, heading deeper into the woods. Once the samurai is out of sight, Takasugi's expression slips and he lets out a shaky laugh. He was genuinely terrified of it. He truly believed that no one could make an expression like that and be free from killing anyone before. Later on, he slipped into a corner of the golem zone just as the strategy guide advised. Golems were impervious to fire and lightning, yet they were vulnerable to heal. There was just one more problem for Takasugi. It was a horribly inefficient grind if an adventurer didn't deal with the trolls. Trolls could be countered with either poison or an anti-healing debuff, but the problem was that any weapon having such an ability would cost a fortune. However, the strategy guide said it was possible if the adventurer had Dispel magic. As he uses the skill in a battle with one of the trolls, Takasugi internally thanks Master Tony for the build he suggested. When we say build, it usually refers to the combination of options you chose for your character's strengths and weaknesses, from skills to equipment. Just as the guide had said, the magic dispels the troll and Takasugi breathes out a sigh of relief. However, his calm is short-lived as he notices something on the ground. One of the golems had dropped a spear as loot and Takasugi decided to have it appraised the next day. Back in the shop, Rin congratulates him heartily. The spear turned out to be a high-value rare item that increases health points recovery. Rin suggests that it should fetch around 30,000 yen and she asks him if she should put it up for auction. Very pleased, Takasugi asks her to do so. Somewhere back in school, Takasugi looks around a dining hall for possible seats. With the extra cash he earned, he decided not to eat at the school cafeteria but at a public diner instead. Brother is learning to treat himself with some good food, which is well overdue considering the money he makes. He impulsively ordered the most expensive pork cutlet set on the menu only to be consumed by immediate regret at his own stupidity. Someone clicks their tongue and makes a snide comment, asking when commoners had started eating at the diner. Halfway through taking his first bite, Takasugi awkwardly pauses as one of his snobbish classmates stares at him in disgust. Pretty soon, most of the nobles are glaring at him from the table across. Takasugi grumbles internally. Just his luck, a whole lineup of people he couldn't stand were the ones sitting close to him. Turning back to his food, he silently mourns that he won't be able to enjoy his meal and decides to just eat up and disappear. What I'm more concerned with is why he just didn't change seats in that big dining area. Eventually, Takasugi gets up to clear his dishes. Just as he passes by the table of the other nobles, another student comes up behind him with a scowl. Takasugi quickly turns around, the voice familiar, and comes face to face with an intimidating student wearing a leather jacket. The guy makes Furuta look like a child. Whoa. With a threatening aura, the student says that he warned Takasugi beforehand to stay out of his way, before asking if he had forgotten already. Takasugi frowns. Even the air felt heavy, like it was being sucked out of the room. He was familiar with that clinging, suffocating feeling. Looking closer, Takasugi finds that the student was wearing a pin with the Sonata clan crest. His expression darkening, he realizes that the student was the black-armored warrior from the day before. Before Takasugi could say anything else, the student walks by him and tells him to meet him under the clock tower. He leaves the diner without another word, leaving Takasugi dumbfounded. One of the nobles sitting at the table stands up and asks why Nezu was talking to someone like him. Takasugi notices that Reika was also at the table, watching the exchange. He asks her who the student was. Instead of Reika, Rinses, who was sitting across from her on the table, answers him. She tells him that the student was Nezu Jinpachi. He was one of the direct retainers of the Sonata family known as the 10 Braves. His guild 6 Coins was ranked number 1 in all of Japan. Jiminy Crickets, this is how you know he's in an elite school. Who the hell just has one of Japan's top 1 as a schoolmate? Takasugi seems to sweat harder because of her words, his expression one of disbelief. Later on in the clock tower, Nezu starts off by saying that for Takasugi to come that far at his age was no small feat. Every once in a while a true monster like him emerges. Takasugi stays quiet, not quite sure what to say. Nezu continues that he would know that because his own master was cut from the same cloth. Takasugi even figured out how to handle the trolls in no time at all too, and Nezu calls him a scary sort of person. However, Nezu suddenly frowns as he says that even when measured against his own master, Takasugi was on another level entirely. Takasugi remains quiet for a moment before asking Nezu what he really wanted to talk about. He admits point blank that he had no intention of fighting him over territory. Nezu brushes his comment away with a wave of his hand, his expression suddenly taking a terrifyingly dark turn. He says that that wasn't what he wanted to talk about. Takasugi flinches back in fear. He thought Nezu was like a wild animal. He even questions if it was really okay for someone like him to be wandering around town freely. Brother is talking about this guy like he's a zombie or something. His voice becoming more grave by the minute, Nezu tells Takasugi in a frenzy that he didn't want a turf war either since it was a waste of brainpower. For him it was more important that he couldn't figure out and couldn't help but wonder how in the world Takasugi managed to beat the troll. Takasugi's mind goes blank. He realizes that Nezu didn't seem like the sharp type. Normally asking someone a question like that was a major taboo. He thinks that Nezu's mind didn't sweat the small stuff, but in that sense Takasugi thought they were quite similar. Takasugi says that he figured the troll's natural regeneration was the main threat. Nizu yells in a panic that he already knew that. He looked it up, but he couldn't just assume someone was carrying around an item that blocks healing. Not only that, it wasn't like the trolls were worth using a special weapon to beat with. Calmly, Takasugi counters that he just used the dispel spell. Nizu is struck silent. He seems to deflate hearing Takasugi's words, saying that he completely forgot a spell like that even existed. He remembers that Takasugi had the demon-breaking crest and asks him what made him get a minor crest like that. Takasugi says that he heard that the debuffs on floors 20 through 29 could be nasty. The demon-breaking crest was needed to gain a countermeasure against magic. Regardless of whether the adventurer was front or rear guard, it was useless in the early game, but it became an essential if annoying spell from mid-game onward. Nizu says that his words made sense. He mumbles to himself that he happened to have one open crest slot, so he guessed he would give it a try. With a livelier expression, Nizu offers a weapon to Takasugi as payment for his information. Takasugi is surprised, but the moment the sword was handed to him, a jolt ran through his body. Seeing that sword, his entire being trembled. It was the legendary blade that the strategy guide nicknamed Excalibur, but in-game it was called Masamune. The sword ignored defense, boosted attack power by 2.5 times and added 150 additional damage. Even among unique weapons, it was in a class of its own. It boasted perfect synergy with the game's strongest melee abilities, dual wielding and swallow reversal. For skills with inherent multipliers like swallow reversal, pairing them with a multiplier weapon like the Masamune created the ultimate offensive combination. In boss battles, however, its ability to completely ignore defense reigns supreme. A single sword that possesses both of these properties was the key to amplifying any build's power exponentially. To make a very long explanation short, it was probably the most overpowered weapon in the whole game world. Takasugi stared at the sword in his hands with complete awe and disbelief. He had just obtained a weapon whose price soared to 100,000 yen back in the game era. If he could get one more multiplier weapon for dual wielding, he would literally have the strongest build, and there were guaranteed unique weapons with multipliers too. His eyes shining brightly, and with that sword in hand, he could say with a certainty that he would become the strongest. He eventually leaves the clock tower. Takasugi is in a good mood as he walks down the school corridor and back to his classroom. However, as he enters, he hears someone call his name. His mood sours as he sees the snobbish noble from before call him over. The noble, named Hazama, waits for Takasugi to follow his orders. However, staring at him quietly for a moment, Takasugi roughly sits down on his desk. Takasugi makes a point to ignore Hazama, much to the noble's annoyance. Suddenly, Ayano comes up behind Hazama and asks if Takasugi was really talking to someone from the Sanada clan, making sure that he wasn't just seeing things. Not taking his eyes off of Takasugi, Hazama confirms that it was definitely Takasugi and Nezu he saw. Takasugi looks up to see someone coming towards him. Yuji stands before him, asking if he could have a word. Takasugi is rather annoyed but lets him continue. Yuji says that he's gathered the members who have been leveling up steadily as of late, and they've started exploring the depths of the 6th floor. For the meantime, the only ones who could make it were his party and Hazama's. A hand suddenly clasps Yuji's shoulder. It was Kazuma, and he informs Takasugi that he decided on forming a new guild. Takasugi's expression darkens at the sight of him. Kazuma tells him that everyone in the room at that moment was a founding member. Takasugi just looks more annoyed. Kazuma says that anyone was welcome to join, though there was a level requirement. He tells him their plan that once they were stronger, they intended to power level the rest of the class so everyone could catch up. Finally, he adds that there was something in it for Takasugi too. I'm excited to know what they'll do when they realize he's already way ahead of them. Unimpressed, Takasugi says that if they were asking him to join, then he wasn't interested. Hazama immediately butts in, yelling that he would never welcome someone like him. He adds that it was only a conversation for after he actually raised his level. Takasugi stays quiet. I'm genuinely curious what level they think he is if the teachers haven't even tried removing him from the class. Yuji continues their conversation and says that their current problem was that the upperclassmen have told them to stay off the 6th floor. Hesitantly, he asks if he would happen to have a connection to the Sana clan and if he would be able to ask them to lend the class their name. Takasugi breathes in deeply, a dark look on his face. He finally understood that that was all they wanted from him. Finding it quite the petty reason. His annoyance reaching its peak, he tells them that he didn't have any connections. Victoriously, Ayano tells the group that she was right and that he probably just found something they dropped and that was all there was to it. How did she even come up with that idea? Hazama thinks her idea sounded right and that it was a mistake to expect anything from him in the first place. One of them asks if they should try asking Reika for help after all, and their question catches Takasugi's attention. Takasugi gets up and tells Kazuma not to dare drag her into their pathetic problems. He says that if Kazuma and the rest couldn't handle things themselves, then they should stay away from the 6th floor. Kazuma says that Takasugi made a good point, but he had one more request that was non-negotiable. He says that in the dungeon dive class, Takasugi had been teaming up with a student from another class. Kazuma orders him to stop teaming up with him. Thinking about his words, Takasugi realizes that he was talking about Tsukasa. Takasugi wonders if Kazuma was worried that he was a spy, but Takasugi is more confused that Kazuma seems to think that he had anyone else to partner with. As someone who was an outcast from the very beginning, he understood Tsukasa's loneliness all too well. Takasugi bitterly asks himself who in their right mind would choose to party up with a student from another class. The more he thought about it, for some reason the blood started rushing to his head. With a harsh glare, Takasugi tells Kazuma that if he wanted to stop him, then he would have to do it by force. Kazuma pauses for only a second before he challenges Takasugi that if that was what he wished for, then he could try. Everyone in the room is staring at them. However, now that he's gone and done it, a certain calmness was setting in. Takasugi never imagined things would escalate that far just because of Tsukasa. Takasugi had heard that befriending him makes it easier to enter the BL route, but Takasugi hopes that surely it didn't mean he actually was heading down that route. BL route stands for Boys Love Route, basically the ending in which the male protagonist or character ends up with another guy. The thought alone makes him cringe to himself. Hazama leans into Takasugi with a dark sneer, amused by his challenge. He tells the others that they should crush him in front of everyone and make an example of him. However, Kazuma shakes his head and says that that wasn't how he wanted to do it. He wanted each of them to delegate their own witnesses, and they would have a duel in the arena. One of their other classmates yells at Kazuma saying that he was going soft. Kazuma says that he would designate Yuji, Hazama, and the long-haired classmate as his witnesses. Thinking about it for a moment, Takasugi says that he would designate Ito and Sato. Ito flinches at the sound of his name. In a not-so-quiet whisper, Ito frantically tells Takasugi that Sato was absent that day. However, watching the exchange quietly at a distance from the start, Reika suddenly volunteers herself. Takasugi and the rest are shocked. Ayano suddenly cuts in, saying that they were going a little too far. She asks what good will come out of what they were doing. Her group is unable to answer, but internally Takasugi thinks about the question. If he actually won the duel, he wonders if he'd end up creating one of those stories where the hero had to leave the academy. Takasugi is slightly worried that if that does happen, he had no idea where the story would go. They ditched their classes and made their way to the arena attached to the training grounds. It was often used for duels because even if a combatant was stunned, their health wouldn't drop below 1 and they would simply be knocked out of bounds. On opposite sides of the battleground, Kazuma and Takasugi faced each other, their delegated witnesses behind them. Ito says that it was a strange thing, but he couldn't envision a reality in which Takasugi was defeated. Reika meanwhile tells Takasugi that although nothing fatal could happen in an arena, it didn't mean that he could go overboard. If anything happens to him, she promises to carry him to the nurse's office herself, so he shouldn't worry. However, their words no longer reach him as he tries to think of a good strategy. Showing the others the Masamune would be overkill, so he was planning on using the Kotetsu. It was always the same story. The villain had to fight honorably, no items allowed, while the hero gets a free pass to use anything. Takasugi wonders if he was fighting under those same conditions at that moment. The thought alone unsettled him. For now he planned on playing along. To make it look like a close fight, he would hold back on Fortitude and Flash Step and keep Swallow Reversal sealed. That would just leave him with the Kotetsu. But it would have to do. His thoughts were cut short by the arena's opening buzzer. From across him, Kazuma tells him that they could still call things off. He says that he's seen Takasugi's initial stats. Kazuma thinks they never even stood on the same starting line. There were gaps in talent that no amount of effort could bridge. He adds that he's been hiding it, but he possessed his own original magic. Kazuma believed it was a gap that he could never hope to close, no matter how many levels he grinded. Takasugi listens quietly, letting him finish. But when he does, Takasugi can barely hide his pissed-off expression. He tells Kazuma to save the grandstanding for after he won because otherwise he just looked like an idiot. That settled things for Takasugi. He decided he wasn't holding back. Be careful not to kill the original protagonist. Kazuma comments that Takasugi was stubborn to the end, but he knows talent is a form of strength, and he would be coming at Takasugi with everything he had. A burst of power envelops Kazuma as he readies his blade. With a start, he dashes towards Takasugi, sword raised, and Takasugi braces himself. As Kazuma rushes in, Takasugi grips onto his sword, waiting for the first strike. Kazuma grits his teeth as he pulls his arm back. The sound of metal against metal echoes in the arena as Kazuma and Takasugi's swords clash. Takasugi's expression is focused, but Kazuma seems surprised. Ito exclaims at their first blows, but Reika watches quietly. Kazuma's group looks unnerved, but they stay silent. Kazuma leaps back a few steps from Takasugi. He waits and Kazuma pulls his hand back. With a flourish, he casts Flame Burst. Takasugi flinches in alarm. A large wall of fire quickly rushes towards Takasugi and all he can do is raise his sword to try and shield himself. Before he knew it, the flames completely enveloped him. Their small audience waits for the smoke and fire to clear. When it does, Takasugi has his arms raised before him. His clothes and skin are covered by burns, but he looks mostly fine. Kazuma laughs lightly before dashing back towards him. Takasugi quickly holds out his hand and casts Bolt as Kazuma nears him. A harsh flash of lightning quickly strikes down towards the ground. However, Kazuma dodges in time, twisting in the air. With Kazuma high in the air, Takasugi grits his teeth, bracing for the incoming attack. Kazuma slashes his blade down at him. However, when the dust clears, he's surprised to see that Takasugi wasn't there. He looks up to find him a few feet away, watching his next move. Kazuma frowns, thinking it was impossible that Takasugi was able to dodge his attack. Takasugi knew Kazuma finally realized that the fight wouldn't be an easy victory. He was sure that Kazuma would certainly play his hidden ace now, Kazuma's unique skill. It was the true trump card he kept hidden even during the fight with C-Class. Kazuma stands up and summons the Kusanagi sword into his hand. But Kazuma didn't know something. For all its power, that sword of his wasn't what the strategy guide called the strongest. That title belonged to something else. Swallow reversal. Breathing heavily from the fight, Takasugi watches for Kazuma's next move. The arena is quiet as Takasugi and Kazuma ready their weapons once more. Again, Kazuma makes the first move and dashes forward. Takasugi doesn't move from his position, making Kazuma smirk. As Kazuma nears him, a magic circle suddenly appears behind him. Takasugi freezes, realizing that Kazuma had activated a skill. Kazuma leaps into the air, magic surrounding his sword. At that moment, Takasugi raises his sword and activates his own powerful skill to counter him. They swing at each other at the same time. Their blades clash once more, the impact dealing a devastating explosion. Both of them try to hold their ground, but eventually Takasugi's swing wins. Kazuma's magic is blasted away and Kazuma himself is thrown back into the air from the recoil. Kazuma goes flying, blood coating his shirt, and Takasugi watches as he falls flat on his back. Their audience is stunned silent, no one makes a single word. Suddenly, the quiet is cut by the shrill sound of an alarm. Takasugi turns frantically at the sound of the final buzzer. He asks if he lost, but looking down he exclaims to see Kazuma breathing heavily and bleeding badly from a wound on his stomach. Without missing a beat, Takasugi immediately raises his hand and uses magic to heal Kazuma. Kazuma watches in confusion as he's completely free from his injuries. Behind him, Takasugi hears Reika's soft voice, unable to believe that he won. He turns back to see their expression, and before he knew it, Ito and Reika were clinging to him, absolutely excited about his victory. Takasugi is stunned. Reika is frozen in shock, Ito still quite unable to believe that Takasugi actually won, and from the looks of it, Takasugi is just as shocked. Meanwhile, Kazuma's team is in complete disbelief that he lost. Hazama struck silent. Kazuma gets up quietly. Takasugi doesn't know what to say either. For all his talk of holding himself back, the result was completely one-sided. He didn't even lose 10% of his health. With some slight fear, Takasugi thinks that Master Tony's goals were truly on another level. Their duel ends and they head back to the main school building. However, as Takasugi takes a break in one of the outdoor benches, Reika and Ayano stand before him. Ayano demands to know what kind of trick he pulled during the duel. Takasugi stays quiet, but she continues to say that there was no way he could have won since he was at the bottom of the class until recently. Finally getting angry at her words, he corrects her, saying that he was only formerly at the bottom. Reika sighs at Ayano, saying that she kept telling her that Takashi wasn't weak but she just wouldn't believe her. Again, Ayano argues with Reika, asking if he had some kind of dirt on her. She says that he couldn't even level up without their help, so he must have cheated. The audacity to imply that he was useless before you came along is crazy, considering you weren't even together all the time. Takasugi counters that a win was a win, no matter how anyone got it. That's not really helping your cheating allegations, but okay. Ayano seems to take this as him admitting to cheating his way into winning. Reika cuts them off, telling Ayano that since she only saw him during the 2 dungeon dives they were together, she didn't know Takasugi had been growing at that same incredible pace ever since. She adds that it was true that she couldn't blame her because Reika herself could hardly believe it and she's been watching him with her own eyes. Takasugi just states again that it was natural because he was the man who was going to be the strongest. His words were almost nonsensical, but that was exactly Takasugi's plan as he tried to brush the conversation away. Reika says that she thought he was only joking at first, but now she was starting to think that he might actually be able to do it. In a panic, Ayano says that she doesn't accept it. Takasugi plainly suggests that if she wasn't convinced, then they could settle it in the arena. His words make Ayano incredibly flustered as she tries to push the idea away. According to the strategy guide, Jinguji Ayano was one of the more popular heroines in the game. Since she only used a spear, specializing her in debuffs was recommended. She was a Koroin, which is basically a Japanese slang term for a female character who was easily won over, and she lived by 2 family credos. First, she must marry the first man to defeat her, and the second was that the orders of a man stronger than her are absolute. Takasugi suddenly understands that she refuses to admit that he defeated her. Right now, Ayano probably felt that even Kazuma was beneath her, which meant that the only man around here she could possibly see as strong was most likely Takasugi. His thoughts are suddenly cut off when someone points out that he was always opening a certain book in his hands. With a rather dark look in her eyes, Reika asks Takasugi what was so special about it. Takasugi doesn't say anything, watching Reika carefully as he softly shuts the book in his hands. Time passed and the school's athletic festival was fast approaching. Meanwhile, Takasugi curses out loud as he looks down at his tablet. He was at the item shop once more. From behind the counter, Rin tries to console him, saying that there was no need to get so worked up because there was always next time. Takasugi had recently acquired a Nanatsuboshi sword. It boosted attack power by 1.6 times, enhanced the damage of the holy attribute, and added an additional 150 in physical damage. The sword was exclusively for hunting the undead. Also, for some reason, it didn't heal allies if the user hit them with it, which I feel like you should sort of expect since it's still a sword. It was the unique weapon dropped during his golem hunt, and he had it appraised. However, of all the things to get, it had to be a multiplier weapon with the holy attribute, so it was essentially useless for him. It healed any enemy that wasn't undead, so it was completely worthless. However, Takasugi knew it would still be too powerful on certain floors, so he was hesitant to sell it. After getting the Masamune, he was able to tear through golems at an incredible speed, and the sword was the result of all that relentless grinding. According to Master Tony, to create the ultimate dual-wielding build, he should try to get an attack multiplier sword from a golem. However, Master Tony also said that knowing when to quit was key. Some people had grinded for a month and had gotten nothing. The drop rate was astronomical. Takasugi had told himself that he was only grinding for a week, but it's already been 2. He knew it was impossible to get on his own. Rin asks him why he was so against it. She suggests that he would be able to sell it for quite a high price. Takasugi is immediately against the idea. He knew that if anyone else got their hands on the sword and became stronger, it would just put him in more danger. Rin says it was a shame before asking about his choice for another weapon he had asked to be appraised. It was a spear called the Jumanji Yari AOA. It added 30 more points to magic points damage and an additional 150 points to additional physical damage. It was a pretty strong weapon, but Takasugi refused, saying beggars couldn't be choosers. Takasugi decides to put it up for auction. Rin immediately accepts his decision and informs him that she would transfer the funds to his account as usual. As he's walking down the corridors once more, Takasugi feels a presence coming up behind him. Again, he finds himself flanked by familiar armored men. Just like before, Takasugi is frozen as another student comes up behind him. Shion advances towards him, just as determined as before. When Takasugi turns to her, Shion immediately tells him that she would give him 100,000 for the sword. However, Takasugi turns her down once again, repeating that he wasn't selling the sword. Shion pauses before saying that he was being awfully calm for someone who was completely surrounded. For Takasugi, after the real monsters he's been fighting as of late, a scene like that barely even registered. In fact, it almost felt comforting. With an awkward smile, he admits that a whole crowd of amateurs didn't even up to a single pro. Damn, bro defeated the protagonist in a duel and now he has balls of steel. Immediately, the armored guards surrounding him are offended and curse at him. Shion orders everyone to stop. She steps even closer, much to Takasugi's alarm. Shion leans close to his ear and tells him that she was buying him coffee, so he was coming with her. Takasugi raises an eyebrow at her, finding her commanding presence rather confusing. Somewhere in town at a cafe, drinks and desserts are set on a table. Refusing to touch the meal in front of him, Takasugi asks Shion if she was going to get to the point anytime soon. Sitting across from him, Shion starts off by asking if the sword she wanted from him really had the fire attribute. With a flick of his arm, Takasugi sends a piece of paper flying her way. The sheet lands on the table in front of Shion and Takasugi informs her that it was the appraisal certificate. Shion reads through the paper quietly, her expression rather shocked. Takasugi then repeats himself, telling her to get to the point. Looking back to him, Shion tells him that she was planning on leveling up on the 8th floor and she was hoping to borrow the sword just for that. She explains that the Yetis on the 8th floor were a real pain, but she never imagined that Takasugi's kotetsu was a pure elemental weapon. Taking a sip of his drink, Takasugi frowns and continues to turn down her offer. Shion thinks about her next move. She asks whether he was interested in being hired. She was willing to pay him handsomely to be her supporter on the 8th floor. Takasugi turns her down again, saying that he didn't have the time to do that. Shion argues that if he came to the 8th floor with her, then he would be able to level up as well. With a rather aloof expression, Takasugi brushes her words off. Internally, Takasugi was annoyed because he knew that there was no way for him to level up on a floor like that anymore. He needed to find the item he was looking for and unlock his next skill quickly. Getting angry, Shion asks what kind of reward he wanted. Takasugi seemingly jokes and says that he might consider it if she had a sword with an attack multiplier. Just as he says so, Shion gets a glint in her eyes. She immediately rummages through her pocket and takes out a certificate. She places it perfectly in front of Takasugi. It was the appraisal for a sword called the Kogurasumaru. It had the feature of a 1.8 attack power multiplier with an additional 150 physical damage. Takasugi gapes in awe as he reads. Shion looks smug at the sight of his expression, informing him that it was the weapon she was currently using. The sword was only a B rank in rarity, but it was a sword with the exact ability he needed right at that moment. Determined to have it, Takasugi looks back to Shion and offers to buy it for 100,000. However, the moment the words left his mouth, he cursed his own carelessness, especially since he was an idiot who started negotiations by offering all the money he had. With a crazed grin, Shion says that she couldn't do that. However, if he agreed to be her supporter on the 8th floor, then she might consider it. Taking out another appraisal certificate, Takasugi offers to trade her sword with the Nanatsuboshi. Shion stares in amazement at the certificate, realizing that it was the weapon he was using to level up. She asks how he got such a wicked sword. Takasugi smiles lightly as he hears her voice trembling. The Nanatsuboshi was definitely considered more valuable in this world. But for him, a multiplier weapon he can use on any floor was something he absolutely had to have. If he was the one using it, his damage against the undead should be about the same. As long as he had the Kogurasu Maru, he didn't need the Nanatsuboshi. Looking back at him, Shion asks if she could do him the favor and trade her sword for the Nanatsuboshi. Takasugi's eyes light up as he realizes she took the bait. The only problem was how much of a threat Shion would become to him once she starts power leveling around the 13th floor. However, if he could put her in his debt now, he could possibly lower that risk. Holding out his hand, Takasugi says that they had a deal. In the snowy landscapes of the 8th floor, Shion stands before a spider-like monster, her hand over her blade. The spider suddenly swipes at her and Shion is sent flying. She bounces on the ground, hard. She struggles to get up, coughing out blood. As the spider moves to close in on her, Shion leaps into the air right above the monster. Putting her whole weight into the attack, she cuts the monster clean in half. Takasugi watches quietly as the mages around him scramble towards Shion. He realizes that Shion wasn't exactly partying with her underlings, she was taking down every enemy by herself. Her 3 followers split into 2 parties, leaving the rest of them to do nothing but watch her fight. A mage comes behind Shion and begins to heal her open wounds. Takasugi thought about how others had said blood was stored in the bones, so it didn't matter how many times one would heal those wounds. He wondered if her bones wouldn't just turn hollow after bleeding as much as she currently was. Shion stands on unsteady legs, still covered in her blood. The mage healing her from before believes that surely Takasugi can now tell that Shion was more of a hard worker than he originally thought. Casting a glance at Shion, Takasugi only thinks that what Shion was doing could hardly be called hard work. All he could see was someone being reckless, trying to solo without the stats to back it up. Takasugi frowns, wondering if there was a reason why she needed to defeat them on her own. As far as he knew, many of the class unlock requirements didn't involve defeating a certain number of enemies solo. It didn't seem like she was challenging stronger enemies because she was greedy for experience either. Another one of Shion's underlings comes up to Takasugi, snapping him out of his thoughts. The man tells him to focus more and with a deadly expression threatens to kill him if anything happens to Shion. Takasugi stares quietly at the man. Takasugi wonders if the man held a grudge against him because of what he said, calling them half-wits earlier. Takasugi didn't regret it though, because he truly did think they were half-wits. Besides that, from his current distance, he could kill any of the monsters in an instant. As far as he was concerned, he was taking things plenty seriously. Suddenly, someone comes towards them, saying that the man was being ridiculous. It was Shion, and she tells the man that they couldn't all win against them. The man tries to defend himself in a panic, but Shion talks over him. Pinning him in place with a sharp glare, Shion points out that she was still relaxed, so they could be rest assured that she was in no immediate danger. Or at least not until she traded weapons with Takasugi again. She warns the man not to say anything unnecessary. The man is forced to keep quiet, terrified. Turning back to Takasugi, Shion asks what he thought of the last battle and if he had any advice for her. Takasugi points out that since she hasn't leveled up as a warrior, her health and endurance were rather too low. Shion crosses her arms and stubbornly says that she didn't need any of that. All that mattered to her was strength and agility. Letting him in on a secret of hers, she admits that she's only been raising swordsman and thief-type classes. Thinking it through, Takasugi knew that swordsman classes had high strength and health growth, while thief classes had high agility and strength growth. If Shion were a warrior, her health and endurance would increase and she'd have access to many damage reduction skills. He asks her what she planned on doing if she failed to dodge or gets hit by a magic attack. Shion proudly answers that she never failed, and for magic attacks, she had a plan that was more than good enough. She rummages under her shirt. She takes out an amulet she was wearing. It was a necklace with 30% magic damage reduction. It was the very same one every noble in the academy wore as part of a matching set. Finally losing patience, Takasugi says that if she was going solo, she needed more endurance even as an attacker. He reminds her that she was her own shield and she wouldn't be able to dodge forever. Shion lets out a heavy sigh. With a disappointed look on her face, she says that she had such high hopes for him, but all she heard was painfully conventional advice. Girl, he's literally trying to save your ass. She tells him that the goal she was aiming for wasn't so low. Takasugi watches her go, a complicated look on his face. He didn't know what kind of goal she was aiming for, but it was a race between dealing max damage and dying from a single failed dodge. Shion's method of leveling up felt like a very risky gamble. Their group goes deeper down the 8th floor. Shion takes a step back, a gushing wound on her stomach. She grits her teeth in pain. Watching her continue to fight, Takasugi wonders if that was how badly a person's wounds opened when their endurance and health were low. He had been raising his health and endurance from the very beginning, so he's never taken that much damage before. Of course he had to raise those stats. He was constantly shocking himself over and over. As Shion continues to fight with another spider monster, Takasugi looks up in alarm as more monsters appear at the cliff above them. The other party members beside him quickly spring into action, holding out their staff and firing magic. Their attacks hit the monsters point blank. Shion dashes up to the spider in front of her and leaps into the air. With a single powerful thrust, she drives her blade right into the monster's face. It goes down without another fight. As Shion tries to catch her breath, someone comes towards her. A man with a dark sneer comments that Shion finally got her hands on the weapon she wanted from a certain first-year trash. He asks her if she's finally decided on disposing of her garbage, just as he'd advised. Behind him, two other men smirk. Takasugi crosses his arms in thought, wondering if the man was talking about him when he said first-year trash. He thinks about how easily the man had talked about disposing him and wonders if being surrounded by his underlings had made him so bold. Shion refers to the man as Fujiwara and tells him that since she didn't have time to deal with him, he should get lost. Fujiwara throws her words back at her. As they talk, Takasugi leans over to one of the mages and asks who the man was. The mage informs him that the man was from an up-and-coming noble family called Fujiwara. He received an invitation from Noir, the same guild as Shion, and now he sees her as his rival. Fujiwara sneers, saying that having a weakling like Shion in the same hunting ground as them lowers their efficiency. With a confident smirk, he asks if she was planning on taking him on. Shion's underlings grit their teeth in barely hidden anger. As Takasugi continues to watch their exchange, he asks the mage why they didn't just take them out since there were more of them. The mage explains that in dungeons, the smaller party was considered higher on the hierarchy. Takasugi understands what she meant as he remembered the time he bumped into that one party while he was exploring the dungeon solo. The mage crosses her arms, saying that Fujiwara was a third year and had been on the 8th floor longer than they have, so their overall levels were probably higher than the party's too. Takasugi thinks about their situation. He wonders how many more kills Shion needed to finish in the 8th floor. He's already spent 2 weeks supporting her and he knew he couldn't waste any more time. Fujiwara pompously says that his party could take them out in an instant. Some of Shion's party was barely suppressing their anger while the others tried to hold them back. But something dawns on Takasugi. Shion and Fujiwara were both backed by the same guild, meaning that it wouldn't affect any guild rivalries. It also meant that this moment was Takasugi's chance to test his skills against magic users. It was a golden opportunity. A smile forms on his face as he pushes his sleeves up. Based on Shion's underlings, they didn't seem like opponents Takasugi would lose to, so he needed to get a good grasp on his own abilities. Otherwise, it would seriously hinder his progress going forward. Whatever happened next, Takasugi was sure Shion would use her noble connections to make it all disappear. Takasugi quickly snatches the cloak from one of the mages and shrugs it on, ignoring the mage as she calls out to him. Hidden underneath the hood, he cuts into the fight between Shion and Fujiwara. He declares that he wouldn't allow a weakling like Fujiwara to interfere with the young lady Shion. Shion freezes, dumbstruck. Fujiwara is immediately pissed, asking if he had any idea what he was doing. Shion immediately tries to break things off, telling Fujiwara to stop because Takasugi had nothing to do with their fight. But Fujiwara almost completely ignores her warning, saying that it was too late because Takasugi had crossed the line. If he backed down now, the Fujiwara name would be shamed. Shion tries to tell Takasugi to stop as well, but he ignores her. Fujiwara asks for Takasugi's name. Lying through his teeth, Takasugi introduces himself as Miyamoto Musashi, making Fujiwara pissed. Fun fact, but the real-life Miyamoto Musashi was a Japanese swordsman, strategist, artist and writer known for his double-bladed swordsmanship and undefeated record in 62 duels. Fujiwara threatens Takasugi, saying that he would never forgive him and he was as good as dead. Takasugi asks whether Fujiwara was really going to kill him just because he insulted a noble before driving it home by saying he was way too arrogant. Shion can only stare in horror as Fujiwara finally snaps. He orders his men to go for the kill and make Takasugi regret stepping before the Fujiwara family's mage squad. The mages immediately take position, holding out their hands and staves to cast their spells. Takasugi isn't impressed by the so-called mage squad, refusing to move in place. The barrage of attacks collide into one huge explosion. Fujiwara grins at his win. However, as the smoke lessens, they see a form. The dust completely clears to reveal Takasugi, completely unscathed as his hand shines with magic. He smiles victoriously. Fujiwara exclaims in shock to realize that Takasugi had used X-Heal. Takasugi grabs hold of his sword and in a single leap he disappears from their sight. He appears before the squad of mages and makes quick work of them. He takes them down one by one in a fluid motion, only needing a single hit to defeat each member. By the end of it, he stands in the middle of Fujiwara's squad, the other mages out cold. He holds out his sword before Fujiwara as the man cowers on the floor. To keep up with his act, he screams that Fujiwara would regret defying the young lady Shion in his next life. If the swordsman thing doesn't work out, he might want to try being an actor. Fujiwara yells at him to stop in desperation, but Takasugi almost heartlessly cuts him down with a single strike of his sword. As he sheathes his sword back into its scabbard, he turns to Shion and says that he would leave the cleanup to her. He adds that they could take their items or do whatever else they wanted. However, almost fearfully, Shion asks him if he was a monster. Some time passes in the 8th floor as Shion's party works to heal the fallen mage squad. Meanwhile, Shion yells at Takasugi saying that what he did was far too arrogant. However, Takasugi is almost unaffected by her words, saying that that was how nobles did things in the first place. Shion continues to yell at him, saying that even if his words were true, it didn't mean he had to go as far as he did. She says that if he was already that powerful, he could have at least held back. Raising an eyebrow, Takasugi asks her how he was supposed to hold back against enemies who already went down in one hit. Shion stares at him incredulously, but ultimately she's unable to find a good reply. She presses her lips together and looks down, deep in thought. In the next second, Shion goes down to her knees, head bowed to the very ground. She apologizes to Takasugi for all their rudeness up to that moment. Takasugi says that if she really was sorry, he wanted her to let him leave the party. Shion quickly raises her head and tries to stutter out that her subordinates might end up in danger without him. Takasugi points out that they could just go back to the 7th floor and grind levels since their current pace was far too inefficient anyway. Shion stays quiet, thinking it over, but one of the mages suggests that it should be best for them to do as Takasugi recommends. The mage says that she doubted that Fujiwara and his group would bother them again, especially as they quickly made their escape after being healed. Shion agrees with her, saying that it really was too soon for her to have tried taking on the 8th floor. With that said, she decides to return the kotetsu to Takasugi. Takasugi takes back the sword, snapping it next to the one he was currently using. When he turns back to her, he tells Shion that it's been bothering him for a while now that she's using formal language with him, so he asks her to stop. Rather awkwardly, Shion agrees, but before he goes, she asks for some final advice. Takasugi immediately points out that she was under-leveled. To put it frankly, with the build she was currently aiming for, he tells her that she won't be able to handle bosses or stronger high-level enemies. First of all, she needed more spirit, then strength, and then endurance. He tells her to keep her agility more moderate and to use skills against faster enemies. The only way to get stronger was to level up. However, Takasugi believed that a lot of her problems would be solved once she got to the 13th floor. Shion is quiet for a moment, but when she turns to Takasugi, her face is a bright red and she can't seem to meet his eyes. She hesitantly tells him that she would take his words into consideration. Takasugi watches their party go. He let out a smile as all his current troubles had been taken care of. Activating the ring on his finger, he uses it to teleport into another floor. The walls and ceilings are covered in hieroglyphs. Takasugi starts to walk down the large corridors. Having class changed to a ninja, he headed for the 18th floor, which the strategy guide said was most efficient. His health and endurance dropped with the class change, and he's since changed his fighting style so any accident could happen. He did, however, have a skill that acts like a smoke bomb, so he supposed he could just run away if things got dicey. He starts descending a staircase. However, when he reaches the ground floor, his feet froze. A chill went down Takasugi's spine the moment he entered the 18th floor. He could sense the presence of multiple beings. Takasugi leaps away in time as a large monster with a single eye, an upside-down mouth, and a large club swipes at him. He slides across the dungeon floor and raises his head in time to see the monster raising its club to strike at him one more time. Takasugi leaps into the air as the club crashes into the ground. Using the club as leverage, he climbs its length to get closer to the monster. When he's at eye level with the monster, he brandishes his sword. He delivers one harsh jab at the monster's eye and it goes down. With the monster dead, he pulls out the sword from its eye and lets out a relieved sigh. He smiles, finding that the floor was just difficult enough to be a challenge. Without any warning, he feels a chill run down his spine. He quickly looks around in alarm. Before he finds anything, he's suddenly nauseous. He quickly covers his mouth to keep himself from throwing up even as he continues to gag. His stomach slowly starting to settle, he looks around the dungeon again. Takasugi watches as a figure slowly comes out of the darkness. He's completely still as a tall figure passes by him. He makes no sound, almost not even breathing as he waits for the person to leave. He turns around once to check that the coast is clear before breathing out a sigh of relief. The person was a blonde knight bearing the crest of Guild Noir. Takasugi heads further into the floor. Later on, he also comes across a samurai from the 6 coins. They were all from top-tier guilds. Just the aura leaking out of them was enough to make him even more nauseous. He heads further and further into the current floor, the corridors seemingly getting darker. As he enters another section, he looks up in alarm. Before him was a monstrous creature. He flinches to find it was a huge troll. Catching sight of him, the troll raises its arms before smashing its fists into the ground where Takasugi stood. However, Takasugi was able to dodge, escaping by running underneath it. The troll didn't look like it had a solid defense, but its health seemed ridiculously high. Takasugi decides that he just had to keep slashing away at its health. He stops behind the troll, and just as it turns around, he leaps into the air. He immediately uses swallow reversal. The fight goes on, and eventually the troll is left dead on the ground, slashes all over its body from Takasugi's attacks. It finally went down after he hit it with swallow reversal 12 times. Hunting down huge trolls was terrible for efficiency. He casts a glance behind him and finds a set of stairs leading further in. He thought it couldn't be helped. He would try out the 20th floor for his last run. He eventually arrives and immediately in front of him was a skeletal figure holding a large scythe. The creature opens its mouth and begins to chant, before sending the spell Takasugi's way. He tries to shield himself from the attack, but they weren't physical. He realizes that it was a curse that temporarily caused his level to go down. He raises his hand up to cast a spell and remove the curse. His body lights up for a moment, but he flinches in horrified realization. The dispel wiped out the buffs he had given himself too. The skeletal monster doesn't wait for him to recover and immediately dashes towards him, scythe ready to swing. Panic kicks in and Takasugi immediately takes out a smoke bomb. He throws it to the ground, and when the dust clears, the monster finds that he's already gone. Outside the dungeon, Takasugi takes a step into safe grounds. He realizes that he should be near the recommended level, but he didn't feel like he could beat anything where he was. He wonders what Kazuma was doing. At the rate they were going, they would enter the dungeon rampage scenario where a stampede occurs. There were even demon gods that had escaped the dungeon. He needed Kazuma to level up and advance to the scenario quickly. The next day at class, his classmates are gathered at the front discussing amongst themselves. Takasugi tries to make a quiet exit, but someone calls out to him before he can completely leave. It was Hazama. He says that guys like Takasugi who get cocky because they beat Kazuma were the most dangerous. That's rich, coming from this guy in particular. Annoyed, Takasugi just says that he wasn't getting cocky. Ayano suddenly joins their conversation, saying that Takasugi should listen to Hazama because he really was dangerous. Takasugi asks if that was all they wanted to say. Ayano smiles and says that she was talking about the dungeon competition. She says that other grade levels were participating too. Hazama glares at Takasugi, telling him not to get into the upperclassmen's way unnecessarily. Above all else, he tells Takasugi not to mess with Shion because they heard a rumor that she kept a monster for a pet. Takasugi offhandedly says that he knew her and he would remember to be careful. Internally, all Takasugi could think was how he was literally held captive by Shion for half a day the other day. Can't believe that that was only for half a day. Hazama yells at him, saying that it was no laughing matter. It was a problem that could get the entire class destroyed because of him. Hazama adds that he even heard that even third years didn't go near Shion. Takasugi tries to brush his words aside, saying that there was no way someone like that existed, chalking it up to a rumor. Suddenly someone joins their conversation, telling Takasugi that what he said wasn't true. Reika says that she heard it too, so there was no mistake. She steps closer to Takasugi and whispers into his ear. She says that although he might not believe it, conceited as he was about being the strongest, but monsters really did exist. And apparently the rumors were true. Takasugi stays quiet. When Reika finally moves away from him, he relents and says that he would stay away from Shion, adding that he wasn't so clumsy that he'd get by stray bullets. Hazama says that whatever they said was useless and was wasted on Takasugi. I honestly don't know what he was expecting him to do or say. However, Hazama says that they still needed his combat power for collecting magic stones. He decides to stick him with Ayano and Reika on the 7th floor so there shouldn't be any issues. Hazama says that although it was inefficient, they needed to isolate him because it was too risky the other way. So they had no choice. Annoyed, Takasugi asks if he was done talking. Ayano reassures Hazama that she would make sure Takasugi understood so he shouldn't worry, urging them to go ahead. Turning to Takasugi with a bright smile, Ayano says that they were doing a practice run that day so she wasn't letting him escape. Takasugi can only look annoyed. With that, Takasugi was forced to participate in the strategy meeting for the interclass battle. Hazama was leader of the boss subjugation team and Kazama's group would be entering the arena team battle. The problem was that the Magic Stone Collection team gathered there. The strategy guide explicitly mentioned that fatal accidents happened in that specific role. Ayano declares that the party would consist of her, Reika, and Takasugi. The others could proceed as planned. One of their classmates asked if Ayano's team could really handle the 7th floor on their own, since technically that would make them their main force. Even Kazuma's group was only going up to the 6th floor, so his concern was valid. Ayano informs the others that they were going to scout the floor that day. If it looked too tough, maybe they would go to the 4th floor. Takasugi immediately exclaims as he hears the plan. He asks why they weren't going to the 5th floor. The classmate from before quickly steps in and says that people like Takasugi who didn't attend their meetings really didn't know anything. I mean, that's kind of the point. He's asking because he wasn't in the other meetings, so he didn't know. The student says that if they got into a fight on the 5th floor, people would die. Takasugi points out that experience points didn't matter there, so he suggests for everyone to go to the 5th or 6th floor. Almost immediately, Ayano and another student cuts in, telling him that since he abandoned the meeting, he shouldn't try to stir things up now. Ayano argues that the upperclassmen would most likely be on those floors. Battles against other classes would be more intense than the monsters, making those floors too dangerous. Takasugi just stays quiet. Contrary to what was written in the strategy guide, his class had actually put together a fairly sophisticated strategy. Their group eventually arrives in the dungeon. With Takasugi taking the lead, he complains out loud that he somehow found himself touring the 7th floor with two ugly broads. Reika and Ayano immediately corner him. Reika points out that she was a beauty and Ayano asks if his eyeballs even worked because people used to call her the most beautiful girl in town. Takasugi moves past them saying that their personalities were definitely ugly, much to the girl's annoyance. Their conversation is cut short when a monster turns the corner. Ayano immediately springs into action. She readies her lance, but as she dashes forward she passes through it. Ayano was completely powerless against ghosts, but she was being stubborn and refused to admit it. Reika tries to fire icicles at the monster, but she has bad compatibility since she uses ice, so she couldn't even defeat a ghost properly. Having had enough, Takasugi dashes forward and with a single strike he takes the ghost down. As he walks away he hears Ayano comment that it appeared like his skills had improved somewhat. Reika proudly says that they were able to handle things. Takasugi doesn't say anything, but that right there was exactly the personality rot he was talking about. He suggests that since their class's main attack force was just playing around, they should then go change floors. However, Ayano immediately shuts the idea down and says it was too late to change the plan now. But there was another problem. A healer would be in high demand, but this time they were grouped together. The rivals on the current floor were too strong and they were too powerless. It was troubling that Reika and Ayano's pride got in the way of them making the right choice. Takasugi turns around and announces that they've done enough scouting. He suggests that they start heading home, but Reika cuts him off and doubles down that she was considered a beauty. Finally relenting, Takasugi lets out a sigh and agrees that she indeed looked like one. When he turns back to her, he stops. There's a pleased smile and a blush on Reika's face. Oh, she's really happy about that. Takasugi had frozen completely, unaware of Ayano's steadily darkening mood. Ayano finally cracks and says that Takasugi was totally staring at Reika just then. Takasugi immediately denies it and pushes for them to go home. The day of the interclass battle eventually arrives. Aside from the arena tournament, the competition was based on the amount of magic stones acquired between 9 AM to 3 PM. Unfortunately, this was an event a student couldn't win using fair methods. In this academy, the mindset that any means are justified to avoid losing was rampant. Some students even had attendants waiting inside the dungeon holding magic stones for them. That's why the upper classes with their abundance of nobles had an overwhelming advantage. As the students gathered around the dungeon entrance, Takasugi and the rest turn around as a familiar figure arrives, the crowd breaking into whispers. The students make way as Shion and her party pass by. Takasugi yawns unbothered until someone reaches out and pulls him back by his collar. In a frenzy, Ayano whispers to him that he needed to get to the side and look at the ground as Shion was walking by. Not really having a choice, he does as told, but Shion notices him anyway. Rather bewildered by the way he was acting, Shion asks what his posture was supposed to mean. Takasugi just looks away, unable to answer. Immediately after she passes, Ayano exclaims that Shion was just looking at them. Hazama starts complaining, saying that she had already marked them. Bold of him to assume he was worth marking at all. He accuses Takasugi, asking if he couldn't do anything without standing out. Takasugi tells them not to be so scared since she wasn't going to do anything. Takasugi watches as Ayano and Hazama start spiraling. He figured they looked pale out of fear of Shion. Shion most likely paraded her group through here on purpose to intimidate everyone. More importantly, the thought of wasting another day without earning experience points was really bringing Takasugi down. He lets out a heavy sigh. Reika crosses her arms and asks why he was sighing while looking at their faces before calling him incredibly rude. Ayano asks him how he could be marked by someone like Shion and still remain so calm. Takasugi doesn't respond to either of them, simply looking annoyed. Before they knew it, a starting pistol was fired into the air. Takasugi's group stands frozen as the crowd immediately surges past them and into the dungeon. From behind the crowd, a student raises his staff and orders everyone to move out of his way. He casts a bomb-like spell that immediately catches Takasugi's attention. The bomb crashes right in front of them. When the dust settles, Takasugi is holding up a shield for him and the others. He asks Ayano if she was okay as she had been knocked back by the explosion. Gathering themselves together, they quickly dash into the dungeon. Takasugi tells them that if they fall behind, it would be hard for them to catch up. He orders them to pull themselves together and they would head straight for the 7th floor. However, when they arrive, they find nothing. There weren't any enemies on sight. Ayano asks if they should wait a while, but Takasugi urges that they head in deeper. Takasugi leads that group as they walk further into the dungeon. After a while, Ayano yells at Takasugi saying that they weren't sticking to the plan since they were only able to scout the entrance. Takasugi tells her to relax since they would be fine as long as he was there. Ayano says that Takasugi could only talk big because of the sword he had. Takasugi smiles and says that maybe that really was the case. He decided that it was better if everyone kept thinking that way. He turns back to the front and stops. Shion rushes into a horde of monsters, cutting everything in her path in an instant. Watching Shion slaughtering the monsters at a terrifying speed, Ayano exclaims in panic, asking what they were going to do. Takasugi just tells her to ignore Shion and they would get started. Shion was mowing down enemies solo as quickly as possible. Turning to another direction, Takasugi catches sight of other classes engaged in their own fights. He was reassured that even Class A wouldn't try anything stupid with them. Takasugi calls out to the others and tells them they should keep their distance from Shion and hunt elsewhere. His group eventually arrives at an area with enough monsters to keep them occupied. Ayano grunts as she takes a slash to the face. With 2 deadweights in tow, his words, "Not mine." Takasugi couldn't match Shion's clearing speed. However, they were still performing far better than the students of Class A. Takasugi yells as he raises his sword in the air, ready to strike down, but before he could land the finishing blow, someone comes in for the kill. The Class A students couldn't stand losing, so they started killing the enemies spawning around Takasugi's group just to get in their way. The Class A students who took down Takasugi's enemy sneer at him, but Takasugi returns it with a deadly glare. His expression makes them flinch in fear. The Class A group quickly turn back around with a click of their tongue. Watching them go, Takasugi comments that they weren't all that after all. Reika tells him to stop it in case they hear him. Takasugi calmly tells her that it was no problem because they were obviously stronger. Ayano says that his words may be true, but Shion was definitely dangerous. Shion was killing everything in one hit. If she decided to mark them as targets, they would be kicked out with no questions asked. Seeing Shion working so hard, Takasugi lightly smiles. They eventually move on deeper into the dungeon. Ayano breathes heavily as the group stand in the middle of their kills trying to catch their breath. Takasugi asks Ayano if she was okay, and irritated, she tells him to shut up and focus on himself. Calmly, Reika says that she had no choice, so it was time for her to summon her trump card. Raising her staff, she summons a magic circle and calls out for a demon. As the smoke from her spell slowly settles, a figure appears. A small demon with a Cheshire grin appears, proudly announcing its arrival. Takasugi looks at it incredulously. He turns to Reika, asking if she was joking. Reika turns to him just as incredulous, wondering if she failed. The demon answers to her, saying that its summoning wasn't a failure because it would prove to them its mastery of the 4 elements. The group eventually follows the little demon as it pushes onwards. However, Takasugi knew that in the original game, the demon was nothing more than what was called a trash pull. In other words, it was totally useless. If anything, the demon was a liability that just attracted danger. Takasugi turns to Reika and asks if she was really letting the pompous demon fight. Reika says that she had to since she already summoned it. Honestly, she doesn't have to let it fight at all if it was useless. Seeing a monster, the little demon stops and points its trident at it. With a yell of joy, it shoots a blast of magic. The attack hits the monster at the back of the head, but it almost takes no damage at all. The monster is pissed and turns to the little demon, chasing after it with an enraged roar. The little demon immediately runs back to the group in a panic. It stops when it's right by Reika and tries to defend at the same time as she does. Just then, Takasugi rushes in. With a single slash, Takasugi takes the monster down. He breathes out a sigh of relief, however the little demon hurries away again. It spots a monster in the distance and just like before, it lets out a grin as it fires its trident. Just as the attack nears the monster, Shion suddenly comes forward to take the monster down. Shion catches sight of the little demon's attack too late and she's sent flying by the impact. Ayano shrieks in horror as the rest of the group is left speechless. When the dust settles, Shion is on the ground. The skeleton monster from before raises its sword ready to catch her off guard, but Shion catches sight of it. She takes her sword and slashes at it, defeating it in a single strike. As she gets up, Takasugi jogs up to her, apologizing. He holds up a hand to heal her, explaining all the while that Reika's summoned demon had gone berserk. As Shion's wounds heal, she gives him an unamused glare. Takasugi watches as Shion rushes back into the dungeon without another word. He only smiles to himself as she goes. Catching up to him, Ayano lets out a sigh of relief, saying that Takasugi was amazing and she had some newfound respect for him. Reika crosses her arms with a smile, saying that they were lucky that Takasugi apologized so quickly, saving them from Shion. However, Takasugi is unamused as he points to the little demon and asks blankly if he had permission to kill it already. Said little demon was attacking another skeletal monster with glee. Immediately, Reika stops him because the little demon was too pitiful. Ayano argues that the group almost died because of him. Reika points out that they still survived, in no point thanks to her, and tells Ayano not to take Takasugi's side. She says that since the little demon was her first summon, it must have some kind of special power. However, the next time the little demon charged back into a horde of monsters and tried to run away, Takasugi held Reika back from trying to save it as it got beaten up. Takasugi and Ayano give each other a thumbs up as the little demon eventually dies. But unbelievably, Reika summoned it a second time. And again, Takasugi restrained Reika as she resisted, and they let the little demon die again for messing with the monsters. With tears in her eyes, Reika calls Takasugi an ogre and a devil and resolutely says that she would just summon the little demon again and again, which honestly just sounds like a big waste in mana and time. Takasugi and Ayano just stare at her incredulously. Reika raises her staff again and summons a magic circle. But instead of the same little demon, a large winged monster comes out. It turned out to be a gargoyle, which happened to be a ghost type. Besides being able to pull the enemy's focus, it had a powerful breath attack that proved to be very useful. The gargoyle starts attacking the monsters around them. Reika crosses her arms and turns away from Takasugi, calling him a jerk. Takasugi resolutely says that even if a summon was killed, Reika could just call it again since it was usually the same entity anyway. Pleased with his words, Reika finally smiles at him. Suddenly, their conversation is cut short when someone comes towards them. It was a group of adventurers with a large summoned monster behind them. Takasugi exclaims in shock to realize it was a high-ranking version of the Reaper found on the 20th floor. The man that seemed to lead the group smirks, warning them to watch out because it was a Grim Reaper that he had summoned, and if they got hit by his attack they were dead meat. Ayano and Reika watch them nervously. The man laughs in glee to see them tremble in fear. He brags that the Reaper was so strong that even he had trouble controlling him, so they better watch their backs. Takasugi plainly states that summons attacked whatever the summoner attacks, so there was no such thing as a summon that was hard to control. Suddenly Shion appears beside Takasugi and asks the summoner if he was crazy from summoning a Grim Reaper in a place like that. At her sudden appearance, Ayano flinches in fear with a shriek. The summoner glares at them, saying that he had no issue with the two of them, so they just needed to leave. Shion ignores him and asks Takasugi what they should do, since if they left things alone, the Reaper could cause an accident. Takasugi casually tells Shion to go on ahead and he'll handle it. His words make Ayano flinch again, and she immediately grabs onto him to catch his attention. She reprimands him for his attitude because Shion was scarier than any Class A student, but Takasugi is too bothered by her chest being so close to him that he's unable to say anything to her. Shion cuts into their conversation and asks if he could really handle it and if he understood what the summoned monster was. Takasugi reassures her one last time. Shion gives him a small smile before turning back around and running deeper into the dungeon. Before they could completely watch her disappear into the distance, they're alerted by the sound of cracking. Takasugi and Ayano look down in alarm to see a wave of jagged ice coming towards them. One of the men in the group told them to back off too, or else when the Reaper entered combat mode it was over for them. Takasugi shoves his hand into his pocket. He wanted to save this trump card for later, but he had no choice. If he wanted to end the incoming battle in a single blow, then he had to test it out. He takes out the object in his pockets, the Gazer's crystal. It was a rare item that raised class level. He would use the crystal to level up and set his skills to dual wielding. Takasugi unsheaths two of his swords, his body enveloped with his power. Before the other group could react, Takasugi disappears in the blink of an eye from their view. In an instant he uses Swallow Reversal and cuts a hole straight through the Grim Reaper. The enemy group is left in shock and the summoner falls to the ground, unable to believe what just happened. Takasugi glares down at him, challenging him if that was all he could do. The man's voice is trembling as he says that it was all over and that Takasugi had no idea how much the spell had cost him. Takasugi just glares at him and tells him to hurry up and get lost. The man continued to push him, saying that since Takasugi was just from Class D, he had no right to tell him to get lost. But Takasugi just repeats himself. With a smirk, he says that in the dungeon class meant nothing and power was everything. The group seemed conflicted on leaving them as is. However, getting pissed that they were still hovering around them, Takasugi saw he had no choice. He summons a magic circle and a large golem-like monster erupts from the ground, reaching out a hand towards the enemy group. The group freezes in fear before turning tail and running away, shrieking all the while. Takasugi watches them go with an unimpressed look on his face. Turning to his group, Ayano gapes up at him in awe. It was only now sinking in that Takasugi really was strong. Reika wonders why he never used his summoned monster until then. Raising an eyebrow at her, Takasugi reasons that the monster dealt physical damage, so he was useless on their current floor. Rather annoyed by his attitude, Reika asks why he didn't head to a higher floor since it would have been better for him. Takasugi argues that Reika and Ayano had insisted on sticking to their schedule and clearly had no intention of listening to him. As such, he orders them not to breathe a word of his abilities to anyone about what they just saw. At this point, it's almost hilarious that it's only his class that doesn't know he's really that strong. He urges them to continue looking for enemies, but Ayano calls out to him. With glittering eyes, she asks him if he had any interest in forming a party with her. Takasugi just looks at her incredulously before rudely brushing her words aside, making Ayano exclaim in disbelief. Eventually, the event draws to a close. Back in Class D's classroom, the students are celebrating. Hazama exclaims in delight, unable to believe that their class would win second place. Another classmate is just as excited as him since he was able to blast a few of the jerks from Class B. Hazama says that it really was a battlefield on the 4th floor, but they truly lucked out thanks to Takasugi's group who went to the 7th floor without their knowledge. He heard that even Shion was down on the same floor. Ayano looks up as Hazama walks towards them. He kneels before Ayano and Reika, saying that he wanted to express his heartfelt thanks that they were able to wrap things up without causing a scene. Ayano smiles awkwardly and nervously looks away as she agrees with Hazama, adding that not causing a scene was just surviving. Hazama then adds that they were even able to collect the magic stones from Class A. Apparently, Class A had hidden their magic stones on the 7th floor. However, since they dropped out midway, they couldn't submit them. Thanks to that, Takasugi's team got first place in magic stone digging. In the tournament, Kazuma and his team were able to beat Class C, securing them in second place overall. Takasugi makes a snide remark that if only everyone other than their team had been a little more competent, then they could have aimed for first place. Hazama turns to him, annoyed. Takasugi continues that Hazama was in charge of the boss, but they only got 3 stones. If he had tried a little harder, the class might have beaten Class A in the overall rankings. Pissed, Hazama says that Takasugi could only speak so casually because he assigned the class's 2 main heavy hitters to his team. He says that if he hadn't done that, the rest of the class might have managed a bit better. Unable to defend himself, Takasugi can only frown. You'd think that if he wasn't going to at least show that he's stronger than everyone, Takasugi would stay quiet, but he can't seem to help but annoy others just for the sake of it. Hazama turns to Reika and says that it seemed like even the mighty Class A couldn't lay a finger on her. Reika stays quiet, only lowering her head. However, Takasugi knew that Class A didn't pay any attention to Reika at all. But knowing her, she probably wouldn't have held back anyway. Suddenly, a thought comes to Takasugi. Seeing how Hazama seemed to rate Reika awfully high, he wonders if he actually had a thing for her. However, he quickly brushes the thought away and turns around, leaving Hazama to pester Reika. Eventually, the day ends. 2 weeks have passed since the sports festival, and Takasugi reaches the 26th floor. However, for today he planned to challenge the keeper boss on the 10th floor. As she walks through the dungeon, he suddenly feels something drip on his cheek. Immediately, he grabs the hilt of his blade and looks up in alarm. A giant monstrous creature looms over him, shrieking in anger. Pulling back its arm, it prepares to attack. Takasugi unsheathes both of his swords and braces himself for the blow. The monster delivers a devastating punch, debris and dust kicking up everywhere. However, when it lifts its fist, Takasugi is nowhere to be seen. It looks around. As the dust settles, Takasugi's form appears, a small confident smile on his face. Right now, he didn't feel nearly as much fear as he did when he was challenging the 9th floor boss. Raising 2 fingers and pointing it at the monster, he casts Dispel. The monster freezes as it feels the brunt of the attack. The monster's natural speed made it a nuisance, but once the buffs it had on were stripped, it was no problem. Takasugi leaps into the air and draws out his swords once more. Using Swallow Reversal once more, he makes quick work of the 10th floor boss. The monster goes down without a hitch. Takasugi smiles to himself, glad that it went down easier than he expected. As he sheathes his swords back in place, he feels his phone ring from his pocket. Taking it out, he finds a message from Reika telling him to meet her at the clock tower because she was treating him to sweets. Takasugi stares incredulously at the message. Lately, Reika had been inviting him out in the same manner, and usually nothing much happened. Thinking that today would be the same, he decided to take her up on her offer. He puts on his teleportation ring and leaves the dungeon floor. He arrives at the clock tower as agreed upon. On a bench near the clock tower, Reika sits patiently. When Takasugi comes to view, a bright smile immediately comes to her face, much to Takasugi's confusion. Since he's arrived, Reika decides to head out. Takasugi goes straight to the point and asks what she wants. He blatantly says that if she was just going to give him charity, then he would rather go grind levels. Reika's smile drops and she openly frowns at him. She tells him that she had something to consult him about, but Takasugi argues that Reika had already said that last time and it was nothing important. However, Reika disagrees and says that his brain simply lacked the capacity to grasp the gravity of the situation. She quickly changes the subject. Reika pointedly tells him to buy some new clothes because he was starting to smell a little. Sniffing himself, Takasugi is rather surprised since he just got back from having his clothes washed the other day. Reika just tells him to take off his coat and let her see. Not bothering to argue, Takasugi shrugs off his jacket and hands it to her. Reika immediately frowns upon holding it, exclaiming that the clothing was completely in tatters. Takasugi seems almost surprised by her reaction. Laughing to himself, he says that Reika sounded exactly like his mother. However, he explains that he actually bought the same outfit several times already. Reika only frowns at him, doubtful. She turns around and orders him to shut up and come with her. She declares that they were going to buy new ones. They eventually end up in a high-end store. Reika holds up a jacket with bright eyes, asking Takasugi what he thought about it. But when all he replies with is an incredulous look, she shoves the jacket into his arms and pushes him towards the changing rooms. Putting on the jacket, there's a rather pleased expression on Takasugi's face that he tries hard to hide. But Reika smiles knowingly, complimenting him. Takasugi's face drops to see the price of the jacket, but eventually decides to take it anyway since they were already there. The store clerk thanks them for their purchase and Takasugi and Reika head out once more. Eventually, they pass by a cafe and Reika suggests the two of them stop. Having settled in a seat and ordered their food, Takasugi tells Reika that if he kept shopping with her, he was going to be bankrupt in a few days. Reika calmly says that he was exaggerating and that he needed at least this level of quality. Looking at his new jacket, Takasugi admits that for having reinforced knees and shoulders, his new clothes weren't uncomfortable. Without looking up from her drink, Reika tells him that he looked a little more presentable now. Takasugi takes a sip of his drink too, lost in his thoughts. When he was with her, he felt like time slipped away before he even noticed. Reika had a sort of flighty, airy quality to her that seemed to make her presence so comforting. Eventually, time passes and evening arrives. As they're walking down the street, Takasugi realizes that it was already time for dinner. Reika says that it was perfect timing, making Takasugi blink in surprise. However, Reika only smiles brightly at him and says that she would treat him to dinner. They end up in front of a restaurant with large doors and Takasugi gapes up at the entrance in shock. Inside was a rather posh restaurant. Looking over their menus, Takasugi comments that the names of the dishes were so long he didn't even want to read them out loud. A waiter arrives at their table asking for their orders and Takasugi decides to just point to his option on the menu. Reika just tells the waiter that she would have the same and Takasugi is amused that she couldn't read the name out loud either. Their meals arrive and Takasugi gapes at the feast in front of him, eyes glittering. Reika urges him to start eating and Takasugi immediately takes a bite. His eyes light up as he finds the food delicious. Reika smiles, glad that the meal suited his palate. Eventually, Takasugi asks what Reika wanted to talk about again. Calmly, she wipes her mouth and says that since it was getting late, they should save the discussion for another time. Takasugi doesn't approve of her answer and comments that she was being awfully carefree. He points out that she needed to raise her levels. However, Reika smiles and says that her particular class was likely to be released soon anyway, so she wasn't in a hurry. Takasugi says that that was just a passing point, but Reika disagrees, saying that it might have been true for him, but for her, she didn't have any goals beyond that. She smiles sadly, suddenly quiet and thoughtful. Takasugi watches her for a moment until Reika feels his stare on her. She then smiles brightly once more and offers him another plate. Taking a bite of the dish, Takasugi comments that the food was delicious. Time passes and they find themselves by a park, looking out into the waters. Takasugi suggests that they head to the dungeons and he would help her level up. Reika smiles at him, thankful for his offer, but refuses. She adds that relying on others wasn't a very good habit to have. Takasugi asks if it still mattered since she was still going to level up anyway. Reika points out that there was no meaning in gaining power if the person couldn't control it on their own. As they continued to talk, a figure hidden behind a nearby tree listened in. Takasugi immediately senses the figure's presence. It was Nezu from the 6 coins. He was staring pointedly in their direction. Takasugi frowns. Now that he thought about it, he had received a message from Shion, saying that Nexu had something important to discuss with him, but Takasugi thought it was a pain, so he never replied. Finally, Nezu leaves his hiding place and starts walking towards them, alarming Takasugi. He casts a worried glance at Reika, who is still watching the waters. As Nezu comes closer, Takasugi is even more alarmed to see him looking so serious. It felt like he wanted to say something to him and he wonders if it was safe for Reika to overhear. However, he freezes as Reika turns around. He was very much sure that it was not safe for her to hear. He starts to sweat in a panic as Nezu stands before him asking about the 29th floor. Before he can get another word in, Takasugi starts to stutter. Before he can think twice about what he was about to do, he hugs Reika and says that he loved her. His actions catch both Nezu and Reika off guard. Reika's face going completely red. Of all the things he could have done, this is probably the worst one. An awkward silence takes over all three of them. Finally, Nezu decides to speak up first. He half-heartedly apologizes for killing the mood, but he informs Takasugi nonetheless that his group had decided to challenge the 29th floor the next day at noon. Takasugi stays quiet, keeping Reika in his arms to distract her from properly listening in. Nezu continues, saying that although he knew that Takasugi had his own circumstances, he wanted him to make it to the raid. When Takasugi stays quiet, he turns around and leaves, apologizing once more for getting in the way. Takasugi finally lets go of a blushing Reika who was still frozen in shock. Takasugi had a feeling that what Nezu was about to say was about the 29th floor, and he knew that they were getting close to challenging the floor. Although he didn't have the levels to help them openly at the moment, he couldn't exactly sit back and do nothing either. He's suddenly brought back to the present when he hears Reika says that she couldn't go out with him. He turns to find her in tears, telling him that she already had a fiancé. In a shaky voice, she adds that her father had informed her during their last trip. Takasugi stays quietly, already knowing that fact. Tears suddenly start falling from her eyes, shocking Takasugi. He reassures her that she didn't have to get all serious because he was just messing with her in the heat of the moment. However, Reika doesn't believe him and she brushes her tears away with a sad smile. She tells him that he didn't need to cover it up because he was rejected, but she appreciated hearing his feelings. Takasugi looks at her incredulously. Her whole "it can't be helped" attitude just because she knew she was beautiful was rubbing him the wrong way. Takasugi tries to argue that he wasn't covering anything up, but Reika sighs in exasperation, saying that he was being unmanly. She confidently says that it was inevitable that any guy who spent time with her obviously fell for her. Not gonna lie, it takes a lot of confidence to come to that conclusion. Takasugi becomes even more annoyed. He refused to get lumped in with all the other idiots fooled by her looks. Looking at her chest, he comes to a decision. Quite blatantly, he informs her that her breasts were rather large. Here's to hoping that we're allowed to say that much. At first, Reika is too stunned to speak, and then her face morphs into disgust as she slowly processes his words. Finally, she looks completely enraged. With a terrifying expression, she swears with a dark voice that she would make him pay for his words. She walks out on him, telling him that he made a grave mistake. He would soon realize who exactly he made an enemy out of. However, as she leaves, Takasugi smiles to himself. Ice Queen Reiko was back. However, he had more important things to worry about than her. The 29th floor raise was tomorrow. As such, he stops by a store. As Takasugi looks himself over in his new attire, a store clerk compliments him. He wore a cape and a winged mask that concealed his eyes. He knew that if it was a boss raid, TV cameras were sure to be there. He had to keep his identity hidden no matter what. His current gear made him look like something a perverted noble would wear to a masquerade, which is a very specific observation, but Takasugi decided it was better than nothing. For now, he needed to prepare and study his strategy guide regarding the 29th floor keeper boss, the vampire. The next day, at a certain residence, Shion stood before Takasugi in her loungewear looking at him incredulously. Using the Kotetsu sword as collateral, Takasugi asks if Shion would lend him her Nanatsuboshi. Shion is quiet for a moment, taken aback by his question. Finally, she smiles and says that she'll consider it a debt he owed her. Takasugi successfully gets access to the sword. He stands in front of the dungeon entrance in his complete disguise. He's startled out of his thoughts when Nezu comes up behind him, commenting on his outfit. Frowning, Takasugi asks Nezu to keep his identity a secret. Nezu tells him to relax because he didn't even know his name. He just asked Shion to pass a message along if she knew any ridiculously strong first years, and that was all there was to it. Getting Takasugi's contact was pure luck. However, he did forget to mention that backup might show up. Takasugi goes quiet until someone joins their conversation. A rather older-looking man in traditional Japanese clothes approaches them, asking if Takasugi was the one. From what he heard from Nezu, he was a student who was supposedly ridiculously strong. Takasugi stays quiet. The man speaks again, saying that despite being invited, the members entering the boss room had already been decided. As such, with a rather chilling smile, the man tells Takasugi that until someone in the group was defeated, he was to stay out of their way. Takasugi remains quiet, but his expression is rather nervous. The man seems to wait for his answer, and finally Takasugi agrees to his demands, repeating that the moment someone drops, he would take their place. The man adds that if Takasugi figured out a strategy, he should tell him and he would think it over then. With that, the man heads down to the dungeons first. Takasugi watches him go with an odd look on his face. Seeing his expression, Nezu informs Takasugi that the man just then was Yukinobu. He was one of the raid members and the commander of the operation. Hearing his name, Takasugi freezes in disbelief. The man was the guildmaster himself, and he was participating in a dangerous operation. At Yukinobu's age, most seekers would have retired ages ago. Takasugi was pretty sure the man had to be at least level 30. Nezu asks if Takasugi could teleport to the 20th floor since they were hoping to push for the 29th floor from there. Takasugi reassures him that it would be no problem. They eventually reach the 20th floor, an area that was overgrown by bamboo. 3 masked figures kneel before Yukinobu and the rest of the group. Their party heads deeper into the dungeon floor. Takasugi marvels as the masked men, which turned out to be ninjas, guide the group. He was rather surprised that the party really went all out. Suddenly remembering something, Nezu hands a sort of stick to Takasugi, much to his confusion. A voice behind him speaks up. A woman explains that the stick was used so he wouldn't be troubled even when he departed the world. Takasugi gapes quietly at the woman, still at a loss. She continues that the party must act with the resolve of Fuji Shaku Shinmyo, which is a Buddhist term meaning to devote oneself entirely to the cause. In this case, they were risking their lives for the greater good. Takasugi watches the group press onward. He understood that they were betting their lives on the raid, but he had no plans of dying there and he wasn't letting anyone else die either. They eventually exit the bamboo forest and reach a labyrinth-like area. Takasugi asks what their plan was for that area. Nezu says that it seemed like they were heading in with a smaller group. Nezu himself would handle the Skeleton Lord. Takasugi suggests that it would be better to manage the Skeleton Lord with a summon. Nezu explains that Yukinobu couldn't be certain about that since if they relied on offense and left it, they might get swarmed by 20 or 30 more. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to handle it. And if they left the Skeleton Lord free, it was a guaranteed party wipe. Internally, Takasugi disagreed. He knew that defeating the Skeleton Lord makes the next summon more likely to occur. But to the rest of the party it seemed like the wrong move. He knew he had to stop them no matter what or they would surely be wiped out. But to do that he needed a believable excuse. As the party pushes onward, Takasugi speaks up and says that he saw it once in a video. Every Skeleton Lord was holding a different weapon, so he didn't think the next one spawned unless they fully killed the current one. His words make the whole group stop dead in their tracks, looking at him incredulously. Nezu asks if he was sure about that, and Takasugi says yes. He reasons that otherwise the Spectre Summon would just keep calling them out. But the only Skeleton Lord that the Spectre Summon could call is the Spear Wielder. He suggests that if the group could summon a unique monster and just keep it there, the vampire wouldn't be able to call it out himself. He tells them that since that hasn't happened yet, then there must be a limit to the number of such special summon targets. The group is stunned silent. Nezu thinks about it and says that if what Takasugi says was true, then it would be better to hold its attention than thin their numbers. Takasugi suggests that if they needed to hold it, a golem summons would be the best bet. The only problem was staying on the offensive long enough not to kill it. It might cause the monster to go berserk. Yukinobu finally speaks up and says that his hypothesis was interesting. He asks Takasugi if he could use the golem summon. Takasugi confidently tells them to leave the skeleton to him. Yukinobu stares at him quietly for a moment. Turning back to the front, he agrees to Takasugi's plan and tells the skeleton response team to rotate to protect the rear guard. Immediately, some of the members of the party react negatively, asking if Yukinobu was really going to rely on Takasugi. He explains that the idea was reasonable. Besides, Nezu had vouched for Takasugi, saying that he could clear dungeon floors faster than anyone. That's quite the high praise from someone who didn't even know Takasugi's name. Yukinobu concludes that Takasugi possessed a deep understanding of the providence of the dungeons and his words were worth considering. Without another word, Yukinobu keeps walking forward. Takasugi smiles in disbelief that Yukinobu actually took the advice of a masked stranger right before a battle. The party eventually arrives at the 29th floor. Standing at the entrance, Yukinobu says that he's waited a long time for this moment. It was a battle of vengeance and they would settle the Sanada clan's grudge. Surrounded by cameramen, Yukinobu lets out a battle cry as he urges the party onward. The group steps forward and passes through the large gaping entrance. Behind Yukinobu, Nezu equips his samurai armor and a skeletal monster is summoned to help them. They descend a long flight of stairs and properly enter the 29th floor. Before them, the dungeon floor appears to be a large cemetery that seemed to stretch into the distance. The eerie atmosphere makes Takasugi nervous. A bat's shriek echoes in the silence. Takasugi looks up in alarm to see a cloud of bats flying high in the dark sky. The bats fly all around them, creating a tornado of shadows. As the bats continue to shriek, a face with sharpened teeth appears among them. The bats move faster and faster until finally a skeletal horse gallops out of the tornado. Riding on its back is a humanoid monster. It held its arm in front of it, shielding itself from the flurry of bats. The bats eventually scatter and all that remains is the tall horse-riding figure staring down at the adventurer party. Takasugi recognizes the monster as the 29th floor boss, the vampire. Immediately, the group springs into action, charging right at the vampire. Their skeletal samurai leads the charge, bringing out a spear and dashing towards its enemy. The vampire lifts a single arm and swings. The skeletal samurai takes the attack full on and goes flying. The rest of the group that had initially charged in with the skeletal samurai were also flung to the ground by a single swipe of the vampire. Nezu and his other companion takes out bottles from their items and fling it right in front of the summoned skeletal samurai. The creature immediately rises up as it heals. Takasugi realizes that the group's strategy was to have a summoned creature take all the hits made by the enemy to keep their offense stable. Even the group's healers were spamming potions at the tank to keep the front line from collapsing. Just as planned, Takasugi uses his magic and summons out his golem. The vampire immediately sets his sights on the golem and raises his hand, calling forth his own magic and blasting a fierce attack right at it. As the golem takes the damage, Takasugi calls out to the others and reassures them that their offensives were stable so the healers could make their move. One of the healers raises a staff and heals the frontline soldiers who were swiped by the boss earlier. They breathe a sigh of relief. From behind the group, Yukinobu raises his arm, magic enveloping him. With a slash of his arm, he summons out a flame lance that goes flying right by Takasugi, barely missing him. The vampire catches sight of the attack as it nears him. He takes on the damage without flinching, the explosion covering him in fire and smoke. Seeing their chance, Yukinobu orders everyone to hit it with everything they got. Immediately, the other adventurers summon their greatest firepower to throw at the vampire. However, the smoke covering the vampire disperses as it raises its hands, focusing on its magic. Takasugi's eyes widen in panic as he realizes their grave situation. The vampire was summoning its minions. On cue, the vampire releases his magic right at the group. It scatters all over them and into the graveyard. When the dust settles, the group is surprised to see a skeletal monster bounding right towards them. It was a skeleton lord. The healer from before can only stare in shock as the skeleton lord immediately takes a swing at her, giving her a nasty cut across her body. Takasugi is frozen, and from behind him he hears Yukinobu call out to the girl in a panic. Enraged, Yukinobu swears at the monster. No one is able to stop him as he delivers another flame lance at it. Takasugi grits his teeth in panic as he watches the chaos. It was a blunder completely unbefitting of Yukinobu. He had slain the skeleton lord, the remains mere ashes. The gravely wounded healer clutches at her cut, but she begs the others to protect Yukinobu. Yukinobu watches as more skeleton minions of the vampire make their way towards him. Nezu goes to protect Yukinobu, standing before him and challenging the summoned creatures. He and Yukinobu work together to defeat the skeletons, but suddenly Nezu freezes. He's unable to defend himself as a monster is able to swipe at him and he cries out in pain. Yukinobu calls out to him in a panic as Nezu goes down. Preoccupied with concern for Nezu, he doesn't see the other monster already preparing to attack him. Takasugi swears as he rushes in to help him. He leaps over the monster as it goes to swipe for Yukinobu. Takasugi cuts it down with a single strike, but he's too late. The monster was able to wound Yukinobu. The monster goes down, but so does Yukinobu. The vampire suddenly lets out an enraged roar and Takasugi turns to face it before stopping short, freezing completely. He was the only one in his party left standing. He breaks out into a sweat as he realizes that there was no other choice and it was all or nothing. He clenches the Nanatsuboshi and makes a silent prayer saying that he would have to count on it for the fight. The vampire gallops forward, holding out its arm as it focuses on its magic. Takasugi rushes forward to meet it halfway. As the two of them get closer, Takasugi unsheathes both of his swords. The vampire fires its magic at Takasugi, but at the same time Takasugi uses swallow reversal right at it, meeting the attack head-on. The vampire seems to freeze in time for a moment before it coughs out blood. Takasugi's attack had gravely wounded it. With an explosion of light, the vampire is completely defeated. Takasugi lands on the ground. He breathes heavily from the effort of the fight, but before he knew it, he was falling forward and he slumps quietly into the ground, unconscious. Eventually, with the battle finished, the rest of the party stirs back to consciousness and begins helping one another get back up. All of them couldn't believe that the fight with the vampire was over, but the person who finished the fight still hadn't gotten back up. Meanwhile, Takasugi is breathing heavily, exhausted from the effort of the battle, still paralyzed on the ground. He eventually manages to sit up at the very least. As Nezu helps Yukinobu up, the woman in traditional attire from before stares at Takasugi, eyes wide. She eventually approaches Takasugi as he tries to catch his breath. With a warm smile, she comments that it was a shame to see him in such a state after such a hard-fought victory. Takasugi blinks up at her, not quite sure what to say. She asks him what he planned on doing next since they had a banquet scheduled. Takasugi got up and turned down her offer, saying that he needed to catch his afternoon classes, so he was heading back to the academy. As he turns to leave, he hears the woman's laughter. She smiles, calling him rather interesting for prioritizing his classes like that. Takasugi waves her off, saying goodbye. The woman asks what they were going to do with his reward. Takasugi tells them to just keep it because he couldn't afford to reveal his identity. However, as he turns to glance at her, he notices something. It was the TV crew. He asks the woman if they were broadcasting the fight live, and she reassures him that they would be airing the fight in 3 days. Some few feet away, a larger man wonders where Takasugi went and quickly calls out to him. As he compliments Takasugi for his skill, Takasugi looks rather nervous. He knows that getting held up there would be a pain, especially since he still had things he needed to take care of. Slipping on his ring, he bids them all goodbye as he teleports away from the battleground. Back in the cafeteria of the school, Takasugi chooses to buy some tempura for himself. It hadn't even been 20 minutes since the operation began at noon, but it feels like he had been fighting for hours. Ayano catches sight of him as she walks into the cafeteria. Immediately approaching him, Ayano smiles and pleasantly says that she doesn't mind radish sprouts. Putting up a thumbs up, she says that if they were free, she could even eat them all day. Takasugi was completely confused, thinking that she was somehow making fun of him. Leaving her be, he makes his way to the seats. Setting his meal in front of him, Takasugi smiles to himself as he gets ready to dig in. However, as he went to pick up the tempura with his chopsticks, another pair went and grabbed it straight from his soba bowl. He exclaims in annoyance, telling the girl in front of him to give it back. However, Reika only smiles and continues to munch on her food, adding that he was too late because she already took a bite. Takasugi asks if that was her idea of revenge, and Reika reaffirms that it was. Reaching over with her chopsticks, she grabs the deep-fried fish from his other dish as well. Pissed, Takasugi yells at her that she swapped his lunch for a plate of cabbages and plain soba. I'm more confused why he's just letting it all happen right in front of him. It's not like he's tied up. Reika smiles again as she digs into her stolen food, saying that it was a meal fit for someone like him. She tells him that she also spread a rumor that his favorite hobby was growing radish sprouts in his room. She was sure that all the girls would be too creeped out to even come near him now. Takasugi was annoyed, but he bit his tongue, keeping himself quiet. He knew that what Reika was doing wasn't revenge, just simply bullying. Looking very much not serious, Takasugi admits that he was wrong, asking for forgiveness and promising to turn over a new leaf. Reika's expression morphs into a fiery glare as she looks at him. Crossing her arms, she orders Takasugi to pledge to be Lady Reika's dog, adding barking sounds just to really drive it in. Takasugi freezes for a moment. However, in the next instant, he shoots up from his seat and repeats her words, promising to be her dog. A cold silence passes by them in the cafeteria. Embarrassed by his actions, Reika points out that Takasugi had no pride at all. However, completely unbothered, Takasugi sits back down and says that since he just caved into Reika's terrible personality, his pride remained completely intact. Reika freezes before a terrifying smile breaks her face. She tells Takasugi that she didn't forgive him, and Takasugi could only smile nervously. Later on that day, Reika follows Takasugi to the entrance of the dungeon. She had heard beforehand that the class would have a dungeon dive later that afternoon. She very humbly says that she would party up with him for the day, adding that Takasugi surely must feel thrilled to have her all to himself. However, Takasugi frowns, saying that he had something he needed to take care of. Reika tells him that excuses weren't going to help him escape, and Takasugi's frown deepens. He wonders if she was still not done with her so-called revenge. It sounded like she was going to follow him no matter what he said. However, during today's class, a girl from Class A was going to die. That was why he turned down the 6 coins after party and came straight to the academy instead. He wonders if he should just tell Reika the truth and ask for help. He didn't think he could resolve the problem on his own anyway. After letting out a sigh, Takasugi tells Reika that he had a bad feeling someone was going to die on the 6th floor that day. Not quite believing him, Reika just tells him to keep talking, and so Takasugi does. He explains that he didn't know exactly who it would be, but he wanted to save them. Reika smiles sarcastically, calling his excuse boring. She asks him if he truly hated the idea of teaming up with her that much. Takasugi is quiet for a moment. Finally, he says that he had something similar to the power of foresight. Reika meets his gaze and says that if she found out that he was lying to her, she would never trust a word he said again. Unbothered, Takasugi goes more in depth and says that it wasn't exactly foresight. However, he did know a little bit about what was going to happen in the future. Still not taking him seriously, Reika asks why he hasn't won the lottery yet if he could see the future. Takasugi calmly says that he could only see things related to the dungeon and the academy. Reika frowns and looks down, deep in thought. She asks out loud if it had something to do with the white book Takasugi always had on him. At her words, he freezes, turning to look at her. Reika doesn't back down from his stare, and Takasugi swallows as he makes his decision. Finally, he admits that it did. Reika is surprised by his answer and his honesty. Assuming that he was telling her the truth, she offers to help him deduce what would happen. She says that if an accident was going to occur on the 6th floor, then it would be logical to assume that a healer got targeted by a skeleton. Takasugi says that they might not necessarily be a healer, but Reika calls him unbelievable instead. She points out that they've learned that the overwhelming majority of fatalities on the 6th floor involved healers. It was precisely why their lesson for the day was healer positioning and protection. Takasugi stares at Reika unimpressed. She smiles, commenting that she felt sorry for whatever healer had to party up with him. Takasugi points out that he played solo. Reika continues to say that if an accident happened, it would usually involve a beginner. Takasugi says that it couldn't be from that because the one who was going to die was from Class A. His words catch Reika's attention and she frowns. She was annoyed that Takasugi seemed to insist on withholding crucial information until the last second. If that was the case, they couldn't rule out that someone intentionally lured the monster towards the victim. Takasugi agrees, but that didn't happen until a bit further into the story. He asks what would be the cause if it wasn't intentional. Reika smiles, saying that the answer was simple. The person must have used a healing spell in an area with poor visibility without realizing a skeleton was nearby. It was the only logical explanation. She adds that she hasn't heard any reports of an accident like that happening, but that was enough for Takasugi. He quickly opens his strategy guide and flips to the page about the event before exclaiming that that was exactly what he was missing. They quickly move on to the 6th floor. Looking up at the tall spires with small spaces in between, Takasugi wonders if they had arrived at the right spot. In the original game, if Kazuma chooses to go to the 6th floor, a rescue event is triggered. If he didn't, the player would just receive a notification that a fatal accident had occurred. However, Kazuma and his party weren't capable of exploring deep into the 6th floor yet. Because of that, Takasugi couldn't pinpoint the exact location himself. Reika says that since the area had such great visibility, an accident couldn't happen anywhere except in that specific part. Takasugi comments that Reika was actually really smart. Her face flushing at the compliment, Reika says that it was only expected. She adds that she had never received anything less than top marks on her report card. Takasugi clarified that he didn't just mean that she was book smart, he meant that she was really good at thinking on her feet too. Reika gapes at him for a second before a pleased smile comes to her face. Takasugi doesn't look impressed by her reactions, but internally he thought that if everything went well for them that day, he might consider relying on her help more often. His thoughts are cut off when his nerves stand on edge. He turns to the crack in between the spires to see a skeleton trying to claw its way out. As it was slowly trying to free itself, Takasugi whips his head to look all around him. He finds a group from Class A fighting a short distance away, and they hadn't noticed the skeleton yet. The skeleton is able to stick a hand out from the crack. Eventually, Takasugi is alarmed when the skeleton completely breaks free and makes its way to the Class A group. It was heading straight for the back of the party, where the healer was placed. Reika quickly takes out her staff and freezes the skeleton's feet into place. Takasugi rushes in, ready to draw out his blade. In a single cut, the skeleton's head is removed from the rest of its body. Reika expresses surprise that Takasugi really wasn't lying to her. Takasugi couldn't help but think that having Reika along might actually prove to be quite useful moving forward. He calls out to her. He asks her point blank to form a party with him. Takasugi tells her to think about it. He was trying to invite her to a serious party, one where they regularly grinded and leveled up together. His words make Reika blush, but she says that the classes weren't exactly a game. Not only that, but she already had a party. Remembering one of the people from their class, Takasugi says that the blonde girl with the curls would betray her the second things went south. Reika asks if it was another one of his prophecies, but Takasugi calmly says that it was only a hunch on his end. Her expression is unimpressed. Eventually, they decide to head to the 7th floor to make a delivery. Upon arriving at the 7th floor, a familiar face immediately spots them. Takasugi and Reika don't know what to do as Shion stomps towards them and begins pulling on Takasugi's wrist. In a panic, she orders him to come with her for a second. When they're a distance away from Reika, she tells Takasugi that people from a major guild were frantically searching everywhere for him. She demands to know what he did to catch the attention of people like that. Assuming that she was talking about the people from the 6 coins, Takasugi calmly tells her that they weren't enemies and it was all fine. Shion says that despite not being enemies, an awful lot of them had been messaging her about him. Takasugi tells her not to worry about it. Instead, he thanks her for lending him the Nanatsuboshi, especially since it ended up saving his neck. Shion accepts the sword from him. As Shion goes to leave, she reminds him that now he owes her a favor. Takasugi nods in response. Left alone in the 7th floor, Takasugi walks back over to Reika, who was leaning on a wall. She coldly comments that he seemed awfully close with an upperclassman. Takasugi calmly explains that he just needed to borrow a weapon they traded a while back, adding that it was no reason for her to be jealous. The glare is wiped from her face to be replaced by a dark blush as she defends herself, saying that she was absolutely not jealous. They make their way out of the dungeon. As they climb the stairs, Takasugi says that they should hit a cafe and take a break, but he stops in his tracks, freezing in shock and horror. Descending the dungeon entrance staircase and meeting them halfway was Nezu. With the dungeon doors slamming shut behind them, Takasugi is forced to confront Nezu head-on. However, Nezu's expression is more than pissed. Immediately, Takasugi scrambles to get a hold of the situation, as Reika freezes beside him as well. In a panic, Takasugi tells Nezu to hold on for a second and they could talk it out with just the two of them. He yells at Reika to wait for him for a moment. Calmly, Reika comments that he lacked common sense for shouting in the middle of nowhere like he did. Takasugi can only frown at her, unable to say anything in return. Takasugi and Nezu head off to a forested area around the academy close to the dungeon entrance to talk privately. Nezu expresses disbelief that Takasugi actually came to school to take classes, adding that he was completely insane. Nezu explodes and asks why he ran off without accepting the reward money and the peerage. Takasugi calmly apologizes and says that he didn't need either of those things. His words make Nezu even angrier from disbelief. He didn't understand what Takasugi meant by he didn't need them, the reward went up to tens of millions, and he essentially passed up a noble title, hammering it home that Takasugi was completely out of his mind. Takasugi just frowns and says that he couldn't accept either of those without revealing his real name, and he was very much against that part of the deal. Nezu freezes at his words. Eventually, much calmer than before, Nezu says that since Takasugi was their savior, then his lips were sealed. However, keeping secrets from Yukinobu definitely felt pretty rough on him. Takasugi only says that he had his own reasons for staying anonymous. He didn't know how hard the plot would try to correct things. However, once he altered the storyline, things would never follow the strategy guide ever again, which is a crazy concern considering he already did an event that the protagonist should have been doing himself. With things finally in order, Nezu says that he should stop talking to Takasugi in public then. He thanks him for his understanding. Raising an eyebrow at him, Nezu wonders if there really was anything in the world more important than clearing the 29th floor, but he brushes the thought aside. He tells Takasugi that he only slipped out of the victory party just to see him and he had a mountain of beautiful women waiting for him, so he was heading back. Takasugi's face morphs into shock at his words. He tries to yell out that he wanted to go too, but in an instant, Nezu had teleported away. Time passes and Takasugi and Reika are in the city. Sitting across from him, Reika frowns at him and asks how Takasugi knew about Nezu when he was a member of the 6 coins. Looking away from the menu in hand, Takasugi tells her to stop poking her nose into things that didn't concern her. He couldn't believe that Nezu was at a victory party surrounded by beautiful women while he was getting lectured in a coffee shop by Reika. He hopes that at the very least she would foot the bill. And yet just as he thinks that, Reika smiles mischievously and says that since Takasugi was the one who recommended such a nice spot, he would be treating her to the meal. Takasugi couldn't believe that he passed up the chance to become a billionaire, and now he was getting mooched off of. Takasugi finally gives in and tells her to order whatever she wants. Reika smiles, pleased, but she tells him that she was only joking. She had no plans of making someone like him pay. Rather offended, Takasugi says that he could afford the bill in the cafe. When their orders eventually arrive, Reika reminds Takasugi that there was something she wanted to talk about. Reika hesitantly admits what she wanted to say. Rather hesitantly, she asks for help in leveling up. Takasugi frowns. Internally, he knew that if she wanted to level up, then that worked perfectly for him. He was hoping to get her help with a few things anyway, so the opportunity she was presenting was a godsend. But something was bugging him. He points out that Reika once said that she didn't care about her levels. Reika is taken aback for a moment and she contemplates what to say. Unable to meet his eyes, she simply tells him that something came up and now she needed to reach class level 10. Takasugi quietly realizes that Reika bringing the matter up was a flag indicating she asked her father to put her engagement on hold. Although she was told that she already had a fiancé, she still hadn't met the man yet. To break off the engagement, the condition her father gave her in exchange was most likely to unlock the Archwizard class. However, from what Takasugi knew, that was only supposed to happen when the player gained enough affection points to enter Reika's route. He wonders if he somehow triggered her route. Takasugi was rather conflicted. He told her he wasn't interested in her specifically to prevent things like that from happening, but he guessed he must have screwed up along the way somehow. Unaware of his own silence, Takasugi doesn't notice Reika watching him so closely. Rather annoyed, Reika says that Takasugi brought her to such an expensive cafe to butter her up, but now he was saying that he didn't want to help her. Takasugi quickly says that that wasn't his concern. Getting her witch class to level 10 was easy enough for him and something he could do anytime. Reika is dumbfounded by his words, making her go quiet. Takasugi insists that she form a party with him. Reika argues that she had to be careful about teaming up with someone who sexually harassed her, and asks why he was suddenly so adamant that they form a party together. Takasugi is quiet for a moment. With a rather grim look on his face, he says that it was for world peace. Reika freezes, completely confused on what to make of his answer. Finally, she tells him to let her think about it. The both of them are quiet for a while as Takasugi eats his meal and Reika goes on her phone. Suddenly, she speaks up, calling out his name. Reika says that seeing him actually taking it easy was quite the rare sight, and he always seemed to disappear before she could blink. She adds that just tracking him down was a chore in itself. Takasugi freezes mid-bite into his desert, not sure how to respond. Finally, Reika agrees to form a party with him. A new day begins and they find themselves in front of the dungeon entrance once more. As Takasugi pushes the doors open, Reika asks what floor they were going to. She says that she would be perfectly fine with the 6th floor from last time. With the doors swinging open, Takasugi turns to her with a blank face and says that they were heading off to the 35th floor. Reika's face morphs into complete shock and disbelief. She tells him that she wasn't a fan of jokes like that, and suggests that they should start by coming up with a plan to defeat the boss. Takasugi informs her that the boss was already dead. Before she knew it, they were already on the 29th floor. A large bat-like creature flaps its wings as it chases after Takasugi and Reika. Her wrist was enclosed in his hand, tightly holding on as they dashed across the floor into the exit. The bat-like monster opens its mouth, ready to direct a beam straight at Reika. At the last second, Takasugi reaches into his coat pocket and takes out something. Throwing it at the ground in front of the monster, it flinches and moves back to avoid the blast zone. However, when the smoke clears, Takasugi and Reika are gone. Somewhere else in the dungeon, Reika cries out in pain as she says that her legs were shaking so much she could barely stand. She demands an explanation from Takasugi. They were descending the staircase into another floor, and she finally asks why there wasn't a boss on the 29th floor, and how he even knew about a place like their current floor. Takasugi calmly explains that the 6 Coins Guild had defeated the boss, and the location was written in the Book of Prophecy, which is what he calls the strategy guide now. Reika ultimately shuts her mouth since her questions had been sufficiently answered. Takasugi knew that if an enemy attack even grazed her right now, Reika was surely dead. As such, he decided to use smoke bombs to avoid any battle, and they descended the stairs down another 6 floors. Eventually, they reached the 35th floor, which was filled by numerous tall mountains. As they look over a cliff, Takasugi tells her that she could relax because she didn't have to walk anymore. From there on out, only ninjas could proceed. Before Reika could react, Takasugi reaches out and holds her up in a bridal carry. She holds on to him as Takasugi quickly leaps up from the cliff they were just standing on. Focused on the task of moving across the area at a remarkable speed, Takasugi doesn't notice Reika looking up at him. She quickly looks away, a blush on her cheeks. Eventually, they reach a new area of the 35th floor, and Takasugi says that they have arrived. Setting Reika down on solid ground, they're unaware of something beneath the earth quickly making its way over to them. The sun was quickly rising past the mountains as another day in the dungeons began. Takasugi was lying down on the ground, tucked underneath a blanket. He slowly stirred awake and sat up. He was rather surprised to find himself bundled up with a blanket in the first place. Immediately, he thinks Reika was the one who placed it over him, and he whips his head around trying to find her. Reika was currently facing off with another monster. She waves her staff with a battle cry, aiming right for the creature. Before it could even think to dodge, it's hit with the full force of her ice magic. Takasugi gapes at her as he watches on in the background. Sensing someone's presence, Reika quickly turns around and spots him just standing there. She's immediately flustered, saying that if he was already awake, then he should have at least said something. Instead, Takasugi asks her how long he's been asleep. Reika says that he was out for maybe 6 hours. Takasugi tells her that if she was tired, he could take over the lookout duty. Unsheathing his sword in one hand, he uses the other to summon a creature. A hulking mass of steel comes out from his magic circle. Takasugi exclaims in shock at the sight. Before he even knew it, his summoned creature had evolved into an iron golem. And while he was asleep, he had already reached level 40. More time passes as they grind in the 35th floor dungeon. At some point, Reika turns to him, saying that everything made absolutely no sense. She says that up until the other day she was aiming to become an arch-wizard, but now, she had somehow unlocked a class she had never heard of before called a Spellmaster. Takasugi pretends to be confused, saying that she had just leveled up. However, internally he knew that she had fulfilled the unlock condition of defeating 5,000 higher-level monsters using only magic. It was something that normally wouldn't happen in a lifetime. Thinking that Takasugi wasn't taking her seriously, she tells him to watch as she raises her staff. Takasugi is forced to watch as Reika uses a spell to attack a monster from somewhere close by. Her expression is completely unamused, but when she turns to him, it morphs to concern. She was able to take down 35th floor enemies with a single strike now. Takasugi knew that what she had just used was a spell called Disintegrate. It was a top-tier spell, so it was only natural that it could do that much damage. However, out loud, he only comments that it was a waste of mana points. Again, Reika repeats her question and asks, how did all of that just happen? Takasugi repeats that the Book of Prophecy had guided her. Changing subjects, Takasugi asks why she was already wearing gear that they haven't even split evenly among them. Reika points out that loot should go to whoever needed it the most, which was the whole point of dividing it up. She changes the topic again and asks him if she could aim to be a ninja. Takasugi was rather taken aback by her question, unable to come up with a response. Reika continues, saying that she was sure Takasugi knew the unlock conditions for that class. She says that if her class level went up so easily, she bets that she could pull it off. After all, she's always admired them. Takasugi wonders to himself where all her questions were suddenly coming from, although he had always figured before then that she was more into rogue-type classes. Takasugi asks her why she picked a mage class to begin with. Reika is quiet for a moment, but in an instant her face is completely flushed as she admits that it was because her chest was rather too big. Takasugi is completely dumbfounded by her answer. Reika continues to explain and says that whenever she did any strenuous exercise, her chest would end up hurting. Her cheeks still red, Reika continues the argument by saying that current fashion lines had started making some more supportive underwear as of late, so she was reconsidering. Takasugi is still quiet. Eventually, he awkwardly says that the Book of Prophecy said that she should either focus on health points or learn holy magic, or to boost her endurance and carry a shield. Reika argues that she wanted to be a pure ninja, but Takasugi shuts the idea down. Finally, he says that what he wanted was someone who could spam ice magic. He needed a pure mage who only focused on leveling their health points. Reika flinches at his sudden anger. Eventually, she says that if that was what he wanted, then she had no choice. She sullenly says that getting the power first and adapting to it might not be a bad idea. Takasugi quickly takes notice of her downcast expression and says that to make up for staying as a pure ice mage, he would give her something in exchange. Reika looks up, her interest piqued. She looks down as Takasugi takes out something from his inventory. It seemed to be a summon scroll. She doesn't realize what he's holding for a moment before it quickly sinks in. She immediately lunges for it, but before she can have it, Takasugi swipes it away from her reach. Reika's eyes are locked onto the scroll, desperate to get it, but Takasugi calmly holds it away from her reach. Nervously, Reika asks if Takasugi was really giving it to her, and if he was, she couldn't understand why he was teasing her like that by taking it away. Takasugi turns to her and asks why she was so obsessed with summoned creatures in the first place. He asks if they held some sentimental value to her or something. Reika looks reluctant to answer. Takasugi lowers the scroll in hand at the conflicted look on her face. Hesitantly and rather flustered, Reika admits that she loved seeing the summoned creatures work hard with such pure dedication. Takasugi stares at her blankly and she returns his stare despite the blush on her cheeks. Takasugi points out that summoned monsters just repeated the exact same actions on a loop. He adds that they literally lack the capacity for hesitation or doubt. His words make Reika's patience snap, and she lunges for him again, trying to get the summoning scroll. Takasugi exclaims, but he continues to try and hold it away from her. Too caught up in her goal, Reika is unaware of how her chest was pressing up to Takasugi's. However, Takasugi notices immediately, especially since they were so close. Takasugi smiles and says that if she really wanted it, then maybe he should ask for something in return. Reika flinches, wondering what he meant, until she realizes their current positions. She immediately leaps away from him, much to Takasugi's shock. Reika hugs herself in embarrassment, reminding him that right now she was really strong. Takasugi scoffs in disbelief, rather amazed at how highly Reika thought of herself. He clarifies that he was just going to ask her to trade him the robe. Reika flinches for a different reason this time. She immediately refuses, saying that her brother was the one who gave it, celebrating that she was able to get into the academy. Takasugi points out that if she doesn't start disguising herself, people were going to figure out who she was, and the robe was standing out way too much. My question is, why does she even need to hide so much in the first place? Wasn't he the only one who needed to hide? Holding out a mask, Takasugi tells her to switch her outfit. Reika looks down at it, rather dumbfounded, but eventually she listens to his words and she completely changes her outfit. Donned in the mask and a matching but rather provocative outfit, she asks him if he was finally content. Takasugi reassures her that with her current getup, no one would figure out who she was. They eventually head out of the dungeon together, Reika in her new outfit, and Takasugi in the disguise he wore during the battle with the vampire. Before they can get far, someone's voice stops them. Standing by the entrance, Shion asks Takasugi if he was taking Reika to some sort of perverted masquerade party. Both Takasugi and Reika flinch in shock to see her. However, Shion doesn't look mildly surprised, just unimpressed. Reika asks how she knew it was them, but she just says that their vibes completely gave them away. Takasugi couldn't believe that even after going through the trouble of a disguise, Shion was still able to see right through it. Another day ends and they're back in the school dormitories. Takasugi walks alone to the dorm's dining area. He enters in time to see a crowd of students watching the television with varying levels of shock. He quickly approaches them and pushes his way to the front of the crowd. On the screen was a familiar battle that made him exclaim in disbelief. The stream reaches a certain point that makes Takasugi exclaim in panic. There on the television was the vampire facing off with a single individual. Takasugi, still in his disguise, rushes up to the vampire with a sword drawn out in each hand. In the present, he nervously continues to watch. Takasugi had delivered the final blow on the vampire with a single attack. All around him, the students of his dorm are completely in awe over his skills. None of them were aware that it was him, but Takasugi looked embarrassed and nervous all the same. Time passes and morning comes again with the students gathering in their classroom. They excitedly chatter among themselves about the stream they just watched, exclaiming that 6 coins was seriously insane. They couldn't even believe that the masked adventurer's speed was real, not to mention a dual-wielding skill that only he seemed to have. Furuta joins in on the conversation and says that he heard someone say that the masked fighter's estimated level was at 160. The group bursts in more shouts of disbelief, wondering if that was even possible. Meanwhile, Takasugi quietly listens from his seat. He was sweating bullets as he continued to overhear the conversation. The level 160 rumor was just a wild guess based on his attack power. He didn't even know who did the math, but the numbers had been blown completely out of proportion. He's knocked out of his thoughts when he realizes that Reika was staring at him from across the room, her expression conflicted. He flinches, but Reika quickly looks away upon realizing he saw her. Takasugi nervously smiles to himself. Seeing the tense look on Reika's face, he was sure that she figured out that it was him. He freezes when he realizes that Shion, who knew about his connection with 6 coins, most likely knew by then as well. Their school day carries on until break rolls around. One of Reika's party members, the blonde girl with curled hair who was named Ninomiya Saki, approaches Reika during the break. She asks Reika if she happened to watch yesterday's broadcast. Reika hesitantly says that 6 coins was incredible, just as one would expect. From beside her, Takasugi is quiet but halfway from leaving the conversation. Saki confesses that she fell in love with the masked fighter at first sight, exclaiming that he was simply wonderful. Oh, girl is going to have the rudest awakening of a lifetime when she finds out who it is. Unable to say anything, Reika and Takasugi remain quiet, both with varying levels of disgust on their faces. Saki laughs proudly, saying that it looked like Guild Noir was going to be left out in the cold for a while, adding her deepest condolences to them without any seriousness to her words. Popping up from nowhere, Ayano says that she had a feeling that Saki would be into that kind of thing. Saki laughs, saying that Ayano knew her so well. With that in mind, she turns to Reika and says that she was wondering if she had any connections to get them into a party hosted by 6 coins. Reika flinches, not quite expecting the request. With a rather deranged and lovesick look on her face, Saki says that just seeing him on the television was enough to make her maiden heart flutter. Reika's face flushes, calling Saki shameless, but Takasugi freezes as he starts to sweat bullets. Ayano cuts into her delusions and asks how in the world the masked fighter managed to balance his defense and attack power. Ayano hasn't even heard what kind of class he was in. Saki wonders if he was a samurai, and Ayano expresses disbelief. She repeats that the rumors stated that the masked man was at level 160, so he was surely in some kind of unique class. From what she knew, no adventurer wouldn't reach that level even if they grinded on the 28th floor for 100 years. However, Ayano says that watching the stream made her really fired up, so she wanted to aim even higher now. With that in mind, it meant she was actually thinking of buying a new weapon. She turns to Takasugi and asks for his recommendations since she has a current budget of 30,000. Saki is surprised that Ayano was asking Takasugi of all people for advice for something as important as weapon selection. Ayano says that although Takasugi might not look like it, he had a great eye for such things. She adds that Takasugi was always using incredible weapons. Internally, Takasugi begs Ayano not to tell Saki information like that. Saki says that maybe she should have Takasugi procure a one-handed sword for her as well. However, Takasugi takes that as a cue to leave the conversation. He says that he didn't have that much free time and she was better off asking Rin, the shopgirl, for help. Ayano crosses her arms and scoffs at his attitude, saying that he didn't have a friendly bone in his body. She suggests that if he made himself more useful, her affection for him might just go up. Takasugi glances at her and says that he didn't need her affection. Internally, he knew that raising her affection would just mean she would challenge him to duels more often. However, with a darker thought in mind, if it ever did come down to a duel, Ayano would be his in an instant. Pleased with that thought in mind, he leaves the girls behind. Out in the school dojos, a brutish man yells out a powerful battle cry as he slams his sword down, strong enough to crush the ground. The attack knocks back his opponent completely, sending the two swords the man was holding slipping free from his grasp. Based on his opponent's badly wounded face, he had been in the fight for far too long. The brutish man mocks the idea of dual wielding, saying that swordsmanship wasn't some game. He grins darkly, a vein bulging on his temple from anger. He couldn't believe that they were letting themselves be influenced by some stupid television broadcast. Although most were scared of him, Takasugi was in the crowd, completely quiet at his words. They eventually head out to the fields. Furuta and Hazama were about to face off in a duel. Takasugi figured it was another one of their little hierarchy rituals. Eventually, they're given the signal to start. Furuta laughs triumphantly and strikes first with a lunge attack, jabbing his sword straight at Hazama. Hazama flinches for only a second. Before the attack could hit him, he leaps aside in time. However, Furuta seemed to be waiting for that exact move and he smirks. Hazama realizes a moment too late and Furuta swings his sword at him in an arch, using a cleave attack. Hazama is barely able to parry the attack with his own sword. He lands quickly on his feet and immediately makes a dash for Furuta, sword drawn. Furuta, not expecting him to recover so quickly, can only freeze. Hazama slashes at him in turn and he takes the damage full force. Furuta is sent flying back, breathing hard from the fight and his wounds. He's immediately surrounded by the brutish man and the other higher-ups who call him a disgrace. Before they can say anything more, however, Takasugi suddenly steps forward and calls out to them. With a bored expression on his face, he plainly asks if the brutish man could entertain him for a while since he still had some free time. The brutish man and his right-hand man stare at Takasugi in disbelief, but Takasugi doesn't flinch. Instead, he even invites the two of them to fight him at once. His words strike a nerve with the brutish higher-up. His right-hand man immediately confronts Takasugi, asking if he realized what was going to happen to him for running his mouth like that. However, the brutish man faces Takasugi. He remembers who he was and says that considering what happened with Nezu and how fast he had been leveling up, he was just starting to be curious about him. He turns to his right-hand man and gives him a signal he immediately understands. Takasugi wonders what was going on, but his confusion is answered by the blade given to the brutish man. He realizes that they were going to be fighting using real swords. The brutish man declares that they would give Takasugi exactly what he asked for, and they would beat him half to death. They prepare for their 2-versus-1 sparring match. However, time passes and the brutish higher year and his right-hand man's faces are morphed into complete disbelief. They were breathing heavily, weighed down by the effort of the fight. The brutish man lets out a cry as he rushes back into the fight, sword raised. Takasugi doesn't even look mildly bothered. When his opponent is near enough, he parries his sword easily. The man is sent back again and he curses nervously as he looks up at Takasugi, unaware of his schoolmates gaping at him in shock. Takasugi was rather disappointed that even with real swords, the two higher-ups couldn't even do any real damage to him. Just as he thinks so, desperate to win, the brutish man gets into position and summons a magic circle. Boosting his attack with magic, he swings wildly at Takasugi with a flaming blade. Takasugi doesn't expect the attack and unable to dodge in time, he's forced to take the attack and shield himself using his blade. The flames leave him rather scorched in its aftermath. Seeing that he was able to land a hit, the brutish man grins. Takasugi knew that if they activated a skill, the attack was guaranteed to land. He couldn't help but think that skills possessed some quality that completely transcended the physical laws of the world. Focusing back on the fight, still rather pissed by their sudden skill use, Takasugi activates his own skill and delivers a single slash. His one attack is enough to send both his opponents flying. As they crash to the ground, Takasugi just blinks, completely speechless. Eventually, the school bell rings out around the courtyard. The two higher-ups struggle to get back up from the ground. The brutish man tries to save face by saying that Takasugi's skills had improved a little bit. Takasugi lets out a sarcastic smile. From behind him, he hears a female voice say that the battle was so close. It was Rin. She says that even against two opponents, it looked as if the others were going to win. She smiles brightly at Takasugi like they were sharing a joke, but Takasugi was confused more than anything. Back in their classroom, Takasugi sat alone at his desk reading through a book. Suddenly, Ayano came up to him. To his surprise, she suddenly plopped herself right on his desk. Oblivious to Takasugi's panic, she declares that she had finally made up her mind. Takasugi freezes in confusion, not sure what she was talking about. Ayano says that she's finally decided on buying a spear for herself. Takasugi is annoyed, asking why she was telling him in the first place. Ayano says that she wanted him to come with her to pick the spear, but Takasugi immediately passes on the offer. Ayano turns to Reika, asking her to lend her servant to her for a while. Reika coolly tells her to drop it as Takasugi was busy. Ayano pouts, calling Reika stingy. Saki suddenly walks in, saying that Reika had defeated the students from Class A on her own. She asks if the students really were that strong. Reika nervously lies that the students surely put up a fight. Takasugi is unamused. He knows that with her current stats, no magic could leave so much as a scratch on her. Suddenly Ayano circles Reika, looking her over with a frown. Reika asks if there was something wrong. Ayano points out that Reika looks completely unharmed to have been in such a tough fight. She asks if Reika won by glaring them into submission. Reika gives her a cold glare, but Ayano is so busy thinking that she doesn't pay any attention to it. Saki speaks up again, saying that the Class A students didn't know their own place if they were picking fights with Rika of all people. Kazuma and his group had tried once, but they still fell short. Takasugi is unamused by the news, realizing that in their class, only Rika and him were the only ones who could actually win in a fight of strength. After classes, Takasugi took Rika with him and headed to the 29th floor. They had gone there to conquer the boss once more with only them. Rika and Takasugi stand at the ready, their large and upgraded summons close by. The boss charges in immediately, but Rika freezes. One of their summons blocks the boss's attack. With Rika successfully shielded, she regains her confidence and she lifts her staff to attack. She summons a gale of wind so strong that it throws the boss off. While it's momentarily confused, Takasugi steps forward. He jumps into the air, swords in hand. He delivers a devastating final blow with his dual wielding and the boss disappears in a cloud of smoke. As Takasugi sheathes his swords, something sparkles amongst the boss's remaining smoke cloud. Takasugi smiles to realize the boss had dropped treasures. It was a vampire ring, which drained a percentage of the enemy's health for each attack, and the Ring of Silence, which boosted the mana points of the wearer and helped them regain lost mana more efficiently. Takasugi gives the Ring of Silence to Reika and equips the vampire ring himself. With the boss loot sorted, they make their way to the 30th floor. As they walk down the new floor, Takasugi and Reika turn when someone speaks up, calling them honor students. A large man in a group of adventurers smiles at Takasugi, asking if they were already planning on conquering the 30th floor. He admires them for working so hard. Takasugi realizes with a start that it was the Six Coins Guild. Takasugi asks the man how things were going on their end of the expedition. However, the man doesn't reply. Instead, the crowd parts and a familiar man walks forward, saying that the enemies on the current floor were far too strong for them. Yukinobu tells Takasugi that despite bringing the entire guild with him, they were still hesitating to push forward. However, he admits that he was already satisfied with his accomplishments. Takasugi is stunned and silent. The larger man from before says that it was about time for the next generation of adventurers to take over their work, so they were leaving it to Takasugi and the rest. Nezu wonders out loud what he should do next since he was still considering being an adventurer. However, Yukinobu places a hand on his shoulder and bluntly tells him he was better off quitting. The look on his face is deadly serious as he says that if Nezu didn't stop now, he was only going to be left with regrets. Nezu is discomforted by the sudden serious tone, but he takes his words seriously. Takasugi and Reika watch as the Six Coins make their way out of the dungeon. Shortly after that, the guild announced a massive wave of retirements. Since they already obtained both wealth and fame, they likely couldn't find a new goal to strive for. Back in school, Reika and Takasugi are busy yelling at one another in the courtyard. Reika demands to know why Takasugi knew the ring should belong to him, and Takasugi yells back that he was done putting up with her selfishness. Reika's spirit stat had already surpassed the 500 she needed, but still she was putting up a tantrum because she wanted the vampire ring too. Takasugi says that he would teach her a lesson, but Reika only laughs. She says that she looks forward to it since he was always all bark and no bite. Takasugi brings up that Reika had introduced him to others as her servant. She calmly says that no one would have accepted any other explanation of why they were always together. However, the moment she called him her servant, not a single person doubted her words. She ends it off by saying that Takasugi should blame his own face and reputation for being so incredibly convincing that he was her servant. She tells him to blame himself. Takasugi is left seething in rage as Reika casually walks away. Later that night, Takasugi looks up at a high-rise building. After meeting with Reika, he had finally decided to head to the CG collection point stated in the strategy guide. He began climbing the walls. He went out of his way to unlock the high ninja class just for this mission, so a vertical wall was no obstacle for him. He eventually ends up on the collection point, which was a small hole on the wall. He didn't know what was exactly waiting for him on the other side, but he was sure that the hole was practically radiating magic, and so he peeks inside. The hole gave a view to a shower room. Takasugi starts to sweat nervously as he waits for someone to show up. Finally, the glass doors slide open and a figure emerges. However, Takasugi's eyes widened at the familiar ponytail. It was Ayano and Saki, fresh from using the bath. Apparently it belonged to Reika too. Takasugi's eyes are wide with horror. He's rendered frozen and speechless, his thoughts stuck on the importance of the CG collection the guide talked so highly about. Suddenly, Ayano calls out to Reika and Takasugi forces himself to focus again. Reika appears from beyond the heat of the bathhouse and Takasugi's face completely falls. He loses his focus and he slides down a bit from the wall. He catches himself in time, convincing himself that the wind was to blame for losing his nerve. The strategy guide had warned him that peeking a second time would trigger an instant game over, so he forced himself to look away and go back, even if he felt a bit of regret. He scaled down the building once more. The next day at school, Ayano greets Takasugi brightly. However, he quickly looked away, rather guilty. He felt like he just did something truly terrible to Ayano. Which he did. Quite blatantly to boot. He thinks that at the rate he was going, he was nothing more than a pervert who peeped during a girl's bath. He was expecting more of a lucky rom-com style accident. While Ayano is pissed at Takasugi's blatant rudeness, he turns when the classroom doors slide open and Reika enters. She gives him a smug smirk that has Takasugi even more pissed. Since the CG collection point failed to satisfy his thirst for revenge, he headed straight to the next collection point. He lurked by the small windows outside the building that held the view of the last step of the staircase. As he peeked in, Ayano and Reika were about to come down the stairs. Ayano was so immersed in her storytelling that she missed a step going down and fell down the flight of stairs right in front of Takasugi. He flinched in horror and embarrassment. Right then and there, he swore to never use a CG collection point ever again because Ayano wasn't even wearing underwear when she fell in front of Takasugi. More time passes and Takasugi finds himself stuck on his seat again when Ayano plants herself on his desk, deep in thought about finding a good weapon for herself. She's thinking of giving up on her hunt. However, Takasugi finally speaks up, saying that he would help her look. As Ayano turned to him in horror, Takasugi was deep in thought. So far, he had only one victim. Although he knew it wouldn't erase his sins, he still had to atone for them somehow. He snaps out of his thoughts to see Ayano trembling in blatant disgust. She asks him why he had a sudden change of heart, admitting that she found it rather creepy. She wonders if he was trying to raise his affection level with her, but Takasugi remains unbothered. He knew that regardless of Ayano's opinion of him, he wanted to give her the best spear available, especially after the things he did. Takasugi tells her that he just happened to find a place where a good spear might be resting. Ayano is confused about his term as she had assumed it was for sale. Takasugi doubles down and says that he found a place that looked like it was hiding treasure. That is the most sketchy explanation I've ever heard. Ayano gets a teasing look in her eyes as she asks if Takasugi was attempting a weird and convoluted way of asking her out on a date. Takasugi immediately shuts the idea down, completely disgusted. Eventually, night falls. Deep in a forest, Ayano hesitantly follows Takasugi as he leads the way further into the supposed treasure. Ayano points out that coming out to a deserted place like the forest alone with a guy like him was pretty scary. Takasugi takes the comment in stride and is rather more amazed that Ayano was scared of anything. Exasperated, Ayano comments how Takasugi never seemed to be scared of anything. She was actually amazed how he could act so nonchalant all the time. Takasugi admits that his feelings were constantly getting hurt from the others in class, but Ayano doesn't take him seriously. She asks who would be so openly cruel to him when he had Reika on his side. Ayano comes to the conclusion that it was Hazama since he had a massive crush on Reika, so it only made sense. Takasugi is confused how Ayano even knew about that, but Ayano is unimpressed. She calls Takasugi dense for not even noticing that, or how pretty much every guy in their class likes Reika to some extent. From what Ayano knew, Hazama was the only one who boldly confessed to her, but she shot him down. Apparently, he tried pulling a pickup line that essentially asked her to rule Japan together. Hearing his tactic, it made the rest of the guys in class give up completely. Even Takasugi couldn't deny how insane Reika's popularity was. Takasugi asks why the other guys just gave up. Ayano sighs condescendingly, calling him an idiot. Having enough, Takasugi tells her that coming from Ayano, being called an idiot hurts about 3 times as much. Ayano is pissed by his words, but Takasugi brushes her reactions aside as they arrive at their destination. In the middle of the forest seemed to be an abandoned building. Entering through an old airshaft, Ayano's voice echoes through the small space as she orders Takasugi not to look up. However, she quickly changes her tune and says that Takasugi was probably already looking. She looks behind her to check and she calls Takasugi the worst. She progressively gets angrier, asking if he had only invited her there to stare at her butt. Her face flushes as she fully calls him a pervert. Takasugi thinks about how he had already stooped to the level of a sex offender, so he truly had nothing left to lose. Takasugi lets out a single laugh before his face crumples into guilt and he suggests that he maybe was already a pervert. Their conversation is interrupted when the vent shaft they were crawling through finally gives way to their weight. Ayano shrieks as she falls down. Takasugi stares in horror as Ayano plummets to the ground head first. In a split second before she hits the ground, Takasugi holds onto her ankle and Ayano is left suspended in the air. Ayano shrieks in horror as she tries to cover herself up. Her face goes red, both from her position and embarrassment as she wails at her current circumstances. Takasugi doesn't know how to help, but he reassures her that they were almost done, so she just needed to bear with it a little longer. Some time passes and they end up in a part of the building marked as Vault 7. The two of them stand before two heavy doors. Ayano points out that it was sealed with a password lock. Takasugi stares at the mechanism for a moment before entering a code. In an instant, the doors unlock, making Ayano exclaim in shock. Takasugi calmly swings the nearest door open, but behind him, Ayano is panicking. She says that they were going to get in trouble if they just barged in. Takasugi casually brushes her concerns aside and tells her to look at a box in the room. Ayano is stumped by his sudden order. Inside the room was a sealed box. Stored in it was a legendary spear called the Tonbokiri with all sorts of added skills to its name. Ayano's eyes are bright with amazement and fear. She tells herself that holding the spear was really bad. If they stole it, it would end up with them getting a bounty on their heads. But it sounded more like she was trying to convince herself. While she panics, Takasugi is deep in thought and he realizes that the spear was cursed with demonic stats. He knew he couldn't sell it anyway, so he might as well just let Ayano have it. Takasugi finally speaks up and says that since Ayano was the only one who could equip the spear, then she should just accept it and be grateful. Ayano makes a confused sound, lightly blushing. Takasugi casually says that he read the documents of the building earlier. It was a research lab that was used for some sinister goal. As such, Ayano should just think of them putting a stop to the lab's plans. Ayano is visibly flustered, but still she holds on tighter to the spear. She orders him to stop messing around because she was worried what they were going to do if someone actually came to kill them over their thievery. Takasugi doesn't even take her seriously, only saying that since they got what they came for, she should just stop complaining so they could get out of there. Ayano is silent for a while, until she accuses Takasugi of regularly entering abandoned areas and taking the stuff inside. Takasugi is quiet for a while, but when he does speak up, he just pushes the door open and tells her to follow him out. Ayano is pissed that he obviously just dodged the question. They end up back out into the forest. When they're completely out of the building's perimeter, Takasugi explains that it just so happened that the guards were away that day. However, he warns her that if she tried sneaking in again, she would get caught and turned into a lab rat for human experimentation. So he drives home that she shouldn't go sneaking around again. Ayano smirks, saying that it felt more like they were playing thieves than anything. She reassures him that even if he begged her, she wasn't planning on joining a heist ever again. Frowning, Takasugi accepted her words as long as she understood what he was trying to say. However, Ayano grins, saying that she couldn't believe that they managed to get someone as good as the spear. She laughs in joy, saying that she might just end up becoming stronger than he ever did. And it was all thanks to him inviting her there under ulterior motives. Takasugi flinches back, offended. Ayano suddenly turns to him with a soft smile. She starts to rustle with her skirt, saying that it couldn't be helped. Takasugi freezes. Before he could properly react, Ayano lifts up her skirt, effectively flashing him. Takasugi's expression is frozen stiff from the shock. Ayano lowers her skirt, her face flushed red but triumphant. As she says that it was her thank you gift to him, she quickly books it, bidding him goodbye. Takasugi's face is unimpressed, but he's lightly blushing regardless, and their night ends with that. Another day begins at school. Ayano proudly says that she could already clear the 6th floor on her own. She smiles triumphantly as Reika expresses shock. She couldn't understand what trick Ayano had done to level up so quickly. Sitting on his desk right between them, Takasugi turns to Ayano and says that if she got carried away showing off, she was going to get caught. His words quickly knock the sails off her pride and she flinches. Reika leans in closer to Takasugi and says that she knew that he pulled some kind of shady stunt. Takasugi looks away, unfazed, saying that he didn't know what she was talking about. Ayano only laughs, trying to defuse the situation by telling her not to be so jealous. She promises that nothing happened between her and Takasugi, but her face is hardly believable with a grin. Reika is visibly annoyed, but she doesn't push the subject. She clears her throat to change the subject just as someone slides the classroom door open. Reika says that she had a favor to ask from Takasugi, catching his attention. Reika says that she wanted to let another member join their party for the next dungeon dive class, and the person who just entered the room walks up next to her. The girl introduces herself as Rurikawa Anna, her arms crossed and her glare sharp. She frowns at Takasugi, clarifying that she didn't need their party to join a party. Takasugi is unamused. Takasugi knew her as a loose cannon. She was avoided by the rest of the class due to her constant venomous words. In the strategy guide, she was also known as one of the easiest heroines for the protagonist to party up with. Unintimidated, Takasugi asks what a rogue like her could do for their party. Rurikawa is annoyed, saying that Takasugi's opinion was thoroughly mundane and boring. She adds that a servant of Reika's like him didn't have the right to speak that way. But she also calls Reika a busybody and a hypocrite. Reika tries to be kind and says that neither of them had anyone else to party with, so they should just drop the petty details. Rurukawa continues to push, saying that Reika should just admit that she felt sorry for her because she was all alone and essentially picked her up as a stray. Finally annoyed, Takasugi stands up. He calls their whole exchange a massive waste of time and they should just head out already. Before he leaves, he grabs Rurukawa by the back of her collar. Rika stares, eyes wide as Takasugi pulls Rurukawa down the hall by her collar. Rurukawa tries to fight Takasugi off, trying to make him stop and even calling him a barbaric goblin. Rika asks what floor they were headed off for the day and Takasugi suggests that the 6th floor would be enough for them. Hearing his decision, Rurukawa panics more, saying that something might happen to them there. She tries to pressure Takasugi by asking if he could take responsibility or what was their absolute guarantee of their safety. Pissed, Takasugi simply says that he would be their guarantee of safety. Before they knew it, they were in the dungeons. Rika was following close by, completely quiet. But Takasugi had hauled Rurukawa over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, completely calm even as the smaller girl continued to struggle. Her face had gone red as she called him a pervert and a sex offender for touching her so casually. As she continued to scream, Takasugi remembers that the deeper part of the 6th floor served as a hotspot for turf wars. He finally lets Rurukawa down, completely brushing off her angered complaints. Takasugi figured that the conflicts had finally started. But if things escalated, there were going to be casualties and missing persons too. Not only that, but assassinations between major guilds would trigger a massive all-out war. He needed to put a stop to it and extinguish the spark before it erupted into a full-blown inferno. He's pulled out of his thoughts when something begins to approach them at the corner of his vision. He turns in time to see a group of large snail-like creatures. Reika immediately pulls out her staff and casts a spell. She sends the snail monsters flying into the air as a large glacier of ice erupts from the ground where they stood. With the monsters defeated, Reika calmly lowers her staff. Rurukawa exclaims in amazement, saying that it was only expected of a top student. But Takasugi turns when he notices something beyond them. He calmly says that it looked like monsters weren't the only enemies down there in the dungeons with them. Reika and Rurukawa look up in time to see another group emerging from deep within the dungeon. The group was composed of scary-looking men. Takasugi recognizes them as the upperclassmen chasing after Kazuma a while back. He wondered how he was going to proceed. He figured it might rewrite the game's scenario, but he should probably just crush them with overwhelming power. But he couldn't prioritize the game's original plot over human lives. Before they knew it, the group had spotted them and immediately asked Takasugi if he was one of Kazuma's companions. As Rurukawa hid behind Reika in fear, Takasugi calmly held up a finger. He summons a Volt Spark, a powerful spell that has lightning crashing down on his enemies. When the lightning and smoke clears, the group is almost completely wiped out. They immediately flee, terrified for their lives. Rurukawa looks at Takasugi, terrified. She notes that she had no idea the turf wars were so intense in the 6th floor. Reika worries that Takasugi went a little overboard and it was going to become a huge mess for them. Takasugi is quiet, thinking over her words, but before he could say anything, another voice speaks up from the dark. A man with an odd smile asks if Takasugi was the one who laid a hand on his underclassmen. Takasugi pauses as he focuses on the tension in the air. He asks the man if he was from the Pandora Guild. The man smirks, saying that he was a graduate. He condescendingly tells Takasugi to clear out of the 6th floor as he was trying to train his underclassmen. Takasugi knew that Pandora was a highly problematic guild. If it weren't for them, the guild conflict wouldn't have escalated at the point it did. Takasugi blatantly says that he refused, and to top it all off, he declares that he would crush the man and everyone else at Pandora. The man from Pandora pauses, his smile frozen on his face. In the next instant, he's rushing towards Takasugi. Takasugi sees him coming and has his blade drawn in an instant to meet the man's attack. They end up parrying each other. Reika and Rurukawa are frozen stiff as they watch. The man steps back, gaining some distance between them as his attack fails. When he looks back at Takasugi, his face is morphed to pure anger. He says that Takasugi had a lot of nerve to run his mouth when he was just some punk hanging around the 6th floor, but Takasugi couldn't be bothered with his words. He was more concerned that the man was able to tank a direct hit from his Masamune katana. Takasugi begins to break down the man's possible build. He didn't have a shield, so it was possible he was playing as a tank class. But no matter what skills he had, Takasugi knew that there was no way the man would survive the hit earlier without at least 800 health points. Of course, that was unless he had an incredible ring equipped. Like the mole rings Takasugi had been selling off in bulk as of late. Just then, the man receives a notification on his watch. He checks it and immediately clicks his tongue. He suddenly declares that he wasn't going to forget what Takasugi did to him and he was going to make him regret it. He quickly makes his escape. Takasugi lets out a disappointed sigh as he sheathes his sword, realizing that the attack had lowered the man's health to a dangerously low level. He turns around to check on Reika and Rurukawa and freezes. The two girls were huddled together, their hoods raised as they lowered their heads in fear. Takasugi realizes that they were trying to keep their faces hidden. It was probably the best move to make. He turns back to where the guild members fled off to. Now that Takasugi thought about it, the strategy guide never mentioned the man he had challenged or anyone of that level. The idea of deviating from the guide's scenario was starting to genuinely terrify him. As they begin walking around the dungeon floor once more, they are unaware that the guild members that Takasugi attacked earlier had passed out somewhere else. They stop walking once more when Takasugi feels a familiar presence. He's surprised that even that person came all the way over there. It was Shion. Shion looked rather annoyed, simply realizing that it was Takasugi who chased her classmates away. She asks what Takasugi was doing going to such lengths in the 6th floor. Takasugi realizes that the man he fought earlier most likely went crying to Shion when he lost. Completely unbothered, he tells her to stop sticking her nose where it didn't belong. He suggests that she stay locked up in the 7th floor. His audacity has Reika and Rurukawa stunned silent. With a condescending smile, Takasugi tries challenging Shion, asking if she would like to try and force his hand. Shion is noticeably bothered by his challenge. She immediately puts her hands up in surrender, saying that since he was her opponent in the situation, then she had no choice but to back down. Takasugi is rather thrown off. He still owed her a favor, so if she brought it up, he wouldn't have been able to refuse it. However, seeing her walk away, it was clear that she had no intention of going that far. Finally having enough, Rurukawa yells at him for picking a fight with someone as famous as Shion. She asks if he had completely lost his mind. However, Takasugi calmly turns to her, saying that he couldn't help it and he just decided that he was going to play hardball that very day. Rurukawa is stunned silent, Reika watching the fight quietly. Finally, Rurukawa exclaims that she didn't understand what he was talking about. Reika chooses to stay silent. Time passes and their group makes its way through the dungeon, battling through more enemies. However, at some point Takasugi catches sight of a quickly retreating figure in the distance. They seem to stop and catch their breath behind some of the stone pillars. Takasugi figured it was someone from the Pandora clan again getting desperate. However, he's already decided that he was going to take a harsher approach that day. With a flick of his finger, he summons another spell that sends lightning down on the enemy. Takasugi was sure the attack wouldn't outright kill them, so he would just help the person up after they had passed out. But his thoughts are immediately silenced by a loud shriek. From behind the stone pillar and the smoke of his attack, a familiar girl with a ponytail comes out, pissed about getting hit. Takasugi gapes in surprise to realize it was Ayano sneaking around. She asks if he was trying to pick a fight with her, but immediately Takasugi denies it, although his answer is messy as he did just hit her with a spell. Ayano laughs, pointing out that in hunting grounds, the party with fewer members holds the highest ground. So in other words, Takasugi's team couldn't beat her. She asks again if they were going to challenge her. This was a bit confusing at first, but I think she means how usually if you're alone in the dungeon, it means you're stronger. So by theory, she thought she was stronger than them because they were in a team. Takasugi knew that if he won against her in a fight, he would be forced to take her as his wife. And he absolutely refused to let that happen. Takasugi tells Ayano that he had no intention to fight, so she was free to go, but Ayano doesn't take kindly to his words. With a smug grin, she says that since she was at her hunting grounds, Takasugi's group was the one that needed to leave because they were in her way. Takasugi frowns. Ever since she got her hands on the spear, it made her awfully bold. Takasugi tells her outright that she was only acting so tough because she knew they couldn't fight back. With a click of his tongue, he turns around and begins walking away, telling his party to follow. However, before he could get far, Rurukawa pulled at his clothes. She complains that his reasoning didn't make any sense that he was willing to back off for Ayano. Takasugi calmly says that Ayano was right that a smaller party in the hunting grounds were given priority. Rurukawa argues that Shion was alone too when they saw her. Takasugi reasons that Shion always fights while her minions constantly healed her, so she wasn't the same as Ayano. Reika suddenly steps into their conversation and says that even she couldn't accept how easily Takasugi was backing off. Her expression is more jealous than anything as she says that he was playing favorites with Ayano and she thought it was completely unfair. Takasugi leans in to whisper to her, saying that that wasn't what he was doing. He says that Reika already knew that being Ayano would just cause a massive headache for him, implying the deal where he would have to take her as his wife. Immediately understanding, Reika pulls back, surprised that he was aware of that clause in her traditions. Given his reasoning, Reika accepts falling back so Ayano can keep the hunting grounds area. Rurukawa is left confused, but she doesn't say anything else and their group leaves. However, as they walk again, someone approaches them. It was a party of 3 led by a man with a scar on his face. They seemed to be equipped with expensive gear. The one leading them was looking for Takasugi. Takasugi's group pauses, rather caught off guard. While Takasugi remains quiet, Reika recognizes that the group was a party from Guild Noir. The scarred man admits that they saw Takasugi fight just then and immediately ask him if he would consider joining their guild. Takasugi is unamused, however, thinking that they were way too eager. However, it seemed understandable as they were the largest and most prominent guild in the area. Takasugi calmly leads his group past them, saying he would have to pass the offer since he had no intention of joining any guild. Rika and Rurukawa turn to watch as the Guild Noir party leaves. Rika is surprised that Takasugi really turned them down. Without even glancing at her, he says that their guild was basically just a mutual aid society for nobles anyway, so it was ridiculous for them to even try and recruit someone like him. The next day at school, Takasugi tried to remain unbothered as his classmates whispered around him. He found out that some of them had suffered massive casualties because of the people he chased off. Takasugi listened as his surrounding classmates openly whispered about him, their expressions and voices venomous. They say that thanks to him it was an absolute disaster. They were mad that Takasugi just got a little lucky with his leveling and immediately let it get to his head. Because he showed off his strength, it ended up being a pain for all of them. Takasugi realizes rather boredly that his plan had backfired spectacularly. If anything, they were treating him like some sort of street thug. He supposed a resolute group like Six Coins wasn't just feared but genuinely respected by everyone as well. He gets up and slides the classroom doors open, only to flinch. Rurikawa was leaning on the other side of the door looking pleased with herself. She's enjoying that Takasugi seemed to be thoroughly despised. She laughs, saying that their classmates treated him as more of a nuisance than they did her. Not only that, but he was dragging Reika's reputation down with him, which was truly impressive. Takasugi argues that unlike Rurikawa, he had the skills to actually back it up. He points out that in the academy, strength made things right, so he could do whatever the hell he pleased. He calmly walks away as Rurikawa says that his reasoning was thoroughly vile and inhumane. Takasugi leans on the windows across the corridor as he listens to her ramble. Rurikawa says that with the amount of power he had, she couldn't understand why she was letting himself become Reika's lapdog. Even if he was in love with her, it didn't make any sense. Rurikawa finally loses it and says that no matter how devoted Takasugi was to Reika, at the end of the day he was just a disposable pawn to her. The moment he lost his edge, she would toss him aside without a second thought. She suggests that he reevaluate his life choices. And to top it all off, she still didn't understand what the guild members they came across ever did to him for him to hurt them. Takasugi is overwhelmed, realizing that this is what made her a loose cannon. Takasugi explains that they were the kind of scum who would do anything for the sake of money. If he hadn't put an end to their infighting, someone was surely going to die. However, he admits that his methods were a bit extreme. Rurikawa reminds him that the Pandora Guild was backed by the military. She tells him not to come crying to her when he eventually gets murdered. Takasugi was well aware of that already. Pandora was actively moving to crush Noir precisely because they had that military's backing. The military believed that Guild Noir's monopoly over the hunting grounds was stalling the 39th floor's progression. As such, they unleashed Pandora to deal with them. The only problem was that Pandora only cared about money and power. They had zero motivation to actually challenge the 39th floor. If anything, they were the real pests there. They were only interested in subjugating and dominating everyone around them. But with the original game's protagonist, Kazuma, entering the scene, he ends up building a third faction drive to clear the new floors. It was the narrative Kazuma had currently set in motion. Their group would eventually clash with both Noir and Pandora, but the military, the government, and corporations will eventually side with this third faction. As long as they followed the scenario, events like stampedes or gates opening in the middle of the city were highly unlikely to trigger a panic event. As Rurikawa continues to try and grill Takasugi, someone approaches them. Takasugi's eyes widened in surprise to realize it was Kazuma. Kazuma smiles, saying that he heard how Takasugi had gone on quite a rampage at the 6th floor the other day. Kazuma says that while the rest of the class wasn't so thrilled, he was personally grateful. The groups at the 6th floor were bringing in more people from Pandora and even Shion, so they personally couldn't lay a finger on them. Rurikawa is annoyed that Kazuyuma thought similarly to Takasugi and she turns around to grill him too. She points out that it was fine for high-level players like them, but for the rest of their classmates they were chased off before they could even reach the 6th floor. She tells Kazuma to try putting himself in the shoes of those getting dragged into their petty squabbles. Rurikawa says that Kazuma's name may have sounded reckless, but that didn't mean he had to act like a suicidal maniac. Takasugi comments from behind her, reminding her that she was in the 6th floor with yesterday, fighting right next to him. Kazuma awkwardly laughs, saying that Rurikawa is rather harsh. She keeps going, saying that both Takasugi and Kazuma preached about wanting to raise everyone's level, yet both of them were simply hypocrites. As she continued to grill Kazuma, Takasugi knew that she wasn't actually angry. She was always like that, bluntly speaking her mind to anyone and everyone. She actually happened to be one of the heroines. Aside from the fact her appearance heavily catered to a stranger demographic, Rurikawa still had an adorable face with her pink blonde hair. As Rurikawa and Kazuma continue their one-sided bickering, Takasugi silently makes his exit. He knew Rurikawa was easy to recruit, so he'd normally recommend her to Kazuma in a heartbeat, but her personality was a genuine barrier. He knew that if they didn't get the heroines leveled up soon, they were going to suffer in the upcoming battles. Even adding Tsukasa or Yuji would be fine, but Takasugi needed Kazuma to form a permanent party already. With one last glance at them, he re-enters that classroom. Immediately, Saki comments on his arrival, calling him the Mad Dog. Saki smiles as she suggests that Rika fire him already. With careful grace, Rika apologizes for his actions and says that she would make sure to give him a strict talking to. Ayano laughs, saying that she would hold Rika to her promise as she would let it slide this time, but she wouldn't let it go so easily next time. Reika quickly changes the subject and tells Ayano to stop wandering into places like the deeper end of the 6th floor while she's alone. It was far too dangerous after all, but Ayano reassures her that she was perfectly fine. As they continue to talk, Takasugi slides into his seat. Ayano turns to him, cheekily saying that as long as Reika's little pet dog didn't decide to bite her, she'd be okay. Takasugi is unamused, but he realizes that Ayano had finally spent her savings on getting a mole ring. Takasugi knew that Ayano's base health points were terribly low, so she remained extremely vulnerable to magic even with the mole ring. It was no wonder that Reika was worried for her. The market price for mole rings had dipped slightly, but they were still pulling in a massive profit. Financial struggles were officially a thing of the past. However, all that being said, Takasugi knew all the wealth in the world wouldn't buy items that simply weren't for sale. He was back at the shop, Rin going through Takasugi's latest haul. He had brought items that were to be listed in the general items for the auction. General items referred to cosmetic avatar equipment. They were special items worn over regular gear that couldn't be destroyed in combat. Takasugi suddenly noticed that Rin seemed to be flustered. Takasugi finally speaks up first, asking what she wanted to know. She pauses, her expression shy, as she begins her explanation. Takasugi freezes, rather confused.